case. And riot-tainted Jagdish Tytler was also spotted attending the Satyagraha called in by the Congress. I want to cut across to my colleague Madhurima, who's joining us on the broadcast. Madhurima, this is ironic really to say that the Congress is doing the Sankalp Satyagraha at Rajghat today, and the first person to arrive there of all people at the Satyagraha is 1984 riots accused Jagdish Tytler.
Well, Swesha, this is not the first time when the Congress party has done this faux pas. Remember, even at the times of the MCD elections, Mr. Tytler was named as one of the star campaigners. And also at the time when there was a crucial meeting that was supposed to be held at Raipur, it was a national level meeting of the Congress party brainstorming for 2024. At that time also the Delhi delegation that was supposed to represent Congress there at Raipur included Jagdish Tytler. So I'll take you to the pictures as I speak, that once again Jagdish Tytler has reached the spot and Congress party is at it again. Once again they are playing with the sentiment of the Sikh community time and again. In just past 1 year, it is over 3 times that Mr. Tytler have been included in main occasions, main meetings, main star campaigning. Everywhere he has been included. Seems like the Congress party does not really care about the sentiments of the Sikh community in the national capital, where we've seen that how aggressively the Sikh community had come out and condemned such act, that why one side you should remove him from the party, let alone making him the star campaigner, asking him to join important meetings. And then once again the Congress is at it again with Jagdish Tytler in attendance here at this Satyagraha. On the stage you can see leaders to the rank of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi, Shakti Singh. So all of them have reached here, and they more leaders to reach, with Rahul Gandhi present as well.
Oh yes, absolutely, Madhurima. And while these are the scenes in the national capital, let's not forget how the Congress is staging a pan-India protest outside of all Gandhi statues at all offices of the Congress and district headquarters. Piyush is also joining us on the broadcast as Piyush is getting us more voices on the ground. Over to you, Piyush.
Well, certainly, Swesha, my colleague Madhurima is getting us a report from another vantage point. I am right now here at Rajghat at the same place where Satyagraha is taking place. Let me try to show you first visuals of these workers who are now coming in large numbers, raising slogans in favor of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi Zindabad. These are the slogans those are being raised by these workers. But at the same time, they are also demanding that, in fact, they are seeking actions to be taken. In fact, they are against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Joining me right now is also Jagdish Sharma. Remember that he is one of the top leaders of the Congress party. I am going to ask him about the presence of Jagdish Tytler in this event, because remember that Jagdish Tytler is the one who is a very controversial face, and every time during the Congress's event we have seen him taking part in such events. आज आप यहाँ पे आए हैं, आप लोग मांग कर रहे हैं कि जो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन है वो राहुल गांधी का गलत है, इनफैक्ट वो वापस भी होना चाहिए साथ में, लेकिन जगदीश टाइटलर यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं. क्या जो आदमी ऑलरेडी एक सीरियस केस फेस कर रहा है उसको अलाउ करना चाहिए था यहाँ पे?
अब ये बताइए कानून क्या कर रहा है? कानून सोया हुआ है. जब सरकार के हाथ में कानून चल रहा है, 4 साल में आनंद फानन में राहुल गांधी को सस्पेंड कर देते हैं, सजा सुना देते हैं. सजा उनको नहीं सुनाते जिनको जो पैसा लेके भागे. कहीं ना कहीं ये तो सरकार को देखना चाहिए. 6 बार जगदीश टाइटलर को कोर्ट ने बरी करा, तो कैसे विक्टिम है, और कांग्रेसी नेता कांग्रेस के बीच में तो रहेंगे ना. अगर कानून इनको अंदर करता, जेल में डालता, कोई सजा करता तो बात थी. खामखा वो बना रहे हैं, राई का पहाड़ बना रहे हैं. कहीं ना कहीं जगदीश टाइटलर बरी है. 6 बार ही सज्जन कुमार बरी हुए, लेकिन सत्ता के शिकार हो गए, जेल में बैठे हैं. ये तो कानून तय करेगा. कानून ने छोड़ रखा तो आज कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ है. इसमें विरोध नहीं करना चाहिए.
अच्छा, उनको यहाँ पे होना चाहिए, इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं.
लीडर है भाई, बताइए ना. अगर आप कहते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी कानून में विश्वास है उनका, तो कानून ने उनको सजा कहाँ दी है? कानून के छोड़े हुए हैं, जब भी तो यहाँ है. कहीं ना कहीं जब भी हम इकट्ठे होते हैं, ये एक प्रोपेगेंडा बना के रख देते हैं. जगदीश टाइटलर को कोर्ट ने बरी करा और कोई सिख नहीं मारा.
समाज हमेशा से उनको आरोपी ठहराता रहा है. उन्होंने कहा है कि कई लोगों ने देखा उनको 84 के दंगों में अपने साथ अपने लोगों के साथ लेके जाते हुए, इसमें कई सारे सिखों का कत्ल किया. उन्होंने ये आरोप उन पे है.
84 के दंगे में सिख जो हमने बचाए हैं ना, शायद किसी ने बचाए नहीं है. और मारे हैं तो बीजेपी ने मारे, लूटा भी है. आप जाइए सुकुरपुर में जाके इतिहास देखिए, जो वहां के जय कॉलोनी में जो बीजेपी के नेताओं ने उन्होंने भड़काया भी और लूटा भी।
टाइटलर का यहाँ पे होना कोई बुराई नहीं है,
कोई बुराई नहीं है। अगर टाइटलर बरी है, कोर्ट ने छोड़ रखा है, कानून को तो आप मानते हैं ना, कानून को बीजेपी पता नहीं माने हम मानते हैं। अगर कानून ने सजा दी होती, कानून में जेल में डाला होता तो आते, तो हम मानते। वो बरी कर रखे हैं, उनका कोई विरोध नहीं है। अगर विरोध करे तो भाजपा करिए, डरी हुई है वो। कोई ना कि चिट ढूंढते कांग्रेस में और राहुल गांधी में क्या कमी है, उनका यही काम है। अरे देश से जो वादे करे उस पर बात करो ना, जनता से जो वादे उस पर बात करो ना, डीजल पेट्रोल वादा करेंगे उस पर बात।
मानती है कि जगदीश टाइटलर बेगुनाह है?
वो कांग्रेस का नेता है, कोर्ट ने छोड़ रखा है, वो बरी है, उसने कोई सिख भाई को नहीं मारा है, हमारे बीच में रहेगा चाहे बीजेपी कितना शोर मचा ले।
So that's the word coming in, brazenly defending. Congress leaders are now brazenly defending Jagdish Tytler. They are saying that Tytler has now been relieved by the court and he has all the rights to be here at the very spot where Priyanka Gandhi and top leaders of the Congress party are sitting. I would ask Parvez to try to zoom his camera and try to show you the pictures of this Sankalp Satyagraha, which is now taking place here at Rajghat. And at the time when Jagdish Tytler can be seen, the controversial face, the man who has been facing serious allegations of his alleged involvement into 1984 anti-Sikh riots. This man has now been given a prominent place at the stage. There, Priyanka Gandhi along with other top leaders are now sitting. If Parvez can try to zoom his camera and show you the visuals, you can see how Priyanka Gandhi along with other leaders of Congress party are now sitting there on this Sankalp Satyagraha. They all are holding placard which reads केंद्र सरकार की दमनकारी नीतियों के खिलाफ संकल्प सत्याग्रह. They are against the central government's policies and that is why they are doing this Sankalp Satyagraha. So here the workers of the Congress party are sitting and Jagdish Tytler, the controversial face of Congress party, who is in fact he has been given a prominent place. He is now sitting there along with the top leaders of the Congress party. So Congress needs to explain as to why Jagdish Tytler has once again been given space here on the day when Congress is here to protest against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. But here we are seeing few workers of Congress party who have now come here. We can expect other Congress leaders also to join in few minutes from now. But yes, certainly there are leaders of Congress party who are now coming here in large numbers. We'll have to wait and watch for how long this Sankalp Satyagraha will go on. The protest has now begun. It was to begin at around 10 a.m.
सारे देशवासी ये रूल्स को कैसे प्रयोग किया जाता है देख रहे हैं.
सर आप क्या कहेंगे सर, किस तरीके से आप लोग कर रहे हैं?
पूरी तरह से ये किया गया है. सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं. मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली थी, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन. एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है.
All right, Madhurima, I want to come back to you because as far as Jagdish Tytler's presence is concerned, that is something that the Congress continues to do at every occasion despite understanding how it hurts the sentiments of Sikhs and the nation across for the riot accused being a part of their important occasions. But this is a different point here because this is the Congress saying that Rahul Gandhi is a victim. He's been politically trapped. They're taking the Gandhi route. On the other hand, the BJP is hitting back at Rahul Gandhi, where Union Minister Anurag Thakur has said that Rahul Gandhi is a case of political immaturity.
Well, Smisha, if we look at the BJP's claim, they have made it abundantly clear that whatever is happening in the court of law, and such hue and cry and saying that it is nothing but political vendetta is quite bizarre. Because I'll take you to a picture as I speak. You can see that the kind of speeches and the crowd that have poured in here at Rajghat slamming the government. But in the end of the day, it was a case that was taken up into the court. It is the court that has given a decision. The court has given him bail as well. The court has given him 30 days time as well to explore his legal options and to fight it out. So in the end of the day, the entire battle that needs to be fought on the side of Rahul Gandhi is a legal battle. It has nothing to do with the BJP or with the Prime Minister or with any of the policies. It is just between Rahul Gandhi and the Surat court, from where he sought bail. Then he has to, seek a stay on conviction. And once he seeks a stay on conviction, he can come back and join the parliament and contest elections as well. So to milk this entire incident, they are minting political benefit out of it, and they have gathered here in large numbers. My video journalist Bhishma is bringing these visuals. You can see that a huge crowd has poured in here at Rajghat, and they all in one voice are saying that this conviction of Rahul Gandhi is government propaganda. But in the end of the day, this was a court's decision. This need to be fought legally, because you remember even in that press conference as well, Rahul Gandhi kept on saying that I'm not going to bow down, I'm not going to buy down, I'm not going to apologize. But whenever there was a question on legality, that what would be the legal measures that he's going to take, because that's the right way out of this entire issue. To that he said that you'll have to consult my legal team. But in the end of the day, this entire battle, Suesha, is nothing but a legal battle to make it political, and to say that the government is after him, and because he's raising a Adani issue, it is quite bizarre.
In fact, Madhurima, I want to talk about that point in greater detail. But before that, let's quickly flash this information that is just coming in of how leader KC Venugopal has written to Delhi Top Cop questioning the denial of permission for Satyagraha. He's tweeted, and I quote, "After silencing our voice in the parliament, the government has refused to let us hold a peaceful Satyagraha at Bapu's Samadhi as well. It has become a habit for the Modi government to disallow every opposition protest. This will not deter us. Our fight for truth against tyranny goes on." Padrima, now the Congress alleging that they are not being allowed to stage a peaceful protest, and once again saying that there is a political hand in what the cops are saying to them. So what's really the truth on the ground on due permissions that were sought from the police? Section 144 has been imposed, and safety and law and order is obviously the first priority of the cops on the ground. But once again, giving this a political twist, what do you observe?
Well, Suesha, because it is very important for any party or organization, for that matter, to seek permission, because that will allow the Delhi police officials to know the kind of gathering, so that they can have a deployment, they can divert the traffic, they can take care of the entire movement in and around that area where these protests will happen. But you can see that a stage has been set, there are proper stalls offering water over here, so everything is happening over here. So you can see that the entire Congress is already over here, and the protest is going on no matter how many aspersions are being cast. So we'll be right back after a very short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be bringing you all the updates from the Satyagraha that has been organized by Congress party against the conviction of Rahul Gandhi.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK, there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interests repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. the United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South America.
Staying with Republic, and we also get you these latest details because after UK and Canada, fresh Khalistani provocation that was seen in the United States, where in Washington DC earlier today, Khalistanis protested and threatened Indian ambassador to the United States, Taranjeet Sandhu, and the embassy staff. You see those pictures on your screens coming in from Washington DC, where Khalistanis were staging a protest and they threatened Indian ambassador to the United States, Taranjeet Sandhu, and the embassy staff. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, with us on the phone line. Abhishek, this is really pushing the envelope beyond what is and what can be tolerated, and as the Indian government is taking this very, very seriously and going hammer and tong to raise this on the global level, we see how the K provocation is getting bigger by the day, and UK and Canada were never unheard of, but now even in the United States, where they are spreading their tentacles.
Well, yes, Suresha, they have been doing it for a while, and remember, many of these Khalistani elements, the Sikhs for Justice, for example, the band outfit in India now effectively operates out of the United States. So we have seen most of their key persons in the United States. And remember, Republic confronted these Khalistanis backed by Pakistani ISI agent Ghulam Nabi Fai outside of White House in Washington, D.C. A year and a half back. So it's not new, but this renewed activism that we are seeing post the crackdown on Amritpal Singh here in Punjab clearly shows that Amritpal essentially was a handmaiden of these Khalistanis and the Pakistani deep state. We have unraveled all the connections that Amritpal Singh had with ISI through his handlers in London. This is a piece with that. But attacking a journalist is something which is absolutely not done. Khalistanis were trying to girao the embassy in DC, and that's what was being covered. And you can see in the visuals that Lalit Kejriwal was just doing his job. He has been there for long. People know him there. And the Secret Service had to really intervene to protect him. He was physically assaulted and abused. And abuse is something which we cannot really show on air. I think the American security agencies there should understand that this is no more a freedom of expression issue. We have seen, and they know it, that all these Khalistani elements, just a bunch of about 100, 200 of them who gather in DC at the moment the Pakistanis really want it. So I think it's in the fitness of things that the Americans also do some kind of crackdown on them.
Absolutely, Abhishek, and the very reason that they choose to do this on foreign soil, because they know that they will not be reprimanded. They dare not do this on Indian soil. But really, how long will this go? And to take this dare to a level where the Indian envoy is being threatened, we'll leave it at that, Abhishek, but we'll continue to track all the details on this story. For the moment, a short commercial break.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे हैं बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali's. So then last was Vinson Massive, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massive.
The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India, the government of India, that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे हैं बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
Yes.
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali's. So then last was Vinson Massive, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massive.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए।
Sir, I would say Everest is always the difficult one. हालांकि lot of people say sir, Everest में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, but let me tell you sir, Everest remains Everest. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
हेलो एंड वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो। जैसा आप जानते हैं हम आपके लिए एक से एक बेहतरीन गेस्ट लेकर आते हैं और उनकी जिंदगी की कहानियां आपके सामने लेकर आते हैं। इस बार एक नायाब गेस्ट, एक यूनिक गेस्ट, एक माउंटेनियर, एक सोल्जर, एक ऑफिसर, एक एडवेंचरर, इनसे हम आपको मिलाते हैं। हमारी शो की जीनत इस बार बने हैं कर्नल रणवीर जमवाल, सेना मेडल एंड VSM बार। कर्नल जमवाल, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है हमारी शो में आपका।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, इट्स एन ऑनर टू बी हियर सर।
नो, द ऑनर एंड प्रिविलेज इज आवर्स। अच्छा, एक बात बताइए कर्नल जमवाल, आपका सफर कहां से शुरू होता है? जम्मू से आप बिलोंग करते हैं?
बिल्कुल।
आपका सफर कहां से शुरू होता है?
सर जम्मू के गांव बडोड़ी का रहने वाला हूं मैं, और मेरा सफ़र फौज में सर एज ए सिपाही शुरू हुआ सर। आई हैव जॉइंड आर्मी एज अ सोल्जर। 4 साल में 15 डोगरा में रहा सर। उसके बाद आई क्लियर्ड ACC एग्जामिनेशन एंड देन आई केम टू इंडियन मिलिट्री अकेडमी सर, और उसके बाद आई बिकेम एन ऑफिसर, और तब से इंडियन आर्मी में हूँ सर। इट्स बीन नाउ 28 years आई एम इन इंडियन आर्मी एंड आई एम हियर बिकॉज ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी सर। दे हैव मेड मी व्हाट एवर आई एम आई टुडे।
एक बात बताइए कर्नल जमवाल, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, ये जो पहाड़ आपने हमारे व्यूअर्स को शायद नहीं पता होगा, कर्नल जमवाल हैज क्लाइम्ड द हाईएस्ट पीक इन एवरी कॉन्टिनेंट ऑन अर्थ। हर एक कॉन्टिनेंट की आपने पीक्स चढ़ी हैं। ये उनको क्या, फौज को क्या लगा कि ये बंदा पहाड़ का, इसको पहाड़ पे ही रखो? ये क्या हुआ?
शायद ये भी लगा हो सर, बट एज आई टोल्ड यू सर, आई एम बिकॉज ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी सर, दे हैव मेड मी सर। जब ऑब्वियसली 2 साल की नौकरी थी सर, आई वाज अ लेफ्टिनेंट ऑब्वियसली, सो तब मुझे इस कोर्स के लिए भेजा गया, हाई एल्टीट्यूड वॉरफेयर स्कूल। तो हॉज में कोर्स के लिए भेजा गया हमें सर। आई हैव डन ऑल 4 कोर्सेज देयर। सो तब शायद जब वहाँ कोर्स करते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि हाँ इस बंदे में पोटेंशियल है, तो उसको वी गॉट एन इंस्ट्रक्टर ग्रेडिंग देयर से, बेस्ट स्टूडेंट इंस्ट्रक्टर ग्रेडिंग देयर, आई गॉट इट, एंड देन आई वाज कॉल्ड बैक एज इंस्ट्रक्टर देयर। फ्रॉम 2007 to 2009 आई वाज इंस्ट्रक्टर देयर। 2003 में मैंने ये कोर्सेज किए थे, एंड देयर ऑन सर द जर्नी ऑफ माउंटेनियरिंग एक्चुअली बिगेन सर, और उसके बाद से ये जर्नी अब तक जारी है सर। इट्स बीन 45 एक्सपीडिशंस नाउ सो फार सर।
45 एक्सपीडिशंस?
यस सर, यस सर।
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मेरी ना छोटी सी हौज की कहानी है। तो हमारे टाइम पे क्या था कि आई वाज कमीशन्ड इन 1994। तो हमें उस समय कुछ 1-2 साल के लिए था, वैसे तो इन्फेंट्री के लिए कमांडो कंपलसरी होता है
सर।
हमें बोला गया कि कंपलसरी नहीं, यू कैन चूज। अच्छा, हमें इतनी नॉलेज नहीं थी, हमें तो ये लगा कमांडो में जाएंगे रगड़ा होगा। तो मेरा कोर्समेट है रावत, मैं रावत से मेरी बातचीत हुई, तो रावत ने बोला कि हौज का जो कोर्स है ना बड़ा मज़े का है, कोई मेहनत वहनत नहीं है, स्कीइंग सीखेंगे वहाँ पे और कश्मीरी वाजवान खाएंगे, बड़ी ऐश होगी यार, आ जा तू गुलमर्ग आ जा। तो आई टोल्ड द एडजुटेंट एट दैट टाइम, यू नो कैप्टन अनुज यूज्ड टू बी द एडजुटेंट ऑफ 17 कुमाऊं। मैं अनुज सर के पास गया, मैंने बोला सर मैंने तो इस कोर्स में जाना है। क्या ठीक है तू चले जा। मैं वहाँ पे चला गया और मैं हौज में गया, एंड इट वाज द बिगेस्ट शॉक ऑफ माई लाइफ। सॉलिड रगड़ा यार हौज में, तो सॉलिड रगड़ा।
It is one of the toughest courses I would say sir, and but you enjoy sir. Once you start enjoying it, mountaineering,
No,
rock climbing, skiing.
I don't enjoy it. You need to be of a certain mindset, na?
Maybe sir, you're right.
हाँ यार, वहाँ पे
I enjoyed a lot. I enjoyed a lot, and probably that's the reason sir. I got the best student, I got the instructor grading, and I went back there. Just after 2 years of doing the course, I went back there as instructor. I enjoyed every bit of it, sir. Probably.
अच्छा, आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन-कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
Yes sir.
3 times एवरेस्टर। यार बिग क्लैप एंड अ बिग सैल्यूट यार।
Thank you, sir.
हमसे सीढ़ियां नहीं चढ़ी जाती। देखिए, यू क्लाइम्ड एवरेस्ट 3 times।
Thanks sir.
और
Thank you.
कौन-कौन से बताइए।
In fact sir, we went to Everest 4 times. 2015 में when we went, obviously you know sir, earthquake happened. And then we obviously we changed our things to the rescue team. And we were there in at Everest base camp for around 15 days. We helped others. We even helped the casualties. और as Indians we are, जब हमने देखा कि इर्द गिर्द पूरे लाशें बिछी हैं, जख्मी लोग हैं, हम लोगों ने फिर सर अपना जो हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन्स लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे, हमने फिर वो सारी चीज़ें पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे उनके लिए खोल दिया। इट वॉज सॉर्ट ऑफ लंगर। तो सुबह वो लंगर चलता था, दोपहर को, शाम को वहाँ पे सारे जो आते थे वो खा सकते थे, कोई भी आ सकता था, कोई भी मेडिसिन एडवाइस, कोई भी मेडिकेशन, इंजेक्शंस वो हमारे से अफोर्ड कर सकता था। वो मतलब ही कैन ऑलवेज कम एंड गेट द गाइडेंस फ्रॉम अस। वी हैड द डॉक्टर, बेस्ट डॉक्टर विद अस, वी हैड द बेस्ट टीम विद अस, वी वर अराउंड 25 then sir, and we all supported, and we all even cleaned the Everest base camp before we actually moved out of Everest base camp, and it was appreciated a lot sir. In fact I would say sir, क्लाइंबिंग से ज़्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला है, बिकॉज क्लाइंबिंग तो हर कोई करता है, लेकिन मैटर ये करता है कि सर व्हाट हैव यू गिवन बैक। और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को सर। दैट वाज द बेस्ट मोमेंट आई वुड से सर। डेफिनेटली अ बैड थिंग दैट दिस थिंग हैपेंड, बट देन उसके बाद जो हमने किया, और उसके बाद आपको पता ही है सर, Indian government also sent the rescue teams in Nepal, whole Nepal. But Everest base camp पे जो चीज़ थी सर, that was appreciated by each and everyone.
तो कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना?
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गई, डेथ एंड डिस्ट्रक्शन हो गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, अब बाद में चढ़ लेंगे, सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ। तो वहाँ पे लंगर भी खोला, दवाइयाँ भी दी। आई थिंक ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। ये थोड़ा सा इंडियन आर्मी का क्रक्स भी है ना, थोड़ा सा।
बिल्कुल सर।
वो ब्लड स्ट्रीम में थोड़ा सा भारतीय।
दिस इज द टीचिंग ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी सर। अगर मैं बोलूँ कि मेरा पर्सनल नथिंग सर, दिस इज बीइंग टीचिंग ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी। Wherever we are supposed to be, and probably that is where the courage lies sir. एंड अगर हम शायद वो चीज़ नहीं करते, हम अपने आप को मुंह दिखाने काबिल नहीं रहते। एंड दिस इज़ व्हाट आई टोल्ड पीपल सर, दिस इज़ व्हाट आई टोल्ड माय बॉयज़, कि दिस इज़ अ टाइम वी हैव टू प्रूव दैट इंडियन आर्मी इज़ हियर, and let's start this. And then we started, and people started appreciating, because we know how people were running down. They were crying, they were like telling कि एक और भूचाल आने वाला है, पूरा ग्लेशियर गिरने वाला है, and we said कि कोई बात नहीं. And I told my boys कि अगर भगवान ने हमें इस बार नहीं मारा, don't worry, nothing will happen to us. हम करेंगे ये चीज़ और हम यहीं रुकेंगे, एंड तक रुकेंगे जब तक सारे यहाँ से नीचे नहीं जाते. And probably I would say, sir, that was a silver lining, sir. And I'm really happy, sir, we took that decision that time, and we came down as heroes, sir. And when we came down, lot of people who we don't know actually, ना हम उनको जानते थे, ना वो हमें जानते थे पहले. जब वो नीचे आ रहे थे, they were all telling, the Indian Army team is there, they're doing a very good job. Obviously हम अकेले नहीं थे, sir. When you're doing such things, all good people actually come together. So lot of teams obviously started supporting each other. But ये था कि हमारे पास साजो सामान काफ़ी था, हमारे पास खाना था, 45 दिन का खाना लेके चले थे 25 टीम के लिए. उसके बाद हमारे पास, एंड एज आर्मी वी ऑलवेज केटर फॉर कंटीजेंसीज. एक छोटी सी बात बताता हूँ सर आपको कि हम लोग हर बार स्ट्रेचर लेके जाते हैं. उस बार भी किसी ने पूछा कि सर स्ट्रेचर की वहाँ पे क्या ज़रूरत है, वहाँ पे तो डॉक्टर हमारे साथ है, ये वो. तो मैंने बोला यार कंटीजेंसी है, फौज में सिखाया जाता है, लेके चलते हैं, नहीं भी होगा तो क्या है, 5 kg तो टोटल वेट है उसका. एंड उस टाइम पे सर जब ये हादसा हुआ, वहाँ पे सर दुनिया जब कोई रोप से बांध के बॉडी को लेके जा रहा है, कोई किसी से, लकड़ी तो वहाँ में मिलेगी नहीं, ग्लेशियर है सर. व्हेन वी टुक आउट दोज 2 stretchers, they were like, how did you manage this? And we always told, this is what army trains us. Army trains us for contingencies also. And this was the thing, this was the learning. And obviously when we took it out, they were all very happy and they were like, how did you think about it? So ये आर्मी की ट्रेनिंग है सर जो हमें सिखाते.
जब 18,000 फुट पे आर्मी गरम पकौड़े खिला सकती है, स्ट्रेचर क्या चीज़ है?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर.
इट्स ऑल मेंटालिटी, इट्स ऑल ट्रेनिंग.
एब्सोल्युटली.
अच्छा एक बात बताइए कर्नल जमवाल, आपने ये हेल्प करी, फिर एवरेस्ट 2 बार आप कब चढ़े?
सर 2012. It was Indian Army women team. Col Jamwal was my team leader. I was the deputy leader with him that time, sir.
ये अपने गढ़वाल वाले?
गढ़वाल वाले, yes sir. So he was my team leader then, sir, and I have learned a lot from him. Yes, yes, I have learned a lot from him, sir.
I know.
He was a fantastic team leader, and that's how, sir, probably I learned a lot from him. I could able to go in 2013 again, and then I was selected as team leader, sir. This was Indo-Nepalese team, sir, and again, obviously, it was Indo-Nepalese mixed team. So I learned a lot from them also, because there is always a stage actually, sir, wherein you learn a lot. So because हमारी भी वो स्टेज थी सर, 8,000 मीटर पे एक्सपीडिशन पे जा रहे हो. दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट एक्सपीडिशन एज एवरेस्ट टीम लीडर. सो यू लर्न अ लॉट सर, बिकॉज गोइंग to Everest as just a climber is a different scenario, sir. But going to Everest as a team leader, you have to see a lot of things, sir. You are actually a leader as well as a climber as well as a manager. You have to manage everything. कि क्या आपके पास पूरी contingencies हैं, आपके पास राशन पूरा लेके जा रहे हो, पूरी medicines ठीक हैं, all climbers are okay, Sherpas which we are hiring they are okay. How do you manage them when they
responsibility?
Go up? Absolutely, absolutely. So everything what you do there, it is a team leader's responsibility. How he deputes it. And then above that you have to climb also. So it is a great responsibility, sir. I am happy Army has given me that opportunity and I could able to do that, sir. And then we went back again in 2015 when this earthquake happened, and then same team went back in 2016 and then I climbed for the 3rd time.
तो इसीलिए VSM मिले 2-2.
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल सर. That is obviously, sir, perks and privileges of being there, sir. And obviously Army definitely Army recognizes.
More than 100.
Sir, thank you.
I mean आप whenever I meet Colonel Kotial next,
sir,
मैं उनसे पूछूंगा जरूर सर. आपने बताया अच्छा he is a very humble type of a guy.
मतलब
you won't tell कि मैं एवरेस्टर हूँ.
He is very humble.
He is very humble. So अगली बार मैं उनको पकड़ूंगा. If I go to Dehradun, I'll catch hold of him and say कि सर आप बताओ आप कैसे एवरेस्ट की कहानी क्या.
In fact, mountaineering, में sir, there's one thing which always teaches you. A lot of people tell me, sir, what have you learned from mountains? I think the best thing which mountain teaches us, it teaches us to be humble. That's the best teaching which mountain gives us.
You can't have an ego problem with the mountain.
Absolutely.
It's so massive, immovable.
और आप हमेशा सर झुका के चलते हैं सर. When you go in mountaineering, sir, that is the best thing which it teaches you.
नहीं, बड़ी बात है, बड़ी बात है. अच्छा, तो ये हुआ. फिर आप गए और आपने हर एक कॉन्टिनेंट का आपने टॉलेस्ट पीक चढ़ा. अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed, sir, Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain, sir.
Okay.
I'll tell you a story how it all started, sir. So then obviously, sir, I went to Elbrus, that was Russia, sir. That is highest mountain of Europe, sir. That is Mount Elbrus, sir. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent, sir. So that is Mount Aconcagua, it's in Argentina-Chile border.
Okay.
So then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf, Papua New Guinea, आपने नाम सुना होगा सर. This part, half part is part of Indonesia politically, but this is landmass belongs to the Australian continent. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain, Australian subcontinental shelf we'll call it. It is the highest mountain of that. So then we climbed, I went and climbed the highest mountain. उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था सर. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That is in Alaska. That name is Mount Denali sir.
Mount Denali.
Mount Denali sir. That's called Mount McKinley earlier, but Denali is the original name of that. Denali is the mountain sir. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Why I waited for that? Because
you went to Antarctica also?
Antarctica sir. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the seventh continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif. I took it last, reason being it actually costs you a lot. It costs you 40 lakhs to go to Antarctica, climb that mountain and come back. So I had to arrange that funds before I go there. So that's why I kept it at the last. So courtesy Everest, courtesy Army, I did the Everest. And then other mountains, sir, I did on my own. That was self-funding.
शौक से?
शौक से सर. I wanted to do it sir. और अब मैं बताता हूँ सर शौक कैसे हुआ. I lost my finger sir. As you know sir, in 2009 Mount Mana expedition, that was my first expedition as a team leader. So we got caught in a snow blizzard for 17 hours. हम कैसे बचे ये मुझे भी आज तक नहीं पता सर, बट बच गए हम लोग. जब नीचे आए तो ऑब्वियसली आपकी फिंगर काली पड़ चुकी है, फ्रॉस्ट बाइट हो चुका है, एंड देयर आर पीपल हु आर टेलिंग यू कि यार पहाड़ चढ़े क्यों, या अभी रहने दो, नॉट फॉर यू एंड ऑल. So those 6 months when you're LMC, we call it LMC, low medical category. So you're not running, you're excused PT and all because आपकी finger कट चुकी है. So you're down but not out. So I was, those 6 months I planned these things. How will I do it? And what will I do? So that time I planned these 7 summits. इसके बारे में पूरा जाना, इसके बारे में मैंने बुक्स बनाई सर. आई रोट डाउन एवरीथिंग, जॉटेड डाउन एवरीथिंग, वॉट एवर आई कुड टेक आउट द प्रिंट आउट, आई टुक आउट द प्रिंट आउट. मैंने इनकी बुक्स बनाई कि दीज आर दी 7 माउंटेन्स विच आई नीड टू डू, विच आई विल डू आफ्टर आई गेट फिजिकली फिट अगेन. एंड आई मेड दोज बुक्स सर in 2009, and I climbed my last mountain in 2019 January sir. So it took me 10 years to achieve that dream, to accomplish that 7 summits dream, but finally I could make it. But at least जो dream 10 साल पहले देखा था, I did not budge. I know that I have to complete it anyhow, so I could able to do it sir.
This is amazing, this is so fascinating. एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए.
सर आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. एवरेस्ट इज द हाईएस्ट माउंटेन इन द वर्ल्ड एंड इट विल रिमेन सो. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult. Most difficult sir. सर आप जितना मर्जी कोई बोल ले कि रोप भी क्लाइंब की मिलती है, शेरपास सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, बट अल्टीमेटली चलना आपको है सर. अल्टीमेटली क्रेवासेस उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. अल्टीमेटली वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है. ऑक्सीजन मास्क लगा के ऑक्सीजन फेल भी हो सकती है सर, ऑक्सीजन मास्क आपका रह सकता है, सिलेंडर आपका फेल हो सकता है. उस पूरी रात को जो क्लाइंब करना है वो आपने करना है. रात को क्लाइंब होता है सर. अराउंड 7-8 यू स्टार्ट एंड मॉर्निंग 4 or 5 o'clock यू समिट एंड देन यू कम बैक.
डर लगा कभी
सर? आई थिंक डरना भी ज़रूरी है सर, डरना भी ज़रूरी है, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं. डरना भी जरूरी है सर. डर लगता है.
Your instincts are very honed at that time.
Absolutely.
Adrenaline is pumping and
absolutely sir.
You know that there is an element of fear.
बिल्कुल sir.
And बिल्कुल ऐसा sharp दिखता है. Everything is HD.
Sir, it's a sharp edge sir. It's a sharp edge. And I have seen people come down like just sacks sir. I have seen people coming down. एक कैराबिनर पे आपकी पूरी जिंदगी है सर. सो अगर आप सतर्क नहीं है और अगर आपको डर नहीं लग रहा है कि अगर मैंने एक कैराबिनर को कुछ गड़बड़ की मैं गिर सकता हूं, तो ऑब्वियसली सर दैट इज वाई डरना जरूरी है सर. डरना जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज आप सतर्क रहते हैं सर. दिस इज व्हाट आई फील.
अच्छा, टेल मी वन थिंग, यू नो आई हैव हर्ड दैट यू वर आल्सो इन्वॉल्वड इन, ये जब चाइना के साथ प्रॉब्लम हुई थी लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल पे, यू वर देयर इन सम ऑपरेशन. वुड यू लाइक टू टॉक अबाउट दैट?
आई थिंक आई विल पास ऑन दैट क्वेश्चन सर. पहाड़ों की बात करते हैं.
चलो पहाड़ों की बात करते हैं. चलो गुड, ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम. हम पहाड़ों की बात करते हैं. एक बात बताओ आप मुझे कर्नल जमवाल, आप ये माउंटेनियरिंग के बाद आपका साइकिलिंग का बड़ा मामला रहा. cycling. You recently cycled and कहाँ सिंगापुर गए थे आप कहाँ गए थे?
Yes, sir. We went to 6 nations, sir. This was.
आपने 6 countries में साइकिल भी चलाई है?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm pleasantly posted in NIMAS. NIMAS stands for National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports. This is a very unique.
ये उत्तरकाशी वाला?
नहीं sir. This is in Dirang Valley, sir. This is a very unique institute. It's in Arunachal Pradesh, sir. Very unique institute, sir. Raised in 2013. It's been only 10 years of this institute journey, sir. And we have celebrated the 10th year with a bang by doing 6 nation cycling expedition and also celebrating India's G20 presidency.
तो आप गए कैसे कर्नल जमवाल, ये जो छह जो कंट्रीज में आप साइकिल करने गए, ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया कि हम 6 देशों में चलते हैं और कौन कौन से देश थे आप?
सर एक्चुअली पहले तो ये प्लान था कि हम लोग जो INA ने रूट लिया था सर, सिंगापुर से वो सर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आए थे सर, सर INA की फौज पूरी आई थी।
बिल्कुल।
हमारा वो प्लान था कि सर हम साइकिल करते हुए म्यांमार बॉर्डर को क्रॉस करते हुए म्यांमार में एंटर करते हुए म्यांमार, थाईलैंड, मलेशिया, सिंगापुर जाएंगे। पर म्यांमार में थिंग्स वर नॉट stable. So we were told sir not to take Myanmar. So then we decided कि अगर म्यांमार नहीं जा रहे, let's go to the northernmost corner of Southeast Asia and we start from there. So this became our expedition and obviously sir, always we have the support of Ministry of Defence for that sir. Okay. And then we planned this expedition, we got an approval and then we started from Vietnam. So Vietnam we landed at Hanoi. From Hanoi we went to the northernmost part, there's a place called Sapa. So there's the highest mountain of Vietnam there sir. We climbed that sir. Obviously माउंटेनियर का वो किंग है सर, तो इसलिए वहाँ पे सर उनका हाईएस्ट माउंटेन क्लाइंब किया एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड साइक्लिंग डाउन फ्रॉम देयर. सो अराउंड
यू क्लाइम्ड अ माउंटेन एंड देन फ्रॉम द माउंटेन यू स्टार्टेड साइक्लिंग डाउन?
यस, माउंटेन से नीचे आके सर फ्रॉम दैट टाउन कॉल्ड सापा सर. पहले हेनोई से सर सापा गए सर पहाड़ साइकिलिंग करके.
मुझे कर्नल जमाल ये बात समझ में नहीं, आप लोग साइकिल चलाने गए थे सर, आपने माउंटेन देखा, आपने बोला यार दिस इज आल्सो वेरी गुड आइडिया, साइकिल बाद में चलाते हैं, पहले पहाड़ चढ़ेंगे.
एक्चुअली यू कांट स्टे अवे फ्रॉम दैट सर, कहीं ना कहीं वो पहाड़ चढ़े सर. बिल्कुल सर, वी वेंट साइक्लिंग अप सर टू सापा. 2 दिन लिए सर, पहाड़ चढ़ा, फिर वापस सापा में वापस आए एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड साइक्लिंग अगेन डाउन सर. सो दिस इज व्हाट वी डिड. आई over around 5,374 kilometers of cycling we did sir. 37 days of cycling we did. Overall we had around 50 days with us, but बीच में maintenance day लेने पड़ते थे सर. Laos and Cambodia was bad as far as the road conditions were concerned. It was very humid, very warm. So we did that sir. We took a break, maintenance breaks in between, और साइकिल्स ठीक करते थे, पंचर हो जाते थे सर, कभी कभी हवा निकल जाती थी, वो सब हमने किया एंड फाइनली वी कुड एबल टू रीच सिंगापुर एंड वी कल्मिनेटेड आवर जर्नी एट INA वॉर मेमोरियल एट सिंगापुर सर. So that was the best part. Meeting INA veterans in Kuala Lumpur and in Singapore was the best part sir. Like there are a lot of things which me and you don't know about INA sir. हमें यही नहीं पता सर INA का एक यूथ विंग था which was called like बालक सेना. आज की तारीख में अगर आप मुझसे पूछें, आई वॉज डिस्कसिंग विद माई वाइफ, आई वॉज टेलिंग, ऑब्वियसली शी इज़ माई बिगेस्ट सपोर्ट ऑल्सो किरण, आई वॉज टेलिंग कि यार हमें मुगलों की पूरे वंशज पता है, लेकिन हमें यही नहीं पता कि INA के एक यूथ विंग था कॉल्ड बालक सेना, INA का एक पॉलिटिकल विंग था कॉल्ड IILL, इंडियन इंडिपेंडेंस लीग, और उस बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो हमें कभी पता ही नहीं लगी, ना हमें कभी बताई गई, किसी ने नहीं बताई सर. बिल्कुल सर. When I met Lieutenant Sundaram there in Kuala Lumpur sir, he had lots and lots of stories to tell about INA sir. I think हमें जो आज की तारीख में भी पता है सर, probably वो 5% भी नहीं है सर. Still lot of things which we are
about
yet to know. Yes, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose sir, and about INA sir, how it was formed, what they did sir. बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी है सर जो हमें बिल्कुल भी नहीं पता.
बिल्कुल नहीं पता ना. अच्छा कर्नल जमाल, मेरा आखिरी सवाल, आप जिस इंस्टीट्यूट को हेड करते हैं, यू आर स्टिल अ सर्विंग कर्नल इन द आर्मी, आप सर्व कर रहे हैं आर्मी में, और अभी मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ कि जैसे आप जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में हैं ना, वो इंस्टीट्यूट है क्या? आप ज़रा थोड़ा सा तफसील से बताइए, डिटेल में बताइए हमें, वो करता क्या है और आपका रोल क्या है?
As I told sir, it is National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports. NIMAS it is called. It is situated in Dirang Valley, Arunachal Pradesh. It is a very unique institute and only national institute sir which is mandated to give you adventure certification in all 3 verticals of adventure. When we say about adventure sir, mountaineering obviously the biggest part and big impact even to call it, पर उसके अलावा भी this is only a land vertical. In land vertical we say sir anything which happens on land, sport climbing हो गई sir, skiing हो गई, cycling हो गई, mountaineering हो गई. Apart from that there is obviously a different vertical called aero adventure, and aqua adventure. In aero adventure, sir, we trained, we give certification courses in paramotor and paragliding, and in aqua adventure, sir, we give certification courses in whitewater rafting and scuba diving, sir. We have best of the instructors with us. They train and give the certification courses. This is what NIMAS stands for, and slowly people are knowing about it, sir, now.
And you head NIMAS?
Yes, sir. I had NIMAS, sir. I, as a director, sir, I am the director of the institute.
Achha, NIMAS is under MOD or what?
It is under MOD, sir.
Great. And Colonel Jamwal, it's a unique honor and privilege. आप आए हमारी शो में.
Thank you, sir.
बहुत अच्छा लगा. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका शो में आने के लिए. Ladies and gentlemen, a true blue hero. इन्होंने कितने तो 1000 किलोमीटर साइकिल चलाई है, 3 times एवरेस्टर हैं. और मैं इनसे पूछ रहा था, वो लाइन ऑफ एक्चुअल कंट्रोल कर्नल साहब ने मना कर दिया, कह रहा मैं उसके बारे में बात नहीं करूंगा. लेकिन टू क्लाइम द हाईएस्ट पीक्स, ये ना होता है कुछ लोगों के एक कुछ लोगों का एक खास एक जहनियत होती है, एक माइंडसेट होता है जिसकी वजह से आप चढ़ सकते हैं. They say that we want to climb this mountain because it's there. किसी ने बोला भी था ना?
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल. George Mallory said. Yes. Why you're climbing?
Why you're climbing? He says because it's there.
Yes sir.
अब इसमें देखिए कितनी बड़ी फिलॉसफी है कि वो है, इसलिए मैं वहां पे चढ़ना चाहता हूं. तो दोस्तों बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ये एपिसोड देखने के लिए. मैं हाजिर हूंगा दूसरा एपिसोड. I'll be back with another episode with another achiever, another person who has really made a difference to the life of others. Thank you for watching the Gaurav Arya Show. Jai Hind. आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए. एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस.
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट में चढ़ चुका था. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए.
सर आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek.
A very good morning. You're watching Republic TV with me, Rakshita Mishra. Let's get you all that is making headlines at this hour.
Ambassador Mr. Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, who is the face of terror diplomacy in the free world, we want to remind him that it is unacceptable.
After UK and Canada, Khalistani provocation in US, Indian envoy threatened and journalist assaulted. Rahul Gandhi convicted and disqualified, but Vadra Congress in complete denial. Stage is Satyagraha now.
बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं.
Is Congress versus Congress over Rahul disqualification? Does Congress party admit that Rahul Gandhi is guilty?
Two, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
ISRO reaches another milestone with launch of 36 OneWeb internet satellites into space. India's daughters bring back home glory. Neetu Gangas and Sweetie Bura become world champions. Tornadoes ripped through Mississippi. At least 23 have been killed and several others injured. All right, we'll start with some big breaking news that is coming in at this point in time. The question that is arising right now with the latest development is a section in the Congress party happy after Rahul Gandhi getting disqualified? Acharya Pramod of the Congress party has ravished questions on Pramod Tiwari, who is not only a MP, a member of parliament, but a deputy leader of Congress in the Rajya Sabha. MIB, that is the Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Anurag Thakur, had raised this issue up yesterday. Pramod Tiwari had said that Rahul Gandhi should be punished, but it should not be 2 years. Executive Editor for Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, is joining us on the phone line. Aishwarya, yet again we see a divide in the Congress party, just on the day when we see that the Congress is organizing a quote-unquote satyagraha. One of them, an important leader, is now talking about, in fact admitting that Rahul Gandhi is guilty.
Well, that's the point, and if they are openly accepting it, then why and what is the reason behind this protest? So the Congress seems to be divided, and this is a question which is being raised from within the Congress quarters now, from within the leadership of the Congress party. Acharya Pramod Krishnam, who also hails from Uttar Pradesh, raising questions on Pramod Tiwari, whom, as you correctly mentioned, is not only a member of parliament, but also the deputy leader of the House, as far as the Congress is concerned, in the upper house. So very clearly, this is an embarrassing situation for the Congress party, where you have a leader to the likes of Pramod Tiwari accepting on record, on camera, that, well, absolutely. And we have senior Congress leader Acharya Pramod Krishnam joining us. Acharya ji, you had just raised the question. आपने अभी सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट पे ओपनली बोला है कि भाई प्रमोद तिवारी को ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए था, लेकिन प्रमोद तिवारी तो बोल रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी गिल्टी हैं, बस उनको 2 साल की सजा नहीं होनी चाहिए थी। और अगर गिल्टी हैं राहुल गांधी, तो फिर ये सत्याग्रह आंदोलन किस लिए, आचार्य?
देखिए ऐश्वर्या, राहुल गांधी जी बिल्कुल गिल्टी नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी ने किसी भी कम्युनिटी का कोई अपमान नहीं किया है। राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ जो केस दर्ज हुआ है वो बीजेपी के नेता की तरफ से दर्ज हुआ सूरत में, और पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा की तहत हुआ। लेकिन राहुल गांधी जी के लिए ये बयान देना, और वो भी हमारे किसी बड़े नेता के द्वारा, कि भाई राहुल गांधी जी को 2 साल की सजा नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, कम होनी चाहिए थी, तो इसका मतलब है कि हम ये मान रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी जी ने गलत किया है, राहुल गांधी जी तो दोषी हैं। तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ पार्टी के भीतर भी एक साजिश हो रही है।
नहीं, आप एक बहुत बड़ा इंडिकेशन दे रहे हैं। आप क्या कह रहे हैं कि प्रमोद तिवारी राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ साजिश कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं ले रहा हूं, लेकिन आप याद करो 2019 में जब राहुल गांधी जी ने कांग्रेस पार्टी से अध्यक्ष पद से इस्तीफा दिया था, तो उस समय कांग्रेस पार्टी के जब अध्यक्ष का पद उन्होंने छोड़ा, तो पार्टी के बहुत बड़े नेताओं ने ये मैसेज देने की कोशिश की कि राहुल गांधी जी ने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया। फिर उसके बाद
बिल्कुल आचार्य, बहुत धन्यवाद। समय कम है, प्रधानमंत्री की मन की बात शुरुआत होगी, वापस आएंगे आपके साथ डायरेक्टली टू प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स मन की बात। व्यूअर्स,
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में हमने ऐसे हजारों लोगों की चर्चा की है जो दूसरों की सेवा के लिए अपना जीवन समर्पित कर देते हैं। कई लोग ऐसे होते हैं जो बेटियों की शिक्षा के लिए अपनी पूरी पेंशन लगा देते हैं। कोई अपने पूरे जीवन की कमाई पर्यावरण और जीव सेवा के लिए समर्पित कर देता है। हमारे देश में परमार्थ को इतना ऊपर रखा गया है कि दूसरों के सुख के लिए लोग अपना सर्वस्व दान देने में भी संकोच नहीं करते। इसलिए तो हमें बचपन से शिवी और दधीची जैसे देहदानियों की गाथाएं सुनाई जाती हैं। साथियों, आधुनिक मेडिकल साइंस के इस दौर में ऑर्गन डोनेशन किसी को जीवन देने का एक बहुत बड़ा माध्यम बन चुका है। कहते हैं, जब एक व्यक्ति मृत्यु के बाद अपना शरीर दान करता है तो उससे 8 से 9 लोगों को एक नया जीवन मिलने की संभावना बनती है। संतोष की बात है कि आज देश में ऑर्गन डोनेशन के प्रति जागरूकता भी बढ़ रही है। साल 2013 में हमारे देश में ऑर्गन डोनेशन के 5000 से भी कम केसेस थे, लेकिन 2022 में ये संख्या बढ़कर 15,000 से ज्यादा हो गई है। ऑर्गन डोनेशन करने वाले व्यक्तियों ने, उनके परिवार ने वाकई बहुत पुण्य का काम किया है। साथियों, मेरा बहुत समय से मन था कि मैं ऐसा पुण्य कार्य करने वाले लोगों के मन की बात जानूं और इसे देशवासियों के साथ भी शेयर करूं। इसलिए आज मन की बात में हमारे साथ एक प्यारी सी बिटिया, एक सुंदर गुड़िया के पिता और उनकी माताजी हमारे साथ जुड़ने जा रहे हैं। पिताजी का नाम है सुखबीर सिंह संधू जी और माताजी का नाम है सुप्रीत कौर जी। ये परिवार पंजाब के अमृतसर में रहते हैं। बहुत मन्नतों के बाद उन्हें एक बहुत सुंदर गुड़िया बिटिया हुई थी। घर के लोगों ने बहुत प्यार से उसका नाम रखा था अबाबत कौर। अबाबत का अर्थ दूसरे की सेवा से जुड़ा है, दूसरों का कष्ट दूर करने से जुड़ा है। अबाबत जब सिर्फ 39 दिन की थी तभी वो ये दुनिया छोड़कर चली गई, लेकिन सुखबीर सिंह संधू जी और उनकी पत्नी सुप्रीत कौर जी ने, उनके परिवार ने बहुत ही प्रेरणादायी फैसला लिया। ये फैसला था 39 दिन की उम्र वाली बेटी के अंगदान का, ऑर्गन डोनेशन का। हमारे साथ इस समय फोन लाइन पर सुखबीर सिंह और उनकी श्रीमती जी मौजूद है। आइए उनसे बात करते हैं। सुखबीर जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सत श्री अकाल।
सत श्री अकाल जी, सत श्री अकाल जी। सुखबीर जी, मैं आज मन की बात के संबंध में सोच रहा था तो मुझे लगा कि अबाबत की बात इतनी प्रेरक है, वो आप ही के मुंह से सुनूं, क्योंकि घर में बेटी का जन्म जब होता है तो अनेक सपने, अनेक खुशियां लेकर आता है, लेकिन बेटी इतनी जल्दी चली जाए वो कष्ट कितना भयंकर होगा उसका भी मैं अंदाज लगा सकता हूँ। जिस प्रकार से आपने फैसला लिया तो मैं सारी बात जानना चाहता हूँ जी।
सर, भगवान ने बहुत अच्छा बच्चा दिया था हमें। बहुत प्यारी गुड़िया हमारे घर में आई थी। उसके पैदा होते ही हमें पता चला कि उसके दिमाग में एक ऐसा नाड़ियों का गुच्छा बना हुआ है जिसकी वजह से उसके दिल का आकार बड़ा हो रहा है। तो हम हैरान हो गए कि बच्चे की सेहत इतनी अच्छी है, इतना खूबसूरत बच्चा है और इतनी बड़ी समस्या लेकर पैदा हुआ है। तो पहले 24 दिन तक तो बहुत ठीक रहा बच्चा, बिल्कुल नॉर्मल रहा। अचानक उसका दिल एकदम काम करना बंद हो गया। तो हम जल्दी से उसको हॉस्पिटल लेके गए। वहां डॉक्टरों ने उसको रिवाइव तो कर दिया, लेकिन समझने में टाइम लगा कि इसको क्या दिक्कत आई, इतनी बड़ी दिक्कत के छोटा सा बच्चा और अचानक दिल का दौरा पड़ गया। तो हम उसको इलाज के लिए पीजीआई चंडीगढ़ ले गए। वहां बड़ी बहादुरी से उस बच्चे ने इलाज के लिए संघर्ष किया लेकिन बीमारी ऐसी थी कि उसका इलाज इतनी छोटी उम्र में संभव नहीं था। डॉक्टरों ने बहुत कोशिश की कि उसको रिवाइव करवाया जाए। अगर 6 महीने के आसपास बच्चा चला जाए तो उसका ऑपरेशन करने की सोची जा सकती थी, लेकिन भगवान को कुछ और मंजूर था। उन्होंने केवल 39 डेज की जब हुई तो डॉक्टर्स ने कहा कि इसको दोबारा दिल का दौरा पड़ा है, अब उम्मीद बहुत कम रह गई है। तो हम दोनों मियाँ बीवी रोते हुए इस निर्णय पे पहुंचे कि हमने देखा था उसको बहादुरी से जूझते हुए, बार बार ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे कि अब चला जाएगी, लेकिन फिर रिवाइव कर रही थी। तो हमें लगा कि इस बच्चे का यहाँ आने का कोई मकसद है। तो उन्होंने जब बिल्कुल ही जवाब दे दिया तो हम दोनों ने डिसाइड किया कि क्यों ना हम इस बच्चे के ऑर्गन डोनेट कर दें, शायद किसी और की जिंदगी में उजाला आ जाए। फिर हमने पीजीआई के जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ब्लॉक है उनमें संपर्क किया और उन्होंने हमें गाइड किया। इतने छोटे बच्चे के केवल किडनीज ही दी जा सकती हैं। परमात्मा ने हिम्मत दी, गुरु नानक साहब का फलसफा है, इसी सोच से हमने डिसीजन ले लिया जी।
नहीं, गुरुओं ने जो शिक्षा दी है उसमें आपने जी करके दिखाया जी। सुरप्रीत जी हैं क्या, उनसे बात हो सकती है?
जी सर।
हेलो
सुरप्रीत जी, मैं आपको प्रणाम करता हूँ।
नमस्कार सर। नमस्कार सर, ये हमारे लिए बड़ी गर्व की बात है कि आप हमसे बात कर रहे हैं।
आपने इतना बड़ा काम किया है और मैं मानता हूँ देश ये सारी बातें जब सुनेगा तो बहुत लोग किसी की जिंदगी बचाने के लिए आगे आएंगे। अबाबत का ये योगदान है, ये बहुत बड़ा है जी।
सर, ये भी गुरु नानक पातशाह जी की शायद बख्शिश थी कि उन्होंने हिम्मत दी ऐसा डिसीजन लेने में।
गुरुओं की कृपा के बिना तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता जी।
बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल।
सुखबीर जी, जब आप अस्पताल में होंगे और ये हिला देने वाला समाचार जब डॉक्टर ने आपको दिया, उसके बाद भी आपने स्वस्थ मन से, आपने और आपकी श्रीमती जी ने इतना बड़ा निर्णय किया। गुरुओं की सीख तो है ही है, आपके मन में इतना बड़ा उदार विचार और सचमुच में अबाबत का जो अर्थ सामान्य भाषा में कहे तो मददगार होता है, ये काम कर दिया। ये उस पल को मैं सुनना चाहता हूँ जी।
सर, एक्चुअली हमारे एक फैमिली फ्रेंड है प्रिया जी, उन्होंने अपने ऑर्गन डोनेट किए थे, उनसे भी हमें प्रेरणा मिली। तो उस समय तो हमें लगा कि शरीर जो है पंच तत्व में विलीन हो जाएगा। जो कोई बिछड़ जाता है, चला जाता है, तो उसका शरीर को जला दिया जाता है या दबा दिया जाता है। लेकिन अगर उसके ऑर्गन किसी के काम आ जाए तो ये भले का ही काम है। और उस समय हमें और गर्व महसूस हुआ जब डॉक्टर्स ने ये बताया हमें कि आपकी बेटी इंडिया की यंगेस्ट डोनर बनी है जिसके ऑर्गन सक्सेसफुली ट्रांसप्लांट हुए। तो हमारा सर गर्व से ऊंचा हो गया कि जो नाम हम अपने पेरेंट्स का इस उम्र तक नहीं कर पाए, एक छोटा सा बच्चा आके इतने दिनों में हमारा नाम ऊंचा कर गया। और इससे और बड़ी बात है कि आज आपसे बात हो रही है इस विषय पे, हम प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं।
सुखबीर जी, आज आपकी बेटी का सिर्फ एक अंग जीवित है ऐसा नहीं है, आपकी बेटी मानवता की अमर गाथा की अमर यात्री बन गई है। अपने शरीर के अंश के जरिए वो आज भी उपस्थित है। इस नेक कार्य के लिए मैं आपकी, आपकी श्रीमती जी की, आपके परिवार की सराहना करता हूं।
थैंक यू सर।
साथियों, ऑर्गन डोनेशन के लिए सबसे बड़ा जज्बा यही होता है कि जाते जाते भी किसी का भला हो जाए, किसी का जीवन बच जाए। जो लोग ऑर्गन डोनेशन का इंतजार करते हैं वो जानते हैं कि इंतजार का एक एक पल गुजरना कितना मुश्किल होता है। और ऐसे में जब कोई अंगदान या देहदान करने वाला मिल जाता है तो उसमें ईश्वर का स्वरूप ही नजर आता है। झारखंड की रहने वाली स्नेहलता चौधरी जी भी ऐसी ही थी जिन्होंने ईश्वर बनकर दूसरों को जिंदगी दी। 63 वर्ष की स्नेहलता चौधरी जी अपना हार्ट, किडनी और लीवर दान करके गई। आज मन की बात में उनके बेटे भाई अभिजीत चौधरी जी हमारे साथ हैं। आइए उनसे सुनते हैं। अभिजीत जी नमस्कार।
प्रणाम सर।
अभिजीत जी, आप एक ऐसी माँ के बेटे हैं जिसने आपको जन्म देकर एक प्रकार से जीवन तो दिया ही, लेकिन और जो अपनी मृत्यु के बाद भी आपकी माताजी कई लोगों को जीवन दे करके गई। एक पुत्र के नाते अभिजीत आप जरूर गर्व अनुभव करते होंगे।
हाँ जी सर।
आप अपनी माताजी के बारे में जरा बताइए, किन परिस्थितियों में ऑर्गन डोनेशन का फैसला लिया गया?
मेरी माताजी सरायकेला बोल के एक छोटा सा गांव है झारखंड में, वहाँ पे मेरे मम्मी पापा दोनों रहते हैं। ये पिछले 25 साल से लगातार मॉर्निंग वॉक करती थी और अपने हैबिट के अनुसार सुबह 4 बजे अपने मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए निकली थी। उस समय एक मोटरसाइकिल वाले ने इनको पीछे से धक्का मारा और वो उसी समय गिर गई, जिससे उनको सर पे बहुत ज्यादा चोट लगा। तुरंत हम लोगों ने उनको सदर अस्पताल सरायकेला ले गए, जहाँ डॉक्टर साहब ने उनकी मरहम पट्टी की पर खून बहुत निकल रहा था और उनको कोई सेंस नहीं था। तुरंत हम लोगों ने उनको टाटा मेन हॉस्पिटल लेके चले गए। वहाँ उनकी सर्जरी हुई। 48 घंटे के ऑब्जर्वेशन के बाद डॉक्टर साहब ने बोला कि वहाँ पे चांसेस बहुत कम है। फिर हमने उनको एयरलिफ्ट करके एम्स दिल्ली लेके आए हम लोग। यहाँ पे उनकी ट्रीटमेंट हुई तकरीबन 7-8 दिन। उसके बाद पोजीशन ठीक था। एक दिन उनका ब्लड प्रेशर काफी गिर गया। उसके बाद पता चला उनकी ब्रेन डेथ हो गई है। तब फिर डॉक्टर साहब हमें प्रोटोकॉल के हिसाब ब्रीफ कर रहे थे ऑर्गन डोनेशन के बारे में। हम अपने पिताजी को शायद ये नहीं बता पाते कि ऑर्गन डोनेशन टाइप का भी कोई चीज होता है, क्योंकि हमें लगा वो उस बात को एब्जॉर्ब नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो उनके दिमाग से हम ये निकालना चाहते थे कि ऐसा कुछ चल रहा है। जैसे हमने उनको बोला कि ऑर्गन डोनेशन की बातें चल रही है, तब उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं नहीं, ये मम्मी का बहुत मन था और हमें ये करना है। हम काफी निराश थे उस समय तक, जब तक हमें ये पता चला था कि मम्मी नहीं बच सकेगी। पर जैसे ही ये ऑर्गन डोनेशन वाला डिस्कशन चालू हुआ, वो निराशा एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव साइड चला गया और हम काफी अच्छे एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव एनवायरनमेंट में आ गए। उसको करते करते फिर हम लोग रात में 8 बजे काउंसलिंग हुई। दूसरे दिन हम लोगों ने ऑर्गन डोनेशन किया। इसमें मम्मी का एक सोच बहुत बड़ा था कि पहले वो काफी नेत्रदान और इन चीजों में, सोशल एक्टिविटीज में ये बहुत एक्टिव थी। शायद यही सोच को लेकर के ये इतना बड़ा चीज हम लोग कर पाए और मेरे पिताजी का जो डिसीजन मेकिंग था इस चीज के बारे में, इस कारण से ये चीज हो पाया।
कितने लोगों को काम आया अंग?
इनका हार्ट, 2 किडनी, लिवर और दोनों आंख, ये डोनेशन हुआ था। तो 4 लोगों की जान और 2 जनों को आंख मिला है।
अभिजीत जी, आपके पिताजी और माताजी दोनों नमन के अधिकारी हैं। मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूँ। और आपके पिताजी ने इतने बड़े निर्णय में आप परिवारजनों का नेतृत्व किया, ये वाकई बहुत ही प्रेरक है। और मैं मानता हूं कि माँ तो माँ ही होती है, माँ एक अपने आप में प्रेरणा भी होती है, लेकिन माँ जो परंपराएं छोड़ करके जाती है, वो पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत बन जाती है। अंगदान के लिए आपकी माताजी की प्रेरणा आज पूरे देश तक पहुंच रही है। मैं आपके इस पवित्र कार्य और महान कार्य के लिए आपके पूरे परिवार को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। अभिजीत जी, धन्यवाद जी, और आपके पिताजी को हमारे प्रणाम जरूर कह देना।
जरूर जरूर, थैंक यू।
साथियों, 39 दिन की अबाबत कौर हो या 63 वर्ष की स्नेहलता चौधरी, इनके जैसे दानवीर हमें जीवन का महत्व समझाकर जाते हैं। हमारे देश में आज बड़ी संख्या में ऐसे जरूरतमंद है जो स्वस्थ जीवन की आशा में किसी ऑर्गन डोनेट करने वाले का इंतजार कर रहे हैं। मुझे संतोष है कि अंगदान को आसान बनाने और प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए पूरे देश में एक जैसी पॉलिसी पर भी काम हो रहा है। इस दिशा में राज्यों के डोमिसाइल की शर्त को हटाने का निर्णय भी लिया गया है। यानी अब देश के किसी भी राज्य में जाकर मरीज ऑर्गन प्राप्त करने के लिए रजिस्टर करवा पाएगा। सरकार ने ऑर्गन डोनेशन के लिए 65 वर्ष से कम आयु की आयु सीमा को भी खत्म करने का फैसला लिया है। इन प्रयासों के बीच मेरा देशवासियों से आग्रह है कि ऑर्गन डोनर ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में आगे आए। आपका एक फैसला कई लोगों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है, जिंदगी बना सकता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, ये नवरात्र का समय है, शक्ति की उपासना का समय है। आज भारत का जो सामर्थ्य नए सिरे से निखर कर सामने आ रहा है, उसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका हमारी नारी शक्ति की है। हाल फिलहाल ऐसे कितने ही उदाहरण हमारे सामने आए हैं। आपने सोशल मीडिया पर एशिया की पहली महिला लोको पायलट सुरेखा यादव जी को जरूर देखा होगा। सुरेखा जी एक और कीर्तिमान बनाते हुए वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस की भी पहली महिला लोको पायलट बन गई है। इसी महीने प्रोड्यूसर गुनीत मोंगा और डायरेक्टर कार्तिकी गोंजाल्विस उनकी डॉक्यूमेंट्री एलिफेंट विस्परर्स ने ऑस्कर जीतकर देश का नाम रोशन किया है। देश के लिए एक और उपलब्धि भाभा एटॉमिक रिसर्च सेंटर की साइंटिस्ट बहन ज्योतिर्मयी मोहंती जी ने भी हासिल की है। ज्योतिर्मयी जी को केमिस्ट्री और केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग की फील्ड में IUPAC का विशेष अवार्ड मिला है। इस वर्ष की शुरुआत में ही भारत की अंडर 19 महिला क्रिकेट टीम ने T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीतकर नया इतिहास रचा। अगर आप राजनीति की ओर देखेंगे तो एक नई शुरुआत नागालैंड में हुई है। नागालैंड में 75 वर्षों में पहली बार 2 महिला विधायक जीतकर विधानसभा पहुंची है। इनमें से एक को नागालैंड सरकार में मंत्री भी बनाया गया है, यानी राज्य के लोगों को पहली बार एक महिला मंत्री भी मिली है। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले मेरी मुलाकात उन जाबाज बेटियों से भी हुई जो तुर्की में विनाशकारी भूकंप के बाद वहां के लोगों की मदद के लिए गई थी। ये सभी NDRF के दस्ते में शामिल थी। उनके साहस और कुशलता की पूरी दुनिया में तारीफ हो रही है। भारत ने UN मिशन के तहत शांति सेना में वुमेन ओनली प्लेटून की भी तैनाती की है। आज देश की बेटियां हमारी तीनों सेनाओं में अपने शौर्य का झंडा बुलंद कर रही है। ग्रुप कैप्टन शालिजा धामी कॉम्बैट यूनिट में कमांड अपॉइंटमेंट पाने वाली पहली महिला वायुसेना अधिकारी बनी है। उनके पास करीब 3000 घंटे का फ्लाइंग एक्सपीरियंस है। इसी तरह भारतीय सेना की जांबाज कैप्टन शिवा चौहान सियाचिन में तैनात होने वाली पहली महिला अधिकारी बनी है। सियाचिन में जहां पारा -60 डिग्री तक चला जाता है, वहां शिवा 3 महीनों के लिए तैनात रहेगी। साथियों, यह लिस्ट इतनी लंबी है कि यहां सबकी चर्चा करना भी मुश्किल है। ऐसी सभी महिलाएं, हमारी बेटियां आज भारत और भारत के सपनों को ऊर्जा दे रही हैं। नारी शक्ति की ये ऊर्जा ही विकसित भारत की प्राणवायु है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, इन दिनों पूरे विश्व में स्वच्छ ऊर्जा, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की खूब बात हो रही है। मैं जब विश्व के लोगों से मिलता हूं तो वो इस क्षेत्र में भारत की अभूतपूर्व सफलता की जरूर चर्चा करते हैं। खासकर भारत सोलर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में जिस तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। भारत के लोग तो सदियों से सूर्य से विशेष रूप से नाता रखते हैं। हमारे यहाँ सूर्य की शक्ति को लेकर जो वैज्ञानिक समझ रही है, सूर्य की उपासना की जो परंपराएं रही है, वो अन्य जगहों पर कम ही देखने को मिलते हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि आज हर देशवासी सौर ऊर्जा का महत्व भी समझ रहा है और क्लीन एनर्जी में अपना योगदान भी देना चाहता है। सबका प्रयास की यही स्पिरिट आज भारत के सोलर मिशन को आगे बढ़ा रही है। महाराष्ट्र के पुणे में ऐसे ही एक बेहतरीन प्रयास ने मेरा ध्यान अपनी ओर खींचा है। यहाँ MSR ऑलिव हाउसिंग सोसाइटी के लोगों ने तय किया कि वे सोसाइटी में पीने के पानी, लिफ्ट और लाइट जैसी सामूहिक उपयोग की चीजें अब सोलर एनर्जी से ही चलाएंगे। इसके बाद इस सोसाइटी में सबने मिलकर सोलर पैनल लगवाए। आज इन सोलर पैनल से हर साल करीब 90,000 किलोवाट आवर बिजली पैदा हो रही है। इससे हर महीने लगभग 40,000 रुपए की बचत हो रही है। इस बचत का लाभ सोसाइटी के सभी लोगों को हो रहा है। साथियों, पुणे की तरह ही दमन दीव में जो दीव है, जो एक अलग जिला है, वहां के लोगों ने भी एक अद्भुत काम करके दिखाया है। आप जानते ही होंगे कि दीव सोमनाथ के पास है। दीव भारत का पहला ऐसा जिला बना है जो दिन के समय सभी जरूरतों के लिए 100% क्लीन एनर्जी का इस्तेमाल कर रहा है। दीव की सफलता का मंत्र भी सबका प्रयास ही है। कभी यहां बिजली उत्पादन के लिए संसाधनों की चुनौती थी। लोगों ने इस चुनौती के समाधान के लिए सोलर एनर्जी को चुना। यहां बंजर जमीन और कई बिल्डिंग्स पर सोलर पैनल्स लगाए गए। इन पैनल से दीव में दिन के समय जितनी बिजली जरूरत होती है उससे ज्यादा बिजली पैदा हो रही है। इस सोलर प्रोजेक्ट से बिजली खरीद पर खर्च होने वाले करीब 52 करोड़ रुपए भी बचे हैं। इससे पर्यावरण की भी बड़ी रक्षा हुई है। साथियों, पुणे और दीव उन्होंने जो कर दिखाया है, ऐसे प्रयास देश भर में कई और जगहों पर भी हो रहे हैं। इनसे पता चलता है कि पर्यावरण और प्रकृति को लेकर हम भारतीय कितने संवेदनशील हैं और हमारा देश किस तरह भविष्य की पीढ़ी के लिए बहुत जागृत है। मैं इस तरह के सभी प्रयासों की हृदय से सराहना करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हमारे देश में समय के साथ स्थिति परिस्थितियों के अनुसार अनेक परंपराएं विकसित होती है। यही परंपराएं हमारी संस्कृति का सामर्थ्य बढ़ाती हैं और उसे नित्य नूतन प्राण शक्ति भी देती है। कुछ महीने पहले ऐसी ही एक परंपरा शुरू हुई काशी में। काशी तमिल संगमम के दौरान काशी और तमिल क्षेत्र के बीच सदियों से चले आ रहे ऐतिहासिक और सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को सेलिब्रेट किया गया। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना हमारे देश को मजबूती देती है। हम जब एक दूसरे के बारे में जानते हैं, सीखते हैं, तो एकता की ये भावना और प्रगाढ़ होती है। यूनिटी की इसी स्पिरिट के साथ अगले महीने गुजरात के विभिन्न हिस्सों में सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम होने जा रहा है। सौराष्ट्र तमिल संगमम 17 से 30 अप्रैल तक चलेगा। मन की बात के कुछ श्रोता जरूर सोच रहे होंगे कि गुजरात के सौराष्ट्र का तमिलनाडु से क्या संबंध है। दरअसल सदियों पहले सौराष्ट्र के अनेकों लोग तमिलनाडु के अलग अलग हिस्सों में बस गए थे। ये लोग आज भी सौराष्ट्री तमिल के नाम से जाने जाते हैं। उनके खान पान, रहन सहन, सामाजिक संस्कारों में आज भी कुछ कुछ सौराष्ट्र की झलक मिल जाती है। मुझे इस आयोजन को लेकर तमिलनाडु से बहुत से लोगों ने सराहना भरे पत्र लिखे हैं। मदुरई में रहने वाले जयचंद्रन जी ने एक बड़ी ही भावुक बात लिखी है। उन्होंने कहा है कि 1000 साल के बाद पहली बार किसी ने सौराष्ट्र तमिल के रिश्तों के बारे में सोचा है। सौराष्ट्र से तमिलनाडु आकर के बसे हुए लोगों को पूछा है। जयचंद्रन जी की बातें हजारों तमिल भाई बहनों की अभिव्यक्ति है। साथियों, मन की बात के श्रोताओं को मैं असम से जुड़ी हुई एक खबर के बारे में बताना चाहता हूं। ये भी एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना को मजबूत करती है। आप सभी जानते हैं कि हम वीर लासित बोरफुकन जी की 400वीं जयंती मना रहे हैं। वीर लासित बोरफुकन ने अत्याचारी मुगल सल्तनत के हाथों से गुवाहाटी को आजाद करवाया था। आज देश इस महान योद्धा के अदम्य साहस से परिचित हो रहा है। कुछ दिन पहले लासित बोरफुकन के जीवन पर आधारित निबंध लेखन का एक अभियान चलाया गया था। आपको यह जानकर आश्चर्य होगा कि इसके लिए करीब 45 लाख लोगों ने निबंध भेजे। आपको ये जानकर भी खुशी होगी कि अब यह एक गिनीज रिकॉर्ड बन चुका है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, और जो ज्यादा प्रसन्नता की बात यह है कि वीर लासित बोरफुकन पर ये जो निबंध लिखे गए हैं, उसमें करीब करीब 23 अलग अलग भाषाओं में लिखा गया है और लोगों ने भेजा है। इनमें असमिया भाषा के अलावा हिंदी, अंग्रेजी, बांग्ला, बोडो, नेपाली, संस्कृत, संथाली जैसी भाषाओं में लोगों ने निबंध भेजे हैं। मैं इस प्रयास का हिस्सा बने सभी लोगों की हृदय से प्रशंसा करता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जब कश्मीर या श्रीनगर की बात होती है तो सबसे पहले हमारे सामने उसकी वादियां और डल झील की तस्वीर आती है। हम में से हर कोई डल झील के नजारों का लुत्फ उठाना चाहता है, लेकिन डल झील में एक और बात खास है। डल झील अपने स्वादिष्ट लोटस स्टेम्स, कमल के तनों या कमल ककड़ी के लिए भी जानी जाती है। कमल के तनों को देश में अलग अलग जगह अलग अलग नाम से जानते हैं। कश्मीर में इन्हें नादरू कहते हैं। कश्मीर के नादरू की डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है। इस डिमांड को देखते हुए डल झील में नादरू की खेती करने वाले किसानों ने एक एफपीओ बनाया है। इस एफपीओ में करीब 250 किसान शामिल हुए हैं। आज ये किसान अपने नादरू को विदेशों तक भेजने लगे हैं। अभी कुछ समय पहले ही इन किसानों ने 2 खेप यूएई भेजी है। ये सफलता कश्मीर का नाम तो कर ही रही है, साथ ही इससे सैकड़ों किसानों की आमदनी भी बढ़ी है। साथियों, कश्मीर के लोगों का कृषि से ही जुड़ा हुआ ऐसा ही एक और प्रयास इन दिनों अपनी कामयाबी की खुशबू फैला रहा है। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मैं कामयाबी की खुशबू क्यों बोल रहा हूं। बात है ही खुशबू की, सुगंध की ही तो बात है। दरअसल जम्मू कश्मीर के डोडा जिले में एक कस्बा है भदरवा। यहां के किसान दशकों से मक्के की पारंपरिक खेती करते आ रहे थे, लेकिन कुछ किसानों ने कुछ अलग करने की सोची। उन्होंने फ्लोरिकल्चर यानी फूलों की खेती का रुख किया। आज यहां के करीब 2500 किसान, 2500 किसान लेवेंडर की खेती कर रहे हैं। इन्हें केंद्र सरकार के एरोमा मिशन से मदद भी मिली है। इस नई खेती ने किसानों की आमदनी में बड़ा इजाफा किया है और आज लेवेंडर के साथ साथ इनकी सफलता की खुशबू भी दूर दूर तक फैल रही है। साथियों, जब कश्मीर की बात हो, कमल की बात हो, फूल की बात हो, सुगंध की बात हो, तो कमल के फूल पर विराजमान रहने वाली मां शारदा का स्मरण आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। कुछ दिन पूर्व ही कुपवाड़ा में मां शारदा के भव्य मंदिर का लोकार्पण हुआ है। ये मंदिर उसी मार्ग पर बना है जहां से कभी शारदा पीठ के दर्शनों के लिए जाया करते थे। स्थानीय लोगों ने इस मंदिर के निर्माण में बहुत मदद की है। मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को इस शुभ कार्य के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, इस बार मन की बात में बस इतना ही। अगली बार आपसे मन की बात के 100वें एपिसोड में मुलाकात होगी। आप सभी अपने सुझाव जरूर भेजिए। मार्च के इस महीने में हम होली से लेकर नवरात्रि तक कई पर्व और त्योहारों में व्यस्त रहे हैं। रमजान का पवित्र महीना भी शुरू हो चुका है। अगले कुछ दिनों में श्री राम नवमी का महापर्व भी आने वाला है। इसके बाद महावीर जयंती, गुड फ्राइडे और ईस्टर भी आएंगे। अप्रैल के महीने में हम भारत के 2 महान विभूतियों की जयंती भी मनाते हैं। ये 2 महापुरुष हैं महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले और बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर। इन दोनों ही महापुरुषों ने समाज में भेदभाव मिटाने के लिए अभूतपूर्व योगदान दिया। आज आजादी के अमृतकाल में हमें ऐसी महान विभूतियों से सीखने और निरंतर प्रेरणा लेने की जरूरत है। हमें अपने कर्तव्यों को सबसे आगे रखना है। साथियों, इस समय कुछ जगहों पर कोरोना भी बढ़ रहा है, इसलिए आप सभी को एहतियात बरतनी है, स्वच्छता का भी ध्यान रखना है। अगले महीने मन की बात के 100वें एपिसोड में हम लोग फिर मिलेंगे। तब तक के लिए मुझे विदा दीजिए। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Top headlines at 11:30. Rahul convicted and disqualified, but Vadra Congress in complete denial stages Satyagraha now.
ये बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
It's Congress versus Congress over Rahul disqualification. Does Congress now admit that Rahul Gandhi is guilty?
Ambassador Mr. Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, who is the face of terror diplomacy in the free world, we want to remind him that it is unacceptable.
Terrorist attack and envoy threatened is a free run for Khalistanis in the US now. Yet another.
Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic lift-off, 640 tons of powerhouse steering through the sky.
It's yet another feather in the hat for ISRO as 36 OneWeb's internet satellites launched into space. And tornado rips through Mississippi, at least 23 killed, several others injured. A very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Sanksha Srivastava tracking the big story this hour of it's Congress versus Congress over Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as an MP. So it is a Congress divide which is now in the open. This as Pan-India Congress protests continue. The latest we given to understand that a Congress leader has now taken pot shots at another Congress leader for questioning the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. In fact, a tweet that has been put out by Acharya Pramod, who says, and I quote, Mr. Tiwari is assuming that Rahul Gandhi should have been punished for less than 2 years. It means that Rahul is criminal and Sir is smiling as if some desire has been fulfilled. And now that what is the reason for so much happiness, only they can tell. So that's a question that has been put by Acharya Pramod to Pramod Tiwari. This, of course, after Pramod Tiwari, while speaking to a media outlet, was heard saying that Rahul Gandhi's punishment should have been less than 2 years. Listen into what Pramod Tiwari had to say just a short while back.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
All right, let's go across to Piyush Mishra also joining us. Piyush, help us understand. It's Congress versus Congress divide very clear now. But the fact that another Congress leader is now questioning the quantum of sentence that's been given by the Surat court to Rahul Gandhi.
Well, certainly, Samiksha, now we are seeing is that the Congress is now a divided house. We are now seeing as to how Acharya Pramod Krishnan has now come out and has questioned the stand taken by Pramod Tiwari. Remember that he was speaking there in his constituency a couple of days back to a media outlet where he said that he is Gandhi and he should not have been given such punishment. Right now I'm here at Rajghat where the protest continues to take place. The workers are coming and going from this spot. I would ask Parvez to come and try to show you pictures in and around of this very entire vicinity where the workers are sitting. They continue to hold protest. They are now sitting here on the protest and one of the workers is also holding a placard which reads हमारे लहू का असर देख लेना कदम जीत लेंगे सफर देख लेना. This is what the message which these workers are now sending. Let me try to talk to them and understand from where they have come. कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
मैं नोएडा कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष हूँ राम कुमार तंवर नोएडा से.
क्या कहना चाहेंगे आज आप लोग यहाँ धरने में बैठे हैं क्या मांग लेके बैठे हैं?
आज हम सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार राहुल गांधी जी से डर गई है. वो ना तो संसद में राहुल गांधी जी को बोलने दे रही है न सड़क पे हम लोगों को धरना प्रदर्शन करने दे रही है. आज आप देख रही है कि यहाँ हम जब सत्याग्रह हमने परमिशन ली थी यहाँ धारा 144 लगा दी है. नरेंद्र मोदी डरा हुआ है कांग्रेस पार्टी से राहुल गांधी जी से. हम
आपको क्यों लगता है कि डर? मैं ये सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ आपको क्यों लगता है कि डरे हुए हैं? वो राहुल गांधी ने गलती की माफी उनको मांग लेनी चाहिए थी. आप बताओ मोदी
क्या गलती की?
क्या आपको मालूम क्या हुआ? आपको मालूम है क्या?
मुझे मालूम है राहुल गांधी जी ने अगर 20,000 करोड़ जो जनता की
नहीं उनको एक सेकंड मेरी बात सुनो. उनको तो वो दोषारोपण हो गए हैं उनको कन्विक्ट कर दिया गया. क्यों कर दिया गया?
2019 के भाषण में जो नरेंद्र मोदी जो राहुल गांधी जी ने ये कहा कि ये जितने भी चोर हैं ये मोदी क्यों हैं. ये
कर्नाटक के अंदर हुआ था और सूरत के अंदर रजिस्ट्रेट करा.
मैं अब जब उन्होंने नीरव मोदी ललित मोदी को टारगेट करते हुए उन्होंने मोदी के लिए बोला तो उन्होंने क्या गलत बोल दिया?
नहीं बोला सभी मोदी क्या चोर
नहीं
so Piyush, they're reporting live from the Rajghat. Let's take a word from BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla also. Mr. Poonawalla, that's a tweet that has been put out by Acharya Pramod where he's questioned his own party leader saying over the remarks that he'd earlier made. What do you have to say about the Congress leader now openly admitting that yes, Rahul Gandhi is guilty of the remarks that he made in 2019?
Acharya Pramod Krishnan should take a stand and he should quit the Congress party if he feels so strongly. But, let's not make this about one personality. Let's look at the larger issue. Congress is OBC Virodi. This is not a satyagraha. This is a duragraha against the OBC community and not just against the OBC community. Today they have insulted the Sikh community. I would request you to show the visuals of Jagdish Tytler. Can there be a satyagraha where Jagdish Tytler is there? Jagdish Tytler has been accused of the 1984 genocide. So the Congress is rubbing salt into the wounds of the OBC community, of the Sikh community, and they are also doing duragraha against the constitution. Hence, I don't call this satyagraha. This is a duragraha against courts, duragraha against constitution, duragraha against OBC, duragraha against Sikhs, and they also insult journalists. Yesterday, the manner in which people from your fraternity were insulted by Rahul Gandhi, he said, Hawa nikal di. Would Mahatma Gandhi ever do this? Mahatma Gandhi would never insult Sikhs. Mahatma Gandhi would never insult OBC. Mahatma Gandhi would never insult journalists. Mahatma Gandhi would never insult courts. So this has nothing to do with Mahatma Gandhi. This
Mr. Poonawalla, that is definitely another part of it. But what do you make of the Congress leader saying that Rahul Gandhi should have been punished for less than 2 years? Because still now Congress has been defined saying that Rahul Gandhi is not guilty of the remarks that he made in 2019.
See, if Acharya Pramod Krishnan has said this, he is very close to Priyanka Vadra. So this can be considered as Man Ki Baat of Priyanka Vadra. Even she believes Rahul Gandhi is guilty. Acharya is extremely close to Priyanka. He does not speak anything other than what Priyanka tells him to. So maybe this is a message from the sister to the brother that yes, indeed you have insulted the OBC. Now the Congress must tell us, Jairam Ramesh must tell us that why is it that when their own leaders have accepted that Rahul Gandhi is guilty of abusing OBCs, are they defending the statement? And yesterday Pramod Tiwari wanted separate law for Gandhi family. Congress leaders accepting that look, he has committed a crime. So I think today they should be apologizing to the OBC community.
All right, but still no apology that has come as of yet. Thank you for speaking to us. So BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla there. Let's go back to Piyush, who's there at the location where the Congress is staging a protest. Piyush, this protest is happening despite the permission not being granted by the Delhi police. Is Jagdish Tytler still there protesting over the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi?
क्या
चोर चैनल है।
अच्छा क्या बात
चोर चैनल है।
भाई पूछो
अरे चोर चैनल है यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? चोर हो भारत को पकड़ पकड़ के पीटना चाहिए।
नहीं अच्छा
ना ये अच्छा चोर चैनल
अच्छा
ना अच्छा नहीं
कैसे कर रहे हैं ये देखिए भैया।
अरे नीतीश कुमार जी ने कहा था, पूछा गया पिछड़ों का अपमान ना है, कोई चैनल क्यों ना दिखाते? अखिलेश जी के घर पर गंगाजल छिड़का गया, ये पिछड़ों का अपमान है। आपको पिछड़ों से इतनी घृणा है?
ये कौन दिखाते हैं?
All right, so the Congress protest that continues despite Section 144 that has been imposed in the area. Piyush continues to be with us. Piyush, if you could give us more details, which are the Congress leaders who are present at the protest site? All right, let's go across to Madhurima also, who's there at Rajghat. Madhurima, if you can give us the names of the top Congress leaders who are carrying out this Satyagraha over Rahul Gandhi's disqualification as an MP.
Well, Samiksha, all along with the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, all are present at this event. And like you were asking that question to my colleague Piyush, that Jagleet Tytler continues to be here at this particular protest. Right behind me are the visuals, as you can see, that we're reporting from Rajghat, and a lot of people, Congress workers and supporters, have poured in here at Rajghat to protest. But as you can see, that the outpour is not that massive. It's not that massive. It seems like a sort of divided support to the Congress party, because we've seen in the past how Congress protests have been. But with Priyanka Gandhi being in attendance, you can see that there's it's scantily populated all across here at the Rajghat. Small groups of Congress workers all across. The kind of outpour that one was expecting is not here at Rajghat. As you can see, my video journalist Bhishma is bringing you the pictures as we walk all along from the security gate to the main stage. You can see that there is not much crowd over here, but the leaders on the stage continue to sit as we bring you the visuals. Many empty chairs as well. You can see that not many people have come here as it was initially expected. You can see multiple empty chairs over here. Samiksha as well, all across, and that is the point I'm trying to make. And the question that you were asking to Shehzad Poonawalla, that is the Congress divided? It seems like so, because even the outpour of the Congress workers is not as it was expected. You can see around many vacant chairs with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra on the stage. And such is the support in the national capital, where they have a national headquarters, where they have DPCC, and still you can see not much crowd, only a couple of 100 people, around 100 people just close to the stage. But if we look back, it's not much over here. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra addressing the stage, still raking the Adani issue, still raking the issues of inflation and the questioning the government policies. They're saying that they are trying to push the mindset of the people. Other side, they're trying to divert attention from main issues, and hence all this is happening. But like I have been repeating, that this is a battle between Rahul Gandhi and co, and not between the BJP and the Congress. This needs to be seen. Samiksha.
All right, thank you for getting us all the latest, Madhurima. So, Madhurima, they're reporting live from Rajghat. The Congress are carrying out protests despite the permission having been denied by the Delhi police. Meanwhile, it's a divided house of the Congress, as it's now Congress versus Congress over the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi as an MP. And coming up on the other side, after UK and Canada, Khalistani provocation in US, Indian envoy threatened and journalist assaulted.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker. And I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना?
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे, सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया है। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that their mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
Now, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has sent out a very strong message in a veiled dig at the opposition. Yogi Adityanath has targeted the opposition and Rahul Gandhi particularly over the remarks that he made in UK and over the Satyagraha that is being carried out by the Congress leaders. Yogi Adityanath, while he spoke at an event, said that those who try to disgrace the country in a foreign land cannot do Satyagraha. He further goes on to say that those who cannot think about people cannot do Satyagraha, and those who do not respect our forces cannot carry out the Satyagraha. So, Yogi Adityanath launching an unrelenting attack on Vadra Congress over the Satyagraha that has been carried out across the country by the Congress leaders. So, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath they're saying that those who do not respect our defense forces have no right to carry out the Satyagraha, and those who cannot think about people do not have that right to carry out the Satyagraha. Listen into Yogi Adityanath's soundbite just a short while back.
संवेदना जब मनुष्य के प्रति नहीं थी तो उनकी संवेदना एक मूक जीव के प्रति होगा, ये तो कल्पना से भी बाहर है। गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में सदैव सत्य, अहिंसा और अस्तेय को स्थान दिया था। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात के लिए उनका आग्रह था, उनका आग्रह ही सत्याग्रह कहलाया, यानी सत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला ही सत्याग्रह कर सकता है। असत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह की बात करे, यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि यह व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा। और सत्याग्रह के मार्ग पर चलने की जो प्रेरणा बापू ने दी, वास्तव में वही सत्य का आग्रह जो अपने जीवन में कर सके, मन वचन और कर्म से सत्य का आचरण जो व्यक्ति करता हो, उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करता हो, वही सत्याग्रह है।
All right, we slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the details of the Khalistani provocation in the US. Also coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest from Sriharikota as it's yet another milestone for Israel.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that their concern, mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे।
सर।
सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30-40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's a second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their...
Up from the world of sports, Delhi Capitals all set to take on the Mumbai Indians in the final of Women's Premier League at the Mumbai Stadium today. Delhi Capitals will square off against Mumbai Indians in the inaugural Women's Premier League final at the Mumbai Stadium with less than 24 hours to the game. Delhi Capitals skipper Meg Lanning believes that her team is ready to face an irrepressible Mumbai team.
Yeah, I think the WBBL has played a massive role in the development of cricket in Australia and around the world as well. It provides great opportunities for young players and also exposes everybody to pressure situations and big games, you know, where you need to perform when it really matters. So I think you know, that's certainly played a really big role in the success that we've had as an Australian team, and being part of the WPL here, I think it's exactly the same thing. It's been so good to get to know some of the local Indian players.
Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, who will bear the responsibilities of Delhi Capitals head coach, has said that Prithvi Shaw has trained harder and better, and it would be the biggest IPL season for him. Johnny Bairstow will miss out on the action of the upcoming edition of the Indian Premier League due to an injury. Punjab Kings made an announcement on their social media handle about Bairstow's absence on Saturday. India's high performance director Bernard Dune said that Nikhat Zareen and Lavlina Walgreen have booked their spots for this year's Asian Games, which will be a qualifier for the Paris Olympics. Scripting history, exuberant Indian pugilists Neetu Gangas and Sawiti Bura were crowned as world champions for the first time after registering contrasting victories in the finals of the IBA Women's World Boxing Championship at the Indira Gandhi Sports Complex on Saturday.
आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। राहुल जी आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस जिंदाबाद, इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस।
कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in the Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30-40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Calcutta in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There are a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening.
Rahul convicted and disqualified, but Congress in complete denial stages Satyagraha now.
ये 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
It is Congress versus Congress over Rahul disqualification. Does the Congress admit that Rahul is guilty? Yogi hits out at Congress in an unrelenting attack, says Congress cannot take the moral high ground.
Ambassador Mr. Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, who is the face of terror diplomacy in the free world, we want to remind him that it is unacceptable.
Indian journalists attacked, an envoy threatened. Is it a free run for Khalistanis in the US now?
3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
It is yet another feather in the hat of ISRO. 36 OneWeb internet satellites launched into space. Tornadoes ripped through Mississippi. 23 have been killed, several others injured. Good afternoon, you're watching Live and Breaking at 12. I'm Suesha Samant, and the story we get you on the top of this edition. Khalistani rampage that continues overseas, getting an NEA statement on the Khalistani attacks, and especially the latest one where there was physical and verbal abuse of a PTI journalist, Lalit K. Jha, a very senior journalist who was outside the Indian embassy in Washington DC. The Indian Embassy has issued a statement that reads, and I quote, "We have seen disturbing pictures of a senior Indian journalist from Press Trust of India being abused, threatened and assaulted physically while covering the so-called Khalistan protests in Washington, D.C. We understand that the journalist was first verbally intimidated, then physically assaulted, and fearing for his personal safety and well-being had to call in law enforcement agencies who responded promptly. Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C." That's the statement that is coming in as we see how the Khalistan provocation is only spreading its tentacles across various parts in the world. And Minister of External Affairs S. Jaishankar has also responded to this. Let's listen in.
Human rights or whatever it is. So, sometimes they are misused by adversaries, and that is actually what is happening today. Our point is this, that when this kind of thing happens, look, we are a democracy, we are the largest democracy, in my view we are one of the oldest democracies, we have democratic traditions in this society which go way back before most others. Nobody argues with the fact that there should be freedom of speech, that there should be civil liberties. But these should not be misused to, espouse radicalism, violence, terrorism. So there is a difference between having rights and misusing rights. And when other governments don't appreciate this difference, I think they need to be reminded.
I want to cut across to my colleague Samiksha, who's joining us on the broadcast. Samiksha, well, as EM puts it correctly, that in the name of civil liberties, these are radical elements that are going on a rampage, and it is just really becoming a pattern on the global map, Samiksha. There is UK, Canada, now even the US. What more are you bringing for us?
I'll quickly read through this statement that has been put out by the Minister of External Affairs, Suesha. The High Commissioner of Canada was summoned yesterday to convey a strong concern about the actions of separatist and extremist elements against our diplomatic mission and consulates in Canada this week. Now remember, just to put this into context, we saw how so many Khalistani supporters had come outside to protest at the Indian High Commission office in Canada. The statement by the MEA further says that the Government of India sought an explanation on how such elements were allowed in the presence of police to breach the security of our diplomatic mission and consulates. The Government of Canada was reminded of its obligations under the Vienna Convention and asked to arrest and prosecute the individuals who have already been identified as being involved in such acts. It is expected that the Canadian government will take all steps which are required to ensure the safety of our diplomats and security of our diplomatic premises so that they are able to fulfill their normal diplomatic functions. So very strong word coming in, Suesha, from the Minister of External Affairs, where they've stated that they've taken strong note of these incidents which have been happening. It's a pattern we are seeing of sorts. Not just in Canada but in the US and UK as well. Latest, of course, incident that has come to light from the US, where we are seeing how not just a journalist who was assaulted and physically and verbally assaulted, but an Indian envoy to the US also who was threatened by these Khalistani supporters. Yes.
But that exactly is the point, Samiksha, that there are absolutely no boundaries drawn here. And this is a clear atmosphere of threat and violence that the Khalistani radical elements are now creating. This is not just restricted to what is happening within India, but we've seen several instances, and actually rather a lot more, as this provocation is now very clear, of what has happened in Canada, UK, Australia, and now even the United States, and literally no one who is being spared, Samiksha, because not only was the tricolour insulted and absolutely unacceptable, which was an attack which has been condemned to the highest level. But the very fact that journalists are not being spared, diplomatic dignitaries are not being spared, and here we see an open threat coming in for the envoy. We are also putting out those various set of latest pictures as we saw how the PTI journalist Lalit Kejriwal was physically and verbally abused, and an open threat on the mic that was issued to the Indian envoy to the United States. Let's once again listen in to what EM had to say on this growing trend.
Human rights or whatever it is. So, sometimes they are misused by adversaries, and that is actually what is happening today. Our point is this, that when this kind of thing happens, look, we are a democracy. We are the largest democracy. In my view, we are one of the oldest democracies. We have democratic traditions, in this society which go way, way back before most others. Nobody argues with the fact that there should be freedom of speech, that there should be civil liberties. But these should not be misused to, espouse radicalism, violence, terrorism. So there is a difference between having rights and misusing rights. And when other governments don't appreciate this difference, I think they need to be reminded.
And shifting focus to the other big story we are tracking very carefully for you this afternoon, as Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified following that conviction in the defamation case. Congress is in complete denial. A day after staging pan-India protests, it has now resorted to what they are calling Satyagraha, but a section in the Congress party that is happy and seeming happy after Rahul Gandhi has gotten disqualified. At least that's the larger message that's coming out. Congress leader Pramod Tiwari, who said that Rahul Gandhi should be punished, but it shouldn't be 2 years, which indirectly is also implying to how he may agree that Rahul Gandhi is guilty, and this is now a huge contradiction for the Congress. Listen into what he said.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
And cutting across to my colleague Madhurima, who's live with us on the broadcast. Madhurima, this comment may really have landed Pramod Tiwari to biting into his own shoe, because this statement is implying like he agrees that Rahul Gandhi is guilty and should have had a shorter term, and on a day when we see the Congress going all out, taking the Gandhi route and staging a Satyagraha protest, which they call a peaceful protest, is the Congress landing itself in trouble? What are they trying to say on Rahul Gandhi? And is it also that a section of the Congress is happy that Rahul Gandhi is disqualified?
Well, Swesha, when we talk about the Congress party, it is not the first time that there has been a divide in opinion as to what action should be taken and what action should not be taken. We'll move forward and show you the pictures over here as I speak, that the Congress workers, though have come here, they are in small groups, not all of them listening to their leader Priyanka Gandhi, who was speaking here for quite some time, just a while. And once again, like you were pointing out, that Pramod Tiwari once again saying that he should be guilty, he should have been given that kind of sentence. So that only propagates that how there is no oneness in the Congress party, and that everybody is singing a different tune. And like we move around here and show you these visuals from the Congress protest, you can see that there is not much crowd as was expected if Priyanka Gandhi as Priyanka Gandhi was scheduled to speak. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how will this really turn out, because though a lot of effort has been put out from the side of Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leader. We saw the press conference yesterday, then the multiple rounds of meeting that happened where a resolution was passed that all of them will be supporting Rahul Gandhi. But then just 2 days after that we have this kind of answer, because in the end of the day there are Congress leaders who know the facts, Vesha, that it is not BJP versus Congress. It is a court battle that needs to be fought, and Mr. Rahul Gandhi will have to take the legal route, on which though Rahul Gandhi has been silent, as has not given a very clear picture. But then again they are trying to milk this political cow and trying to give it a vantage point with the fact that it's a satyagraha. We are protesting against the policies of the Prime Minister and the central government. But once again, with this statement coming out from Mr. Pramod Tiwari, only shows that that Congress, there is a certain divide in the Congress, and not everybody is on board with this satyagraha that is being carried out over here. And then you can see that the participation is also quite weak, Swesha, because when in the itinerary there was a speech by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and then there is Congress President, but you see that it's quite lackluster and not much support that the strongest leader of the Congress party have been able to garner, Swesha.
And Madhurima, as you say this, on the other hand, the BJP, full frontal attack once again is going out against Rahul Gandhi. We heard that political immaturity remark by Union Minister Anurag Thakur against Rahul Gandhi, and UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is also saying that the Congress can't take the moral high ground on this. Let's listen.
संवेदना जब मनुष्य के प्रति नहीं थी तो उनकी संवेदना एक मूक जीव के प्रति होगा, ये तो कल्पना से भी बाहर है। गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में सदैव सत्य, अहिंसा और अस्तेय को स्थान दिया था। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात के लिए उनका आग्रह था, उनका आग्रह ही सत्याग्रह कहलाया, यानी सत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला ही सत्याग्रह कर सकता है। असत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह की बात करे, यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि यह व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा। और सत्याग्रह के मार्ग पर चलने की जो प्रेरणा बापू ने दी, वास्तव में वही सत्य का आग्रह जो अपने जीवन में कर सके, मन, वचन और कर्म से सत्य का आचरण जो व्यक्ति करता हो, उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करता हो, वही सत्याग्रह है। लोकतंत्र को कमजोर करने वाले सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। आकंठ भ्रष्टाचार में डूबे हुए लोग सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। मौन जीवों की बात तो दूर, मनुष्य के प्रति भी जिनकी संवेदना न हो, वह सत्याग्रह भी नहीं कर सकते। देश को जातिवाद, क्षेत्रवाद, भाषावाद और तमाम वादों में बांटने वाले भी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। अपने देश की निंदा करने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकता। भारत को कटघरे में खड़ा करने वाला व्यक्ति और भारत के बहादुर जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, वह सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो यह अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है। और इसीलिए आज जब हम यहां पर आए हैं, मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में उन सभी स्कीम को, उन सभी योजनाओं को प्रदेश के अंदर प्रभावी ढंग से लागू करने वाले राज्यों में से एक है। गरीब को बिना भेदभाव के शासन की योजना का लाभ प्राप्त हो। न जाने कितने लोगों के जीवन में उसका परिणाम सामने आया है।
Madhurima, I want to come back to you because it is really for everyone to watch to what legal options Rahul Gandhi now avails. But as far as the whole political approach to it is concerned, where again the BJP pointing out to how Rahul Gandhi is trying to come out as the victim, it is certainly the Congress that is on the defensive front and defiant front as well, saying that they will not apologize. Rahul Gandhi will not apologize for for denigrating India on foreign soil, will not apologize for the remark made against Modi. And now once again in this approach, he says that it is the BJP that is scared of him, and which is why all this is a result of it.
Well, Swesha, if we see that, that these multiple arguments that are coming from the side of the Congress party and the Rahul Gandhi for multiple faux pas that have been committed by the senior Congress leader in the face of the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi, they say that, they will not apologize. They say that it's all vendetta politics. But in the end of the day, like we just heard, the reactions that it is not a battle between the government and Rahul Gandhi. It is a battle that Rahul Gandhi needs to fight in court, exploring the maximum legal options, and then, if it allows, coming back to the parliament. There was no point in creating so much brouhaha, Swesha. So we'll have to see how much more will Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party will milk this particular situation.
Absolutely, and we'll keep our viewers ahead on that. For the moment, Madhurima, thank you for joining us. Shifting focus to sports news now, Delhi Capitals are all set to take on Mumbai Indians in the finals of Women's Premier League at Mumbai's Brabant Stadium. Delhi Capitals will square off against Mumbai Indians in the inaugural Women's Premier League final at Brabant Stadium with less than 24 hours left into the game. Delhi Capitals skipper Meg Lanning believes that her team is ready to face an irrepressible Mumbai team.
I think that the WBBL has played a massive role in the development of cricket in Australia and around the world as well. It provides great opportunities for young players and also exposes everybody to pressure situations and big games, where you need to perform when it really matters. So I think that's certainly played a really big role in the success that we've had as an Australian team, and being part of the WPL here, I think it's exactly the same thing. It's been so good to get to know some of the local Indian players.
Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, who will bear the responsibilities of Delhi Capitals head coach, has said that Prithvi Shaw has trained harder and better, and it would be the biggest IPL season for him. Johnny Bairstow will miss out on the action of the upcoming edition of the IPL due to an injury. Punjab Kings made an announcement on their social media handle about Bairstow's absence on Saturday. India's high-performance director Wayanad Dunn said that Nikhat Zareen and Lavreena Borgohain have booked their spots for this year's Asian Games, which will be a qualifier for the Paris Olympics. Scripting history, exuberant Indian Pugilists Neetu Gangas and Sawiti Buddha were crowned as world champions for the first time after registering contrasting victories in the finals of the IBA Women's World Boxing Championship at the Indira Gandhi Sports Complex on Saturday. India clinched 6th medal at the ongoing ISSF World Cup. Manu Baker secured a bronze medal in the women's 25-meter pistol event of the ISSF Rifle World Cup 2023 at the Madhya Pradesh State Shooting Academy in Bhopal on Saturday. Looks like Swissair continues to stoke the competitive fire in Indian players on Saturday. Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty entered the men's doubles final with a splendid victory over Malaysian third seeds Ong Yu Sin and Theo Yi. Former Brazilian and Barcelona star Ronaldinho has said that he wishes that Lionel Messi finishes his career at Barcelona. He also introduced Messi to the basketball legend Kobe Bryant, this when Messi was still a young upcoming talent. Lionel Messi was forever immortalized when Argentina Football Association President Chiqui Tapia announced on Saturday that the Argentina training camp will be named after the superstar. And we now get you this 1-minute report on the explosion at a chocolate factory in Pennsylvania that happened on Friday. It claimed 3 lives and 4 people are still missing. As per the authorities, 1 person was pulled out alive from the rubble. Take a look.
The death toll from the deadly explosion in Pennsylvania rises. 3 people have been confirmed dead and several others wounded after the explosion at R.M. Palmer Factory, a historic chocolate factory in Pennsylvania. While 9 people are still missing and several others sustained injuries by the explosion. The explosion sent a plume of black smoke into the air and resulted in destruction of a building at the facility and damage to a neighboring building. Meanwhile, the cause of the explosion remains uncertain and an investigation is underway for the same. Agency report for Republic TV.
जिगर के टुकड़े जैसे युवा मित्रों सबसे पहले भगवान बसवेश्वर की पवित्र भूमि पर आकर जगत ज्योति बसवन्ना को प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं। बसवन्ना ही थे जिन्होंने समग्र दुनिया के अंदर सबसे पहले लोकतंत्र और संवाद की शुरुआत की अनुभव मंडपम के माध्यम से। यही भूमि से वो ज्योति समग्र दुनिया के जीवों का कल्याण करने के लिए आगे बढ़ी। यही है श्री गुरु नानक साहब का जीरा साहिब और यही है नरसिंह जर्नी मंदिर। ये सभी स्थानों को मैं प्रणाम कर कर मेरी बात की शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं। मित्रों, मेरे जैसे भावुक कार्यकर्ता के लिए आज का दिन मेरे जीवन का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, क्योंकि यही गोरता गांव के अंदर सैकड़ों लोगों को क्रूर निजाम की सेना ने सिर्फ 2.5 फुट का तिरंगा फहराने के लिए मौत के घाट उतार दिया था। आज मैं गर्व के साथ कह रहा हूं, उसी भूमि पर कोई न छू पाए इतना बड़ा 103 फुट ऊंचा तिरंगा फहराने का काम आज यहां पर हुआ है। यही भूमि पर वो अमर हुतात्माओं का, अमर शहीदों का स्मारक भी बनाया गया है। ये 20 फुट ऊंची सरदार साहब की प्रतिमा इसका प्रतीक है कि हैदराबाद से निजाम को हटाने में हमारे पहले गृह मंत्री सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने बड़ी भूमिका अदा की थी और इसी के कारण ये हमारा आज का एक क्षेत्र, ये बीदर भारत का हिस्सा बन पाया था। आज मैं इस मंच से बड़े आदर के साथ सरदार पटेल की स्मृति को श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं, जिन्होंने हैदराबाद को आजाद कराने का काम किया। मित्रों, यहीं पर 8 साल पहले मैं आया था, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अध्यक्ष था और मैंने यहीं पर भूमि पूजन किया था। युवा मोर्चा के कार्यकर्ताओं को जिम्मेदारी दी थी कि एक अस्मरणीय जिसका विस्मरण हो।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Calcutta in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interest repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest.
Rahul Gandhi convicted and disqualified, but Vadra Congress is in complete denial. Stages Satyagraha now.
मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
It's Congress versus Congress over Rahul disqualification. Does the Congress party admit that Rahul Gandhi is guilty?
यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि यह व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई इस पर विश्वास नहीं करता।
Yogi hits out at Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack, says Congress cannot take moral high ground.
Ambassador Mr. Taranjit Singh Sandhu, who is the face of terror diplomacy in the free world, we want to remind him that it is unacceptable.
Indian journalist attacked and envoy threatened. Is it a free run for the Khalistanis in the United States now?
3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Feather in the hat for ISRO. 36 OneWeb internet satellites launched into space. And tornadoes ripped through Mississippi. At least 23 people have been killed and several others injured. You're watching the news here with me, Rakshita Mishra. Let's get you the top story at this hour. It's the hunt for Amritpal that we have been tracking since the hunt has broken out. And let us tell you that we are getting more details on this story. It's been over 9 days that Khalistani fugitive Amritpal Singh has been on the run. And in a latest development, and this is breaking, Republic TV has learned that Papalpreet Singh spoke to Sarabjit Kaur, who was detained from Jammu over 15 times post 18th of March. Sarabjit Kaur and Amrit Singh asked Papalpreet to come over to Jammu to escape from cops along with Amritpal. That's the big breaking we are getting on this story that we have been tracking now. And the hunt goes on. 9 days on Amritpal still on the run, and now we are getting more details. And we have my colleague Amarji. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's my colleague Gursimran who is here with us on the broadcast for more on this. Tell us more details, Gursimran, on this developing story.
See, Rakshita, that is what we are getting to know from our sources in the J&K police as well as the Punjab police, that Sarabjit Kaur, who is sister of Papalpreet, spoke to him almost 15-16 times after the 18th of March, and she and her husband Amrit Singh, those who have been detained from the Araspura area of Jammu day before yesterday at around 10:40, they were detained by the Special Operations Group along with the District Police of the Jammu in an operation that was launched on the information of the Punjab police. That came to know that they spoke almost more than 15 times, and even Amrit Singh and Sarabjit told Papalpreet along with Amritpal to come over to Jammu and Kashmir so that they can hide from the cops there. See, that area from where they have been detained is not too far off from the international border also, and that's why they were invited there, that they will evade the scrutiny of Punjab police and there won't be much people to see. But after getting the information, the Jammu and Kashmir police acted very responsibly, and within almost 1 hour and 10 minutes, within 70 minutes, both Amrit Singh and Sarabjit Kaur were detained and handed over to the Punjab police from the Araspura sector of the Jammu district. And now some of their links are also coming, that Sarabjit Kaur is sister of Papalpreet. She was married to Amrit Singh in the Jammu's Araspura sector, and from where they do have been detained and now being grilled by the Punjab police. But this shows that using the social media applications, both Amritpal as well as Papalpreet are in contact with their associates so as to get a perfect hideout so that they can hide from the agency's scrutiny.
All right, so we have this latest update, and as you were saying that Papalpreet spoke to a woman called Sarabjit, and what are the cops, or what are you picking up from sources, because we've also learned about areas along the Indo-Nepal border have also been alert for quite some time now. What could be the possible route that the agencies are picking up as far as Amritpal Singh is concerned, because this development comes from Jammu, of course. But the hunt for Amritpal is still on. It's been over 9 days, Gursimran. And what is the latest that the agencies have been picking up on him? Has he crossed the border? Is he around in the north? What all have you been picking up?
See, when it comes to the Operation AP that was launched by the Punjab Police on 18th of March, there is a complete failure on the part of Punjab Police, because Punjab Police is running already 3 days late to what Amritpal is planning, because the latest information that the Punjab Police is having is somewhat of 23rd or 22nd of March, and we are already on to the afternoon of 26th of March. That means they are already 72 hours late than what is happening in the Amritpal's case and what Amritpal has been planning as per the Punjab Police. While on the other hand, the family is saying that it is the Punjab Police that is trying to defame Amritpal. They have kept him captive in the custody, and now they are trying to ensure that they make the sufficient dent to the image of Amritpal, and that's why they are trying to build up the narratives. This is what the family members are saying. While on the other hand, the Punjab Police is saying that we are trying to track down, but the reality remains that except the main purpose for which the Operation AP was launched by the Punjab Police claims to have solved everything. They claim that they have got the currency of the Khalistan, they got the maps of the Riyasats they have built, they got some of the weapons that they have got the Pakistan links. But one thing that is missing is Amritpal, which they have failed to track down even after the 9 days of the operation that was launched, and that is why they were wrapped up by the Punjab and Haryana High Court. When the hearing took place, even the High Court asked that when you are having 80,000 cops dedicated to a task, how come a person give a slip to your cops there? So that was something very valid question, and now Punjab Police is trying to get the hold of Amritpal as per the officials of the Punjab Police. But it has to be seen that how under this much of security, 18,000 cops on the alert, additional forces from the center here in the state carrying out the operation, and even then
hold your thoughts, Gursimran. I'll have to pause you there. Right. Stay on with us. Do stay on with us, because we are getting a reaction on this, and this is coming in from the apex Sikh body. The top Sikh body in the country has now asked the Khalistani fugitive on the run, Amritpal, to surrender. Let's take a listen in, and we will translate this reaction for our viewers.
इन्नी पुलिस फोर्स होने के बावजूद जिहड़ा हैगा वो गिरफ्तार क्यों नहीं किया गया? एक वड्डा कारगुजारी के उत्ते सवाल है। तो दूसरा जिहड़ा हैगा, जे सरकार ने गिरफ्तार किया है तो स्थिति स्पष्ट करनी चाहिए है। तो एक मैं अमरपाल सिंह नूं भी कहांगा जी वो बाहर है तो उन्होंने फिर खुद ही जिहड़ा हैगा अपने आप नूं पेश करना चाहिए कि पुछो की पुछदे तुसीं की करना चाहुंदे दसो, ते सहयोग करना चाहिए जांच दे विच। ते पुलिस नूं भी जिहड़ा है वो थोड़ा इस गल दा ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि साडे इन्हां नौजवानां ने कोई बहुते वड्डे जुर्म नहीं कीते, जिड्डे वड्डे जुर्म जिहड़े आ वो बना के पेश कीते जा रहे हैं। मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि बेसिकली जिहड़े सिख संप्रदावां जथेबंदियां दे जिहड़े कुछ मुखी सिलेक्टेड जे वो बुलाए हैं, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਹੋ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੇ ਪੱਧਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੋ ਸਿੱਖ ਨੌਜਵਾਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫੜੋ-ਫੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰਤਾਂਤ ਸਿਰਜਿਆ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ, ਇਹਦਾ ਹੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਸੁਝਾਅ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ 27 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੋਈ ਕੁਝ ਵਿਦਵਾਨ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਕੁਝ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਮੁਖੀ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦਾ ਲੰਬਾ ਇੱਕ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਹੀ ਫਿਰ ਜੋ
All right, there you heard it. Akal Takht Jathedar Gyani Harpreet Singh, who has asked radical preacher fugitive Amritpal Singh to surrender before police. And remember, this is significant because this is coming in from the top Sikh body. Now, we will be, of course, thank you so much, my colleague Gursimran, who has updated us on the latest development on this story. But now we are shifting focus to our top story of the day. And this, of course, about Rahul Gandhi's disqualification and the drama, the political drama that has entailed. Let us get you a quick roundup of all the latest. Congress leaders are protesting against Rahul Gandhi's conviction in a defamation case and his subsequent disqualification as an MP. It has continued for the third day, the protests, and the Congress party is now holding a day-long Sankalp Satyagraha at Rajghat in New Delhi to register its protest against the same. Party President Mallikarjun Kharge, along with other senior leaders including Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Jairam Ramesh and KC Venugopal, have taken part in this Satyagraha.
पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी हुई है और इसमें डरने का सवाल नहीं, चाहे वो जेल में डालने दो, जेल भरो कार्यक्रम भी करेंगे हम। हर चीज़ जनता के हिफाजत के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के हिफाजत के लिए हम ज़रूर लड़ते रहेंगे। राहुल जी भी लड़ते रहेंगे।
And riot-tainted Jagdish Tytler also joined the Satyagraha at Rajghat, to which BJP reacted sharply. Party leader RP Singh has said, and I quote him here, "It is clear what kind of a Satyagraha the Congress is doing," unquote.
ये कांग्रेस का सत्याग्रह नहीं, बल्कि ये ओबीसी समाज के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, ये कोर्ट के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, और अब तो कांग्रेस का सिख समुदाय के खिलाफ भी किस प्रकार का दुराग्रह है वो आज दिखाई दे रहा है कि इस तथाकथित सत्याग्रह पर जगदीश टाइटलर को बुलाया गया है।
Meanwhile, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has taken a sharp jibe on the Congress party's Satyagraha. He says that one who walks on the path of untruth cannot talk about Satyagraha. Yogi also added that even those who divide the country on the lines of linguisticism, regionalism cannot do the Satyagraha.
जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, और सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है।
It's Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Sections in the Congress party happy after Rahul Gandhi gets disqualified. Acharya Pramod radishes questions on Pramod Tiwari. Pramod versus Pramod here. Pramod Tiwari had said Rahul Gandhi should be punished, but it should not be 2 years.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली थी, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
It's fresh LG versus Aam Aadmi Party government face-off in New Delhi as LG office source allege that after having been caught red-handed in the act of benefiting and providing undue financial favors to private discoms in the name of poor people, the Aam Aadmi Party government and its functionaries are making baseless, false and misleading statements. The source further says that the Chief Secretary submitted a report to the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well as Delhi LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, pointing out that the Power Department is not following the statutory advice of Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission on subsidies being paid to the discoms. As the crackdown against Khalistani sympathizer and radical Amritpal Singh intensifies, posters bearing his face and details have been put up all across the Punjab border areas. This comes after the police put up his posters at the Indo-Nepal border to prevent the wanted criminal from crossing the Indian territory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed his 99th edition of the Mann Ki Baat today. Prime Minister talks about Nari Shakti and cautions people amid rising COVID cases. Indian Space Research Organisation or ISRO said that the LV-M3 OneWeb India 2 mission was accomplished with all 36 satellites deployed into intended orbits. The mission launch took place from Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh. The first set of 36 satellites for OneWeb Group Company was launched on the 23rd of October 2022. All right, coming up after the break, we have Home Minister Amit Shah on his mission to Karnataka. We will be cutting across to his speech in Karnataka and what all he has said about it. Lots more on the other side of the break. Do stay tuned.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interest repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं? यस। अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent.
United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
All right, we're getting in some breaking news at this hour. This update about Umesh Pal murder probe. UP STF team has reached Sabarmati jail in Gujarat, and that is the latest we are getting in. Remember, Atiq Ahmed. There's a warrant against Atiq Ahmed and UP police has reached the Gujarat jail, this jail in Sabarmati. And what we are learning is that by road he will be taken to jail in UP. My colleague Priyanka is live with us on the broadcast for this. What more are you learning about this development, Priyanka?
Right. With the camera cameras and show of viewers where exactly we're standing right now is there right at the Sabarmati jail, the professional jail of Andaman, where in fact has been brought that have been leveled against him. The hearing that is all set to take place on 28th of March. Multiple factors of investigation by the UP government machinery as well that is being carried out in the matter of Atiq Ahmed. And of course, we have seen that there is a petition that has also been lodged, that has also been made in the apex court of the country, where in fact we have seen how Atiq Ahmed had also stated that there might be some danger to his life, that he might also be subjected to an encounter. Those are the kind of statements that were made in the apex court. But what we are essentially seeing right now is the kind of arrangement that we have been able to see right outside of the Sabarmati jail, where these security vans, in fact, that have come from UP, the UP police, the UP STF, in fact, has come in this, and they have been parked right here since around 11:15 a.m. When the police, of course, had reached here. And we have also seen that there are, of course, extra security arrangements, extra security personnel that are also that can be seen who are waiting right outside. So this is, of course, the protocol for added security if Atiq Ahmed might be shifted from Ahmedabad to UP. So all of these things are something that helps us understand what really will be the procedure which will be done here on after the UP police and the STF, in fact, culminates the procedure that they have gone for inside the Sabarmati jail for. And of course, we are being given to understand that by around 2:30 to 3 p.m. is when we can get a clear idea that they will be leaving from here or not, because this, of course, is a longer route that they have to cover from Ahmedabad to UP. And of course, keeping in mind the petition that I had just mentioned in the apex court, which had also been made by Atiq Ahmed when it comes to the security concerns that he had raised for himself, if the UP police, of course, also takes him from Ahmedabad to UP. So all of those things are something that will be a factor in the process that is also being carried out right now. And of course, the next court of hearing for Atiq Ahmed to be present in is on 28th of March as well. So keeping that in mind, the UP police will want to, of course, also want him to be present in the court and also investigate into this matter further, because there are not just one case, there are multiple cases of Atiq Ahmed that the UP government machinery, of course, wants to look into. And the arrangements that are being made right outside of the Sabarmati jail tell us that the UP police, of course, wants Atiq Ahmed to be in their custody so that the further investigation into this entire matter can be carried out as well.
What are the kind of, since you're talking about the heavy security, tell us more about the kind of security that is, because there's a supposed threat to his life. So what are the kind of security arrangements that you have been learning about? And since you said that he will be traveling, he will be taken to Uttar Pradesh, and what we are learning is that he will be taken to Prayagraj. So give us a sense of the how much the strength of the security, and how heavy is the security that will be given to Atiq Ahmed right before his hearing and as he is taken to the jail in UP.
Well, we were just showing you the visuals of that, Akshita. We are just showing you the visuals of the police vans as well that are parked here. These are, of course, two security vans that have come here of the UP police, of the UP STF. And we do know that there is one team of senior officials that has already gone inside of the Sabarmati jail to carry out the procedure, to carry out the paperwork, so that they can actually take Atiq Ahmed with them to Prayagraj, as you rightly mentioned. But essentially what we're showing you is the security that has been arranged for Atiq Ahmed, because of course this is the Sabarmati Central Jail in Ahmedabad, and we had seen those teams come in, as I pointed out earlier. But the senior officials, apart from the senior officials, there are some lower level officials as well that are present here that have been brought for the security to make sure that there is an added level of security for when and if the UP police and the UP STF actually gets to take Atiq Ahmed from the Sabarmati jail to Prayagraj, so that there can be further questioning of Atiq Ahmed, so that there can be a further investigation into the various matters that the UP government machinery, in fact, is looking into. Apart from that, of course, as I mentioned, that there is a court hearing that is on 28th of March, and he would have to be present for that hearing as well. That's, of course, in the backdrop of the petition that he has already made about concerns of his security when it comes to the UP police taking custody of Atiq Ahmed from the Sabarmati jail right here, and then taking him to Prayagraj as well. But the security arrangement, as I pointed out, there's just two vans that have come here, and we are, of course, waiting for perhaps another hour from now is when we are being told that we will be given some clarity when the Gujarat police and the UP police, after their meeting and the procedure is actually carried out and culminated in the Sabarmati jail, we will get some updates as to how and which route will, in fact, will Atiq Ahmed be taken from. It's an 1100 kilometer plus journey that they will have to, in fact, carry out today itself. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Priyanka. We'll keep coming to you for more updates on that story. But thank you so much for now for those updates. Now, shifting focus. We will be shifting focus to other stories. But right now, we have to slip into a short break. Do stay tuned for more this regarding tornadoes ripping through Mississippi. Remember, 23 people have been killed. Many others have been injured. And we will be having a lot more on that on the other side of the break. Also, yet another feather in the hat for ISRO. 36 OneWeb internet satellites have been launched into space. Yet another achievement for ISRO. All that and lots more on the other side. Stay tuned.
The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India, the government of India, that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइंब करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent sir. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट में चढ़ी चुका था sir. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massif, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massif.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए।
Rahul convicted and disqualified, but Congress in complete denial stages Satyagraha now.
ये बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
It is Congress versus Congress over Rahul's disqualification. Does the Congress admit that Rahul is guilty?
यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करे।
Yogi hits out at Vadra. Congress in an unrelenting attack says Congress cannot take the moral high ground.
Ambassador, Mr. Taranjit Singh Sandhu, who is the face of terror diplomacy in the free world, we want to remind him that it is unacceptable.
Indian journalists attacked and envoy threatened. Is it a free run for Khalistanis in the US now?
3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Yet another feather in the hat of ISRO 36 OneWeb internet satellites launched into space. Tornadoes ripped through Mississippi, at least 23 killed, several others injured. Hey, good afternoon. You're watching Live and Breaking at 1 p.m. I'm Suesha Sawant, and the story we are tracking for you in this edition, as this is our top focus, Rahul Gandhi, who's been disqualified following his conviction in the defamation case. Congress is in a complete state of denial. A day after staging pan-India protests, it has now resorted to what it calls Satyagraha. And a section in the Congress party is seeming happy after Rahul Gandhi is disqualified, is the question now that is being asked to them. Congress leader Pramod Tiwari, who said that Rahul should be punished, but it shouldn't be 2 years. Is he also meaning to say that Rahul Gandhi is guilty and he agrees to it? Listen into that statement.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली थी, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
Cutting across to my colleague Piyush, who's joining us from the ground. Piyush, this statement by Pramod Tiwari has not just got them a lot of backlash, but it is a contradiction that the Congress is now having to face the brunt of. And this divide on what their position is on Rahul Gandhi, whether they stand by him or they are happy that he's been disqualified, whether they are fighting this battle for him or they somewhere agree that he's guilty, is now something that is gone against Rahul Gandhi.
Well, Suesha, now we can certainly see as to how the Congress is now itself a divided house. At one statement being made by Pramod Tiwari, that is now being contradicted by Acharya Pramod Krishnan. So there are two different statements coming in from the two different Congress leaders. We'll have to see how the Congress is going to look into it. But today, once again, the Congress party is protesting, and right now they're protesting here at Rajghat. I would ask Parvez to try to zoom and show you the pictures of these followers, these workers of Congress party who have come here since morning. We are seeing as to how they are reaching here in large number, but now we are also witnessing that many of them have also left. They are now protesting at a few different corners. They are raising slogans at different places in favor of Rahul Gandhi. But the point here is that why this protest? Remember that Rahul Gandhi was convicted by the court only, but here the workers believe is that Rahul Gandhi was convicted and his membership was taken by the BJP government, and that is why this protest is right now underway here at the Rajghat. Tomorrow also what we are hearing is that pan-India protest call has been given by the Congress, where not only protests will take place in national capital but across the country. BJP is now asking questions as to why Rahul Gandhi and Congress party are crying foul when the decision has been taken by a court and he has been disqualified according to the law. But the Congress workers and Congress leaders believe that it is an attack on democracy. Rahul Gandhi has paid price for speaking up and that is why he has been disqualified. Yesterday when Rahul Gandhi did press conference, he did not answer even one question over his comments. He did not respond as to what he have to say about what he spoke in 2019 about Modi community. He did not even apologize for that. But today what we are now hearing is that Congress is going to step up its attack against the BJP-led government by saying that Rahul Gandhi, who was speaking on the Adani issue, who was raising the issue of unemployment and who was also directly attacking the Modi government, that is why his membership has been disqualified. They are not talking about what happened in 2019 in Karnataka. They are not talking about the legal procedure which has been followed, but they are talking about that this is nothing but vendetta politics at the part of BJP. Massive protest since beginning we are seeing here taking place at Rajghat. Workers who had come here slowly and gradually they are also leaving because the permission is till only 5 p.m. and that is why at a time when the top leaders of Congress party like Priyanka Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge, P. Chidambaram and many others are sitting, we are not seeing a lot of enthusiasm here in the workers. Only few have come here, and many of them you can also see as to how many of them are also seen sitting on the footpath which is right here on this very road. So the enthusiasm is also not very strong, not very much among the workers. It is not as equal as when in 1978 when Indira Gandhi's membership was in fact taken for her alleged involvement in a particular case. Here the workers are coming, yes, they are raising slogans, but enthusiasm is not as high as it should be. We'll have to see how the protest is further going to escalate, but the BJP is now asking and in fact attacking Congress party, saying that why these leaders of Congress party are crying foul when the decision has been taken according to the law. When a court verdict, court has convicted Rahul Gandhi and his membership has been disqualified according to the available law. We'll have to see how the Congress is further going to escalate today 1 p.m. At 1 p.m. we are hearing that Sudhanshu Trivedi, who is also BJP's Rajya Sabha MP, is going to do a press conference. We'll see how the BJP is further going to escalate its attack on Rahul Gandhi. Suesha.
Absolutely, and Piyush, that was exactly what I was going to say next, that the BJP is upping the ante in every which way. We heard that remark from Union Minister Anurag Thakur, and now an unrelenting attack from UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, where he's saying that the Congress cannot take the moral high ground. Listen into that statement.
संवेदना जब मनुष्य के प्रति नहीं थी तो उनकी संवेदना एक मूक जीव के प्रति होगा, ये तो कल्पना से भी बाहर है। गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में सदैव सत्य, अहिंसा और अस्तेय को स्थान दिया था। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात के लिए उनका आग्रह था, उनका आग्रह ही सत्याग्रह कहलाया, यानी सत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला ही सत्याग्रह कर सकता है। असत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह की बात करे, यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि यह व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा। और सत्याग्रह के मार्ग पर चलने की जो प्रेरणा बापू ने दी, वास्तव में वही सत्य का आग्रह जो अपने जीवन में कर सके, मन, वचन और कर्म से सत्य का आचरण जो व्यक्ति करता हो, उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करता हो, वही सत्याग्रह है। लोकतंत्र को कमजोर करने वाले सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। आकंठ भ्रष्टाचार में डूबे हुए लोग सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। मौन जीवों की बात तो दूर, मनुष्य के प्रति भी जिनकी संवेदना न हो, वह सत्याग्रह भी नहीं कर सकते। देश को जातिवाद, क्षेत्रवाद, भाषावाद और तमाम वादों में बांटने वाले भी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकते। अपने देश की निंदा करने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह नहीं कर सकता। भारत को कटघरे में खड़ा करने वाला व्यक्ति और भारत के बहादुर जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, वह सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है। और इसीलिए आज जब हम यहां पर आए हैं, मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में उन सभी स्कीम को, उन सभी योजनाओं को प्रदेश के अंदर प्रभावी ढंग से लागू करने वाले राज्यों में से एक है। गरीब को बिना भेदभाव के शासन की योजना का लाभ प्राप्त हो। न जाने कितने लोगों के जीवन में उसका परिणाम सामने आया है।
And on to other top stories. After Khalistani go on a rampage overseas, MEA saying that the High Commissioner of Canada was summoned yesterday to convey a strong concern about the actions of separatists and extremist elements against diplomatic mission and consulates in Canada this week. The reply added that it is expected that the Canadian government will take all the steps which are required to ensure the safety of our diplomats and the security of our diplomatic premises so that they are able to fulfill their normal diplomatic functions. A Bihar court has acquitted Union Minister Giriraj Singh and 22 others in a 9-year-old case after they staged a rail blockade in protest against the denial of special category status to Bihar by the Congress-led UPA government in 2014. The acquitted, including LJP MP Veena Devi and BJP leaders Ram Surat Rai and Suresh Sharma, among others, appeared before the MP at Muzaffarpur in the connection with the Railway Act case. Father of Sidhu Moosewala, Balkaur Singh, alleged that he was threatened once again through an email saying that he would be killed soon. Previously also, Balkaur Singh had alleged that he was threatened and said that he will be killed before the 25th of April. Now, according to the police, a case has been registered against unknown people for threatening Moosewala's father. As the crackdown against Khalistani sympathizer and radical Amritpal Singh intensifies, posters bearing his face and details have been put up all across Punjab and border areas. This comes after the police put up his posters at the Indo-Nepal border to prevent the wanted criminal from crossing to the other side. Ajnala Court in Punjab sent 10 associates of Waris Punjab, they headed by fugitive pro-Khalistan leader Amritpal Singh, to judicial custody till the 6th of April in connection with an FIR registered related to the Ajnala incident where pro-Khalistan supporters clashed with the police. One other accused, Sukhpreet Singh, remanded a 4-day police custody. 10 persons are accused of storming the Ajnala police station and clashing with the Punjab police in February this year to free a member who has been arrested in an abduction case. Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav inspects the Chenab Bridge in Jammu and Kashmir. The first trail run on Chenab Bridge on Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla rail link will be conducted in Raisi. Delegates from G20 member countries, guest countries and international organizations have arrived in Arunachal Pradesh to participate in the G20 meeting at Itanagar. Upon their arrival at the Donyi Polo Airport in Itanagar, delegates were accorded a warm and traditional welcome by the cultural troops and senior Arunachal Pradesh government officials. It is a fresh LG versus Aam Aadmi Party government face-off in New Delhi as LG office source alleged that after having been caught red-handed in the act of benefiting and providing undue financial favours to private discoms in the name of poor people, Aam Aadmi Party government and its functionaries are making baseless, false and misleading statements. The source further said that the Chief Secretary submitted a report to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, as well as LG Vinay Kumar Saxena, pointing out that the Power Department is not following the statutory advice of Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission on subsidies being paid to the discoms. Indian Navy on Sunday flagged off a 7,000-kilometer maritime awareness Sham No Varina motor car expedition at Netaji Subhash National Institute of Sports under Eastern Naval Command. The aim is to spread awareness about the maritime aspects of the country and also to promote the Prime Minister's vision of Nari Shakti. After flagging it off in West Bengal, the expedition will travel through Kolaghat to Digha, visiting other parts as before proceeding to Chandipur in Odisha. ISRO said that the LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission was accomplished with all 36 satellites deployed into intended orbits. The mission launch took place from Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh. The first set of 36 satellites for OneWeb Group Company were launched on the 23rd of October 2022. Time for a short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you those pictures where an Indian journalist was attacked and the envoy was threatened, as it is now really seeming like a free run for Khalistanis even in the US. And tornadoes rip through Mississippi. 23 have been killed, several others injured.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए?
सर, आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर, आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
Of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Calcutta in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
And more breaking news coming in, stoking a fresh controversy. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has now insulted Lord Ram, saying that BJP talks about Parivarvad, then they must answer on Lord Ram and even the Pandavas. Listen into that statement.
एक आदमी का कितना अपमान करोगे, कितना अपमान करोगे? क्या यही है इस देश की परंपरा? आप परिवारवादी कहते हैं, तो भगवान राम कौन थे? भगवान राम को वनवास में भेजा गया. उन्होंने अपने परिवार, अपनी धरती के प्रति अपना धर्म निभाया. क्या भगवान राम परिवारवादी थे? क्या पांडव परिवारवादी थे कि वो अपने परिवार की संस्कारों के लिए लड़े? और हमें क्या शर्म आनी चाहिए कि हमारे परिवार के सदस्य शहीद हुए इस देश के लिए, कि इस झंडे में उनका खून है, इस धरती में उनका खून है. इस देश के लोकतंत्र को मेरे परिवार के खून ने सींचा है.
All right, so that's the statement that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has made, where she has invoked the Ramayana and Mahabharata for drawing a comparison on the Parivarwad jibe by the BJP against the Gandhi family, and this is now facing a lot of criticism. But let's once again listen in to what she has said. Before that, Aarti Singh is with me on the phone line. Aarti Singh, how are you viewing this particular statement by, I beg your pardon, RP Singh from the BJP is now joining us on the phone line. How do you view this statement by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and to particularly draw this comparison and invoke the Ramayana and Mahabharata in this context? Will this be perceived correctly, or will rather have her land ire on herself?
Well, see, they are trying to take refuge under some shield of mythology at times, at the name of the our freedom fighter. He said, "मैं Gandhi हूँ, Savarkar नहीं हूँ." Other day he himself said so. Whereas, as per me, he is not even equal to toenail of Savarkar or Mahatma Gandhi. Neither he is also not Gandhi for that regard. He is the grandson of Firoz Jahangir Gandhi. So that's how they're trying to take refuge under the names now, and then try to draw comparison. Earlier also they tried to draw comparison in similar fashion with Lord Ram and other deities of the Hindu religion. But people can see through this, and then people retaliate this and reject this when it comes to voting, or when it comes to giving their decision or giving their mandate.
Absolutely, Sardar RP Singh. Many thanks for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Also cutting across to that live news briefing by the BJP that has already begun. Let's take a look.
निजी कारण से न्यायालय के द्वारा सजा याफ्ता होने के बाद न्यायालय के विरुद्ध करते हुए दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं। इससे अधिक दुराग्रह और दंभ सत्याग्रह के आवरण में संभव नहीं है। हम बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहना चाहते हैं कि इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में जो कुछ भी हुआ वो एक न्यायिक प्रक्रिया का हिस्सा था। न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के द्वारा उन्हें सजा हुई, और यह बहुत समय से भारत की संसद के द्वारा बनाया नियम है जिसके तहत उनकी सदस्यता स्वतः चली गई। जैसे अगर आपका एंट्रेंस एग्जाम का रिजल्ट खारिज हो जाए तो आप विश्वविद्यालय में प्रवेश ले चुके हो तो वह स्थान स्वतः आपका खारिज हो जाता है। यह इसमें लीगल पोजीशन है, और यानी इसके लीगल, पॉलिटिकल और मॉरल तीनों एस्पेक्ट हैं। अगर आप पॉलिटिकल एंगल से देखें, जितने भी प्रकार के आरोप लगा रहे हैं वो निराधार हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का स्पष्ट मानना है कि आपको जो जो कहना है कहिए, जो अपशब्द कहने हो कहिए, भाजपा के विरुद्ध कहिए, हमने उसे स्वीकार किया है। सरकार के विरुद्ध आपने कितना कुछ कहा, हमने उसे शांति से स्वीकार किया। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विरुद्ध कितना विषवमन किया, हमने उसके ऊपर भी शांत रहे। परंतु जब आप भारत के विरुद्ध बोलते हैं, पिछड़े समाज के विरुद्ध इस प्रकार की घृणा और वैमनस्य की बात करते हैं, और उस पे आपको जब न्यायालय के द्वारा सजा होती है और फिर जब आप उसमें राजनीतिक आरोप लगाने का प्रयास करते हैं, तो इसमें मुझे उद्दंडता और निर्लज्जता दोनों नजर आती है, और यह हमें स्वीकार्य नहीं है, क्योंकि यह भारत और भारत की परंपरा का अपमान है। और याद करिए, अहंकार की बात हम क्यों कह रहे हैं? अहंकार इसी नियम के तहत बनने वाले अध्यादेश को फाड़ने में भी था और आज पालन करने में भी है। दूसरा, हमारे हृदय में जो पीड़ा है, गांधी जी की समाधि पे आप अपने तथाकथित सत्याग्रह में ऐसे व्यक्तियों को ले जा रहे हैं जिन्होंने हिंसा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया था। श्री जगदीश टाइटलर, सत्य और अहिंसा के प्रतीक गांधी जी की समाधि पर न सत्य न अहिंसा, असत्य और हिंसा दोनों के प्रतीकों को सामने लेकर फिर आप यह आवरण ओढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और उससे अधिक हद तो तब हो गई जब कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता और राज्यसभा में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के उपनेता प्रमोद तिवारी जी इस सीमा तक चले गए कि जब सजा दी जानी चाहिए तो परिवार को देखकर, यानी गांधी परिवार की पृष्ठभूमि को देखकर दी जानी चाहिए। यानी यह बहुत आश्चर्यजनक बात है। इसके अंदर भी एक संवैधानिक विषय है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी न्यायालय के न्यायिक विवेक से अपने को ऊपर समझती है। It means Congress party considered themselves superior than the judicial jurisprudence of the courts, and they will decide that in what manner and on what basis the court should give their final verdict. इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि शायद जिसे कहावत है ना हिंदी में, रस्सी जल गई पर बल नहीं गया। एक देश में दो विधान इन्हें आज भी चाहिए, एक विधान आम आदमी के लिए और एक विधान अपने परिवार के लिए। वैसे एक सरकार में दो प्रधान तो वो चला चुके हैं और पार्टी में भी दो प्रधान चला रहे हैं, यानी दो प्रधान चला रहे हैं और परिवार के लिए दो विधान इन्हें आज भी चाहिए। और फिर प्रमोद तिवारी जी कहते हैं परिवार की पृष्ठभूमि देख के देना चाहिए, तो मैं विनम्रता के साथ स्मरण दिलाना चाहता हूं कि आप ही के परिवार में आपकी दादी श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी जी न्यायालय के द्वारा दोषी सिद्ध हुई थी चुनाव में धांधली के आरोप में। यह आपकी परंपरा है, पृष्ठभूमि है, और उन्होंने अपने को उसके बावजूद इंडिया इज इंदिरा कहा था। श्री राजीव गांधी जी भारत के पहले प्रधानमंत्री बने थे जो बोफोर्स में भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में आए थे, और उन्होंने उसके बाद यह भी बोला था कि बड़ा पेड़ गिरता है तो धरती हिलती, यानी हजारों सिखों के नरसंहार को जस्टिफाई।
And as the Congress is staging Satyagraha to back disqualified MP Rahul Gandhi, it is the BJP in a scathing attack raising how Jagdish Tytler, right, accused, was the first one to be present at the Satyagraha, and calling it highly ironical also, saying that Congress cannot take the higher moral ground.
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come five-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है।
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. Do you think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहां पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए?
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना?
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया है। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा।
Welcome friends, in this series called The Interview, every week we bring to you one personality, one persona, and of course one issue. This time we are bringing to you someone who's an ambassador, a diplomat, but more importantly he belongs or represents a country with which India has a very special relationship. It's Israel. India and Israel marked 30 years, 3 decades of establishing their diplomatic relationship. And I'm welcoming Ambassador Naor Gilon. Very welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Ambassador, but the question is, India and Israel have been around for 75 years in its modern history, since independence for India and Israel having been established by David Ben-Gurion in 1948. Why 30 years and not 75 years?
Well, it's a very good question. Let me start a little bit earlier in history. I think that about 2,500 years ago, the first Jews came to India. And what is very unique about the Jews in India, that unlike in Europe and other continents, the Jews here lived a wonderful life, equal life like everyone else. Anti-Semitism is not even a known word here. No one knows what it is, which is a big problem in the Western world today. And this was the first bridge between our countries. The second bridge between our countries was probably First World War, when Indian soldiers, as part of the Anglo-Indian army, fought the Ottomans, the Turks, and released really or conquered what is today the state of Israel. A few 30 years later became the state of Israel. Now, India was established a few months before Israel. India voted in the beginning in 1947, Resolution 181 of the UN, which decided to create 2 states. India voted against. The countries the Arab countries voted against. Most of the world voted in favor, and it was passed. So the start was a little bit slow. Shaky. I must say that our first Prime Minister Ben-Gurion saw in Gandhi and the Indian freedom movement as a sister movement. Although the principles were different and everything, but it was the first time, that's the same time. And both of us were under British. We were under mandate, not part of the empire. And if you go to his bedroom where he decided to retire in Sde Boker, you will see the picture of Gandhi on his on the wall.
In Ben-Gurion's residence?
Ben-Gurion's residence in Sde Boker, there is a picture of Gandhi. Mm-hmm. He used to do yoga. Mm-hmm. So he was very close, and it's said that after we declared the state of Israel in 1948, there were 2 countries in the beginning, US and Russia, that acknowledged Israel. And he's quoted as saying that once India will acknowledge, it will close the full circle. The issue is that it took India another year and a half or so, but in 1950, India acknowledged Israel. In 1953, we opened no embassies at the time, no full diplomatic relations. We opened our consulate in Bombay of the time. No reciprocity. India did not do the same. And the big change happened in 1992, 31 years ago.
But before we go to 1992, I'll come to that. 1950, when India recognized Israel and you set up the consulate there, I believe the then Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, said that we would have wanted to do it earlier, but then our Arab policy does not allow us. And that sort of set the template for next few decades.
Yes.
You think so? That has had a shadow on the India-Israel relationship till 1992?
Yeah, and look, India was one of the leaders of a non-aligned movement during the Cold War. And the non-aligned movement was in general hostile towards Israel. The Arab countries were closer to that, and part of it, some of them. So in this sense, I think that set the tone. That was the tone. The tone was not our consulate in Mumbai, or Bombay, I should say, because at the time, was very much limited in also in what they could do. It's not that they treated it, it's an Israeli embassy but located in Bombay. No, it was limited. They could do only local culture, stuff like that, economy. So things were totally different. And then came 92, and two phenomena led to the establishment of full diplomatic relations. It was a period in which quite a few countries, China a few weeks before India, also established diplomatic relations with Israel. It was one element that was very historically is the 89 collapse of the Soviet Union.
Right.
So we became into a unipolar world.
Right.
And following also the first Iraq war, there was the Madrid conference, the first peace conference between Israel and the Arab world.
Right.
And this led to the change. And, you know, from 92, our relations started growing slowly. There were visits in the early 2000s of Israel Prime Minister Ariel Sharon and President Ezra Weizmann. And we were cooperating, by the way, on defense, very strongly on defense.
In all these years?
Yeah, most of the years. Kargil support
even
of
in the before 1992?
I think that there was already some cooperation. It, of course, with the years, it grew stronger and stronger. And Kargil is very much known, I think, to people, the fact that Israel was supplying and assisting. And one element was the defense. The other element was agriculture. A lot of Israeli agriculture technology was here, drip irrigation, all that.
Right.
So these were the two elements. And then I think the big change in our relations started in 2015 when the Indian president went to Israel for the first time. And then 2017, Prime Minister Modi went to Israel, and we upgraded our relations to strategic partnership. And a few months later, 2018, Prime Minister Netanyahu came here. And I think from that time on, strategic partnership is not only by name, it's also by action and by nature. So if you look at our relations, they are really today filling all fields. So there are very few limitations on our relations today, if at all.
But what makes you say so? Like, what factors contribute to the India-Israel partnership being so wholesome? Is it because the governments align strategically, or is it because there is a people-to-people connect? Because we need often that in these opinion polls, the opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is no doubt about it. I've served, I think, in 7 different diplomatic postings, twice in the US, a few times in Europe, my third time ambassador. I saw friendship to Israel in different places, in the pockets of friendship to Israel, but such wide support and love to admiration towards Israel as I see here, I never met in the world. I must say that. It also goes the other way around, by the way. We grew up, first of all, when we were one channel TV in Israel, when I was a teenager, 40 years ago. Every Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock, there were either Arab movie, usually Egyptian, but not only, or Indian movie. So, and all the country was watching. We had only one channel, and that was the most popular viewing time of the time. So we grew up on a lot of Bollywood kind of films, and so it was known. And then there is the known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, but it's what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels.
Yeah.
They go backpackers. They, you know, they want to live. They go to Vipassana and they go to yoga classes and they go to, you know, they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians, eat Indian food, live with Indians, live the Indian way. And, you know, these are already for tens of years, 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service. So the people to people is very strong. I think also before we had the jump in the relations. So, you know, here the people went before the politicians. The politicians came and really, you know, straightened the line or together with the people. So here we have a combination of very strong people-to-people relations with a very strong government, G2G, government-to-government relations. You know, we are very, very transparent with each other. There is hardly anything, you know, in defense there are many sensitive sides. There is hardly anything that Israel would not share with India today. And India is enjoying a lot of Israeli technology and know-how because we trust India. It's a question of trust. Here, what your biggest fear in defense is that your capabilities will be exposed to the enemy. And I think that you have to trust the people you work with when you give them your technology and you share, because you share your capabilities, but also your weaknesses and everything. Right. If you now use an Israeli system, you understand also where the blind spots of the system and everything.
What it can do and also what it cannot do.
Exactly. And you don't do it with countries you don't really share confidence with.
Mm-hmm. So is that, of course, that's a contributing factor. But you mentioned that things really changed post-2015. Does it go back to the 2014 Gaza crisis and the manner in which India voted the United Nations? Typically, the pattern was that because of the historic legacy of Pandit Nehru, India's position would be a little soft on Palestine. But in 2014 and subsequently, we have seen it's more nuanced, more balanced. So, for example, if India condemns, it condemns both the sides and asks both the sides to pull back and restrain and not indulge in violence. You think that things have changed, particularly post-2014 with the present government and the Prime Minister and the chemistry between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu, for example?
Yes, I think that the philosophy that Jay Shankar is speaking about a lot, and he's not the only one, the dehyphenation was the big change in the game. So for many years, Palestinian issue held hostage all our relations, with some countries. And it was a problem because they said, until you don't solve the Palestinian issue, don't go forward, we cannot have the relations, etc., etc. So there was always a connection. I think that the dehyphenation said, we are the Indian foreign ministry, external affairs, or we are the Indian government, and we have to take care of the Indian people. Our main concern are the well-being of the Indian people. So we will work with Israel in order to promote our people's interests, and we will work. The Palestinian issue is there, it's not disappearing. By the way, I think that the Abraham Accords that came later on, the same UAE and the other, Bahrain, Morocco, applied the same logic. They said, we have, for years, they have been supporting the Palestinians financially, politically, all the money was put on the Palestinian side. It didn't reach any place. There was no advancement. Also because of, I think that on the Palestinian side, there is a problem of leadership and readiness to lead the way. So, there is a leadership, but I'm not sure that it's ready to lead the people towards peace yet, towards a solution. And anyhow, they understood that, you cannot wait until there will be a solution, until the sides are ready to go to finalize. So it's not that they are ignoring the Palestinian issue, but now they are taking care, putting their people first. And I think this is the movement that we can see now. And that's why with the UAE, with Morocco, with Bahrain, we have very good relations today. And again, the Palestinian issue is still there. And from time to time, they do condemn us also on the Palestinian issue. From time to time, they would condemn also the Palestinians when they do something wrong in their eyes. But our bilateral relations, and this is what India led the way, are the interest of our peoples are the main issues. And that's why I2U2 was born also. So I think it's a very good development.
You mentioned Abraham Accords. Now, of course, we are talking about Abraham Accords 2.0, but so sort of the relationship has been coterminous with what's been happening in the Middle East in terms of the peace process culminating with the Abraham Accords and now, of course, I2U2. You think this would not have been possible but for the Abraham Accords?
I think it's a paradigm change. So, ability to work with Israel, I think that, by the way, the fear of Iran had a lot to do with it. Because Israel was perceived as the country that is standing up against Iran and its attempts to become nuclear and destabilizing the Middle East. Especially, we were against, especially when they were destabilizing us, or not us, Israel, it's hard, but our surroundings, in Syria, in Lebanon, all of that. And I think that he was much appreciated in the region, and their fear of Iran pushed them in a way also towards Israel, but also other elements. And I think all of it enabled eventually for a change of paradigm, I think, in the Middle East. It's not the same Middle East we saw 4 or 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, and that takes me to the next aspect of India-Israel relationship. You mentioned defense, of course. And connected with that is the security partnership. and the coming together of two nations when it comes to challenges both the societies and the nations and their states face, which is terrorism, for example. There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. You think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that their concern, mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism. We are sharing a lot of information and a lot of best practices and technologies that are helping each other to combat terrorism, because terrorism, regardless of its so-called reason or excuse or explanation why they are doing terrorism, is unacceptable and shouldn't be acceptable. And India and Israel, by the way, are also in the UN and other bodies are cooperating in counter-terrorism, supporting each other, supporting ideas, bringing together. India hosted here events on counter-terrorism when it was president of the Security Council, and we supported and we brought experts, and so we work together, and the cooperation is really, really good also on counter-terrorism and other concerns. This is one of the main, I think, basis of our cooperation and our friendship.
All right, and since you mentioned technology, Israel is known for its technological innovation. What all is happening on that front in terms of making Israeli technology available in areas where it can speed up India's march to progress and India's development?
Yeah, Israel was named in a book, the Startup Nation, and it's not far from reality. Israel is a very small country. We have to remember the difference of capacity between a country which is less than 10 million people and a huge country like India is huge. The difference is huge. And we are world leaders in many fields of innovation. India has its own strength in innovation. We are trying to work beyond the defense, where we are already working, and you know, the new Indian carrier that was launched is protected by missiles that are co-production and co-development of India and Israel together. So just as one example. And there are many more examples of such. But we are taking it also to the civilian side. We are trying to connect the ecosystems of India and Israel. India, beyond having technology, has great manufacturing capacity and upscaling capability because of the size of the market and the friendships with other countries. We can work together here, develop here, manufacture here, and export it to India and to other countries. So sell it to India and export to other countries. So there are many, many potentials. We are trying all the time to bring the ecosystems together. It's one of the biggest efforts we are doing. We have I4F, a joint fund that is doing part of it on the industrial side. It's an ongoing thing. It's not easy because everyone is concentrated in its own efforts, and you know, startups are struggling for oxygen. Money is oxygen for them. So time is an element, ability to spend money going abroad. So all of that, but we are trying to encourage it all the time. Now when we are expecting soon visits of our Ministry of Economy and our Minister of Foreign Affairs, both of them will bring a delegation of businesses, mainly in the innovation sphere.
Right.
So this is the idea, to have them meet Indian counterparts and have good things coming out of it.
All right, so as a journalist, when I've been covering states, you know, one interesting aspect I found was many of these legislators from respective states and many farmers from the society at large, I know at least for 2 decades, if not more, have been traveling to Israel to learn the cutting edge in agriculture that's practiced in Israel. So you think over the last few years, a lot of Israeli technology has found acceptance and taken roots in India?
Yes, of course. A lot of
and if you have numbers, like how many people have gone there and learned agriculture, for example?
We have today in India, government to government, non-profit, We have 30 centers of excellence in agriculture, I think spread over 16 states in India. We have another 14 centers in the making, so by the end of the year we will reach closer to 40 centers. In those centers, about 2 million farmers, probably that's the estimate, went through. And we're able to acquire the knowledge of, on the one side, they give them the basic technology for the small farmer, how to increase the yield significantly. I've been to Haryana, to one of the centers in horticulture, where they told me they don't see an Israeli there because the Israelis come and do the capacity building. So we teach the Indian teachers, and we come from time to time to recalibrate every 3-4 months, hopefully, when there is no COVID, we come to recalibrate to see that things are going well there. And they told us that that the yield for the farmer, average farmer, is 4 times what he did before, because they're giving him better seeds. It's semi-controlled with polyethylene, drip irrigation, better fertilizers, everything is done more precisely. And they
is it happening at a mass scale?
Yeah, it's quite a relatively mass scale. Again, 2 million people is, even for India, is a nice number. Israel, as a country of 10 million, could never do it itself. It's done by Indians for Indians. Mm-hmm. We are just a facilitator here, I must say that. So we have these centers, they are working very well, and we have also in bees, in mangoes, in fruits, horticulture, in different fields. And some are going to Israel. Mainly we send the teachers to Israel.
Right.
So the capacity building is also sent in. And every year, I think around of tens to 100 people would go to Israel for courses on the spot. We also have a lot of activity. We have the only water attaché in the world, in Delhi, in our embassy, and they are doing, it's also part of the agreements between the prime ministers, and there was an agreement in the Bundelkhand in UP to do a project together of utilizing the water and the agriculture in the state. We do the planning. The execution will be done by Indian partners. So.
Since you mentioned water project, the most famous picture perhaps of the two prime ministers when Prime Minister Modi visited Israel in 2017 was, I believe, they were at the beach and they had that water which was purified.
Yes.
India is obviously a water-stressed nation, and things per capita availability is going to go down as we move forward. Is there some long-term partnership going in terms of making sure that on this front, on the water availability front, we have some durable solutions which are replicated at a mass scale?
So I would start by saying a word about Israel. Israel suffers a lot from the lack of water. We suffered a lot from the lack of water. Mm-hmm. Water was a commodity. In the beginning, we used to, when we were in the 50s, early 50s, a young country, we used to export the oranges. Jaffa oranges were known around the world, the trademark. And we understood that we don't have enough water to export oranges because we are really exporting our waters. And Israelis are paying the price of water is the stimulation to develop water resources and treatment. So we reuse 90% of our waters for agriculture. Mm-hmm. And the next country after us is Spain, I think, with under 30%. So we really reuse. We made the salinization into a very big scale endeavor. The biggest, I think, facility of desalinization in India is Israeli, mm-hmm. in Chennai. Mm-hmm. So, you know, we are doing a lot of things in order to conserve, to treat water and to reuse. And now there is no problem. We are selling now to Jordan, for example. Neighboring countries suffering from drought, permanent drought. We are selling them a lot of water. And we are, you know, it's not an issue anymore. And we are working here. The idea with India is, again, on technology and planning.
Right.
Because the execution, Indian companies can do better than anyone.
My next question connected with technology. There's another aspect, the security aspect. And then there has been a political controversy around use of some software or Israeli technology in India for surveillance, for example. So without getting into the domestic politics component, the fact of the matter is that there was this issue and then it was connected with Israeli company or a Israeli software. Has your position, essentially what's your position on that?
You know, we spoke about counter-terrorism before. These softwares were done where Israel is the world leader in cyber protection and cyber capabilities. And these softwares were developed in order to confront terrorism and organized crime. This is the idea behind it. The terrorists, they have means, and the only way to try and disrupt them is using these capabilities, or the main way. And we put export controls, very strict export controls. We sell only to governments, and again, it's a private company in Israel developed it, not the governmental. But even though it's a private company, we put very strict export control. It's not shooting weapon, but it's treated like such. So only to governments, not to all governments. And the precondition is how to use it. There are preconditions. So all of that we put very strictly, but these softwares are needed. The bad guys have the access to the data. You want to give the governments the same capability in order not to be surprised and not have surprise terror attacks or organized crime that is disrupting all our lives. This is the idea there.
There are mechanisms in place so that it cannot be used in a manner which it is not intended.
There are mechanisms, and more strongly there are, if you take dependable partners and you have agreements how to be used, this is how it's regulated.
All right, my last two questions. The penalty with one, the issue of trade. Close observers of India-Israel relationship would say that it's still not up to its full potential. For example, the free trade agreement. India is renegotiating with many countries. What's the position or situation insofar as the India-Israel FTA is concerned, for example, and the overall trade volume, despite all the partnership that exists on defense and agriculture?
I would go back to 1992 when we established our diplomatic relations. Our trade was around $200 million. Our trade today, according to the Indian numbers of 2022, before COVID, were around $5 billion a year, but now they passed the $10 billion a year and even more, because services are not included, which is at least $1 billion between us, and defense is not included. So our trade is growing significantly. As for the FTA, it's a little bit slow, so for many years we are talking about FTA, hard to advance. I think part of it is the difference of sizes between our economies.
Since we're talking about trade, there is a Haifa Chowk, by the way, in New Delhi now. Yes. And then there is the Haifa port. So it's connection between trade and, strategic partnership that's there. What's the situation on that front now? Does it stay as strong as it was post the Hindenburg Adani story?
First of all, I would say that the fact that Israel granted 50 years concession to an Indian company is a strong sign of confidence and intimacy between the countries, because Israel is a de facto island. If you look at it, we have two neighbors in situation of war and two neighbors in situation of peace, and the big sea between us towards Europe and the West where we trade. And so we are acting like an island country. And we have in the Mediterranean two ports. One of them now is in Indian hands. So you have to understand how strategic this is for us to give it. As for Adani, I was asked about it, and I said, look, Adani won the tender. He paid upfront the whole money together with his Israeli partner. They paid $1.2 billion. I believe that Adani has an interest and the capability to make this port flourish. That's what we expect from him. This is the bread and butter, the basic thing that Adani did in the first years. And I do hope that and I do believe that this port is going to be a successful port. It needs the push because in the last few years it was a little bit run down because they knew they're going to take it out to a tender. So automatically when you start taking your foot off the gas pedal. But I think that now with Adani, with his capabilities, it will flourish and it will be a success.
All right, since we have somehow come back to security, and that's an important aspect, my last question to you. The perpetrators of 26/11 terror attack still roaming free. Can Israel and India do something together about it? India is doing about it. Can Israel and India do something about it?
I think that in Israel, it's a problem of India because the attack was on Indian soil. Although, of course, Israeli couple was murdered there, and the son was just here, spoke to in the conference, Counter-terrorism conference that India organized in Mumbai. Of course, it's an Indian issue, but as I said, on counter-terrorism, we are working together. We are 100% supporting you. We believe, our strong belief is that you have to pursue and catch and take care of the people who use terror. You cannot accept terror. You cannot live with terror. You have to fight terror until the end. And we are 100% behind India in this effort to find and bring these people to justice.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Nahar Gallan, for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. Do you think in that backdrop, post that there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work together, and I think that the mutual concern of terrorism, especially when in Mumbai they also went after Jewish community, Israelis, of course, in the Chabad house. So I think that our cooperation is also based a lot on counter-terrorism.
कर्नल जमाल, एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's the second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their...
Headlines at 2 p.m. Rahul convicted and disqualified, but Vadra Congress in complete denial stages Satyagraha now.
ये बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें देर।
It's Congress versus Congress over Rahul's disqualification. Does Congress admit that Rahul Gandhi is guilty is the question.
यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि यह व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करता।
Yogi hits out at Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack, says Congress cannot take moral high ground. Indian journalist attacked and envoy threatened. Is it a free run for Khalistanis in the US now? Yet another feather in the hat for ISRO. 36 OneWeb internet satellites launched into space. Tornadoes rip through Mississippi, at least 23 killed, several others injured. And we start with the news break that's just coming in. An incident of forced landing of an ALH Dhruv Mark III chopper of the Indian Coast Guard today that took place in Kochi while the pilot was
testing the chopper. This is as per the Indian Coast Guard. We're given to understand that the chopper was at around 25 feet height when it had to make this forced landing. The Indian Coast Guard is working towards resuming the operations of the ILH Dhruv fleet. Remember, the fleet of ALH Dhruv choppers have been grounded since 8th of March after a Navy chopper met with an accident off the coast of Mumbai. So an emergency landing, a forced landing during a chopper testing which happened in Kochi. The details are just trickling in. Let's go across to Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Group Captain, what is your first reading of this emergency landing? Are these incidents quite rare? Because we understand that another such forced landing also happened of a Navy chopper, after which the choppers have been grounded since 8th of March.
Yeah, you got it right. If you remember those famous scenes of helicopter landing in the water and Navy recovering, it was very audacious and wonderful recovery of that helicopter. The reason given to understand is sudden loss of power. And thankfully at 25 feet, that is the protocol when you start recommencing operation. Once you ground the fleet across the services, so ALH Dhruv was grounded not only in the Indian Navy but also Coast Guard, Indian Air Force as well as in the Indian Army. And that is the protocol we follow whenever any untimely unserviceability occurs. We do a thorough check of that particular component which has gone wrong in all the fleets. So the factor of safety in the Indian Air Force, especially in the Indian Armed Forces, especially is very, very high. That is the reason why you see of late, even though we fly very close to ground, we fly at very high speeds and we, do missions which is fraught with danger. The accidents are very, very minimal. It is because of this kind of safety first attitude that Indian Armed Forces have. And secondly is we have a very credible and a powerful and very well-knit safety net in place. In the Indian Air Force, we have safety net right from their quarters downward till the last level where, at the operation level, you have the senior flight safety and inspection officer. So this safety net ensures that the operations are done
yes,
in a very safe manner.
Yes, but Group Captain, do you think that there needs to be a more thorough checking that needs to be done? Because this is not one-of-a-kind incident. There was another such incident, a Navy chopper that met with an accident off the coast of Mumbai. This happened on 8th of March, following which the fleet of ALH Dhruv choppers have been grounded since that very incident.
Absolutely. See, and that is kudos to us, isn't it? Because any one unknown incident happened and we took a call of grounding all the helicopters pending an inspection. And after that, this particular sortie has been taken, was conducted by the ICG of Cochin. This happened right where I live. I got to know immediately when the helicopter landed. So, and once you recommence operations, you have a certain protocol to follow, isn't it? And this is a very safe protocol, flying at low altitude and carrying out a hover test first and then a slightly high speed run, etc. And then coming back, checking all the engine and the other parameters. So once we recommence operation, we have a certain protocol to follow. And in that protocol, we found that something was lacking. Now, once again, we'll go back to the drawing boards. Remember, the ALH was, we didn't buy it off the shelf. We developed it ourselves. So over the period of its life, we are bound to learn lessons and we are bound to make new additions so that the aeroplane is, safe and gives us a long service. Another 20-30 years, if not more. And helicopters, mind you, ma'am, is an integral part of any armed forces operations, especially in hills. And it does, not many of us are aware, it does a lot of humanitarian activity in the hills even today. आज पहाड़ में किसी को बुखार भी हो जाता है So an Indian Air Force helicopter goes and picks them up, called the casualty evacuation, and we do a lot of casualty evacuation roles in the northeastern states, and we do it very silently.
Yes.
So Dhruv is a mainstay as far as that's concerned. Over to you.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us, Group Captain. So Group Captain Augustine Vinod there sharing his insights on this incident of forced landing which happened, in which an ALH Dhruv Mark III chopper had to make an emergency landing. We're tracking the latest on the Umesh Pal murder probe. We're given to understand that the UP cops are at the Sabarmati jail, where Atiq has been there in that prison for long now. We're given to understand that Atiq is refusing to leave from the Sabarmati jail and has once again made an appeal to the officers for not taking him to UP. The procedure for Atiq to be shifted has almost culminated. Let's go across to Priyanka, who's getting us this news break. But those are the details that are just trickling in of Atiq Ahmed, who's refusing to leave from the jail now, saying that he would want to be there only at the Sabarmati jail. This is the latest that is just coming in. The procedure, meanwhile, for Atiq to be shifted has almost culminated. Meanwhile, the UP STF team has already reached at the Sabarmati jail. But we're given to understand that Atiq Ahmed is now refusing to leave from the jail and also has made an appeal to the officers for not taking him to the UP police station. So those are the details that are just trickling in on the Umesh Pal murder probe. We're given to understand that Atiq Ahmed has refused to leave from the Sabarmati jail in Ahmedabad and has once again made a verbal appeal to the officers for not taking him to UP. The procedure, meanwhile, for Atiq to be shifted has almost been completed. So it remains to be seen whether he's actually now moved from the Gujarat prison to the UP prison. But the latest that is coming in that Atiq is resisting the move to be taken to the UP prison. Let's go across to Priyanka, who's getting us this news break. Priyanka, if you could give us more details, what exactly is happening? Is there any possibility that the UP police could pay heed to the request being made by Atiq Ahmed here?
Well, absolutely not, Samiksha, because what we are, of course, learning about the procedures that are going on inside. We did hear about Atiq Ahmed making those verbal statements where he reiterated the fact that he does not want to go into the custody of UP police or UP STF. And these are the statements that he has already made in the petition that he filed in the Apex Court as well, where he made those statements and has stated that he fears for his life if in case the UP police or the STF in fact takes the custody of Atiq Ahmed from right here in the Sabarmati jail to UP as well, where he will be taken in Prayagraj before his hearing that takes place on 28th of March as well. But of course, as the procedures were being carried out inside the UP police and the UP STF and the Gujarat police, of course, there were procedures that were going on. And in that, we had seen that during the VC as well, that was being carried out with the magistrate and the transit remand also being produced before the authorities. Atiq Ahmed had made those statements to the UP police, claiming that he does not want to go in their custody and that he time and time again has stated that he fears for his life. Because let us show you what exactly are the preparations that are being made and then put this into context as to why Atiq Ahmed is in fact had been making those statements as well. But the preparation in place by the UP police is what we are showing you right outside of the Sabarmati jail, where two security vans in fact have been placed and there are security personnel also inside, the UP police personnel that are already inside, the two-tier level of security that we have seen with the higher up authorities of the UP police and the STF having gone inside and carrying out the procedure. And those are the ones we in fact tried to speak to and try to get some information from about Atiq Ahmed getting transferred today. Of course, they're not really divulging too much information, but they have said there is some confirmation that we have gotten that Atiq Ahmed will be transported from Sabarmati jail to Prayagraj today itself. There are two routes now, of course, that are being thought about by the UP police to take him via, and these cars in fact have come by road as well. These vans had also come by road along with the authorities, along with the officials, the senior level officials of the UP police and the STF as well. And Now, of course, they are stating that they will be divulging that information as to which route they will be taking as well. And all the preparations and the procedures as of now, what we are learning, has culminated from inside of the Sabarmati jail. And we were being given an approximate timeline of about 3 to 3:30 p.m. is when Atiq Ahmed might be taken out from the Sabarmati jail as well. And even as the minutes approach when he will be taken out of the Sabarmati jail, he has been making those statements. He has been pleading with the UP officials, is what we're learning, that he does not want to be in the custody of the UP authorities, is something that he has stated and reiterated, something that he had mentioned in the petition that he had filed in the Apex Court as well. Samiksha.
Yes, all right, Priyanka, thank you for the moment. So, Priyanka, they're reporting live from outside the Sabarmati jail, and any moment from now, Atiq would be taken out and taken into the custody of the UP police. Quick roundup of news and brief from across the country. Congress leaders have been protesting against Rahul Gandhi's conviction in a defamation case and his subsequent disqualification as an MP that continued. The protest that continues for third consecutive day. The Congress party also held a day-long Sankalp Satyagraha at Rajghat in the national capital, despite the permission not being given by the Delhi police, citing security reasons.
पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी हुई है और इसमें डरने का सवाल नहीं, चाहे वो जेल में डालने दो, जेल भरो कार्यक्रम भी करेंगे हम, हर चीज़ जनता के हिफाजत के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के हिफाजत के लिए हम ज़रूर लड़ते रहेंगे, राहुल जी भी लड़ते हैं.
Right-handed Jagdish Tytler also joined the Satyagraha at Rajghat, to which BJP responded sharply. BJP leader R.P. Singh said, and I quote, "It is clear what kind of Satyagraha the Congress is doing."
ये कांग्रेस का सत्याग्रह नहीं, बल्कि ये ओबीसी समाज के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, ये कोर्ट के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, और अब तो कांग्रेस का सिख समुदाय के खिलाफ भी किस प्रकार का दुराग्रह है वो आज दिखाई दे रहा है कि इस तथाकथित सत्याग्रह पर जगदीश टाइटलर को बुलाया गया है.
Meanwhile, the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took a sharp jibe at the Congress Satyagraha, saying that one who walks in the path of untruth cannot talk about Satyagraha. He also added that even those who divide the country on the lines of linguisticism or regionalism cannot talk about Satyagraha.
जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, और सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है.
It's Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. A section in the Congress seems to be satisfied after Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified as an MP. Acharya Pramod, who raised questions on Pramod Tiwari, saying that Pramod Tiwari said that Rahul should be punished, but it shouldn't be 2 years.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं. मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली थी, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन. एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है.
It's a fresh LG versus AAP government face-off in the national capital, as LG office sources alleged that after having been caught red-handed in the act of benefiting and providing undue financial favours to private discoms in the name of poor people, the AAP government and its functionaries are making baseless, false and misleading statements. The source further said that the Chief Secretary submitted a report to the Chief Minister of Delhi as well as Delhi LG, pointing out that the Power Department is not allowing the statutory advice of Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission on subsidiaries being paid to the discoms. As a crackdown against Khalistani sympathizer and radical preacher Amritpal Singh intensifies, posters bearing his face and details have been put up across Punjab and border areas. This comes after the police put up his posters at the Indo-Nepal border as well to prevent the wanted criminal from crossing the Indian territory. Prime Minister Modi, meanwhile, addressed his 99th edition of Mann Ki Baat. Today, Prime Minister spoke about Nari Shakti and cautioned people amid the rising COVID cases. The Indian Space Research Organisation said that the LVM-M3 rocket mission was accomplished with 36 satellites deployed into the orbit. The mission launch took place from Satish Dhawan Space Centre in Sriharikota. Indian journalists attacked an envoy threatened. Is it a free run for Khalistanis in the US now is the question.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The opinion about Israel within the Indian population is much more favorable vis-a-vis how Israel is seen, for example, even in the United States.
There is a known phenomena here that Israelis after military service, they choose to come to India, what I call a full immersion visit. So they don't come 5-star hotels. They go backpackers, they want to live, they go to Vipassana, and they want to be part, I think, and parcel of the culture, to live like Indians. 30, 40 years, Israelis have been doing it. Now it's a second generation. I see the parents here coming and bringing their teenager children to show them their experience from India when they were after military service.
1,000 workers of the Congress party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Calcutta in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was the United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free reign. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
Now, while the Congress Satyagraha continues across the country, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has hit out at Vadra Congress, saying that those who do not speak the truth cannot talk about Satyagraha, and adding that the inspiration was given by Bapu to follow the path of Satyagraha. Those who weaken the democracy cannot do Satyagraha. So, very strong message that is sent out by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, targeting Congress leader Rahul Gandhi and scoffing at the party's Sankalp Satyagraha against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi as the Lok Sabha MP. He said that one who walks on the path of untruth cannot talk about Satyagraha, adding that the inspiration was given by Mahatma Gandhi to follow the path of Satyagraha, and those who try to weaken the democracy cannot do Satyagraha. So, referring to Rahul Gandhi's speech that he made in UK, where he targeted Indian democracy, saying that democracy is under threat and even sought foreign interference in India's internal affairs. Listen into that response that came in from Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
इस संवेदना जब मनुष्य के प्रति नहीं थी तो उनकी संवेदना एक मूक जीव के प्रति होगा, ये तो कल्पना से भी बाहर है। गांधी जी ने अपने जीवन में सदैव सत्य, अहिंसा और सत्य को स्थान दिया था। उन्होंने हमेशा इस बात के लिए उनका आग्रह था, उनका आग्रह ही सत्याग्रह कहलाया, यानी सत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला ही सत्याग्रह कर सकता है। असत्य के मार्ग पर चलने वाला कभी सत्याग्रह की बात करे, यह व्यक्ति के यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है, कोई उस पर विश्वास नहीं करेगा। और सत्याग्रह के मार्ग पर चलने की जो प्रेरणा बापू ने दी, वास्तव में वही सत्य का आग्रह जो अपने जीवन में कर सके, मन, वचन और कर्म से सत्य का आचरण जो व्यक्ति करता हो, उसके अनुसार व्यवहार करता हो।
Alright, we're now getting in visuals of the chopper crash which happened at the Cochin airport. A Coast Guard helicopter that crashed after takeoff at the Cochin airport. We're given to understand that one person has been injured in this chopper crash. So just to give the details once again of this chopper crash which happened at the Cochin airport. The incident of forced landing of an ALH Dhruv Mark III helicopter which happened at the Cochin airport. Let's quickly go across to Ashwin for more details. Ashwin, give us more details.
Gather is that a Coast Guard helicopter has crashed in Kochi airport. It was during a trial that was going on. They were having a training of the Coast Guard helicopter that had crashed. There were 3 people inside the helicopter is what we get to understand, and there has been only minor injuries that has been there. The highway, the runway in fact has now been cleared, and one of the flights have already been landed, in the Kochi International Airport, and those who have been injured have been taken to the nearest hospital. So it was only during a training that this mishap has happened and the helicopter has crashed. And other details are yet to come from if there is any more further injuries to the 3 people who have been taken to the hospital.
All right, Ashwin, thank you for getting us those details. Of course, raises a lot of questions on whether the mechanical thorough checks were done prior to that takeoff or not. But that's, of course, the latest coming in. One person injured after that Coast Guard chopper crashed after taking off at the Cochin airport. Slipping into a very short break, but coming up on the other side, all the top story.
Workers of the Congress Party has taken out on a rally on the main town of Calcutta in Wayanad. Protest that is going on over here. Slogans are being raised against the BJP government. The Youth Congress workers have climbed onto the barricade just outside the BSNL office. Emotions are running very high, just like the flame that is going on. There is a lot of workers who have gathered over here. The police is trying to push back the protesters from being on the other side of the barricade. The Congress worker is dangerously using a heavy pole against the policemen over here. The police is just trying to control. Now certainly a kind of an intense conflict that is happening right now.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interests repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. The United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide.
Witnessing sportsmanship, glory and grandeur. RP Sanjeev Goenka Group owned LSG unveiled the new jersey, and the team will be seen donning new colours for the upcoming edition. Sanjeev Goenka with ace cricketers Gautam Gambhir and KL Rahul discussed about the relentless spirit of the game of cricket. He will play a key role in producing a result in the team's favour.
Welcome to the jersey launch event of the Lucknow Super Giants. Right at the top, a big thank you to all our esteemed guests who've taken time out of their busy schedules to be with us here today, especially our BCCI Honorable Secretary, Mr. Jaysha. Thank you so much. We're so glad you could be here with us this afternoon. लखनऊ के नवाबों ने पहले सीजन में एक बात साफ कर दी कि ये पहले आप का जो अदब है, जो तहजीब है, ये आपको लखनऊ में देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन मैदान पे और क्वालिफिकेशन की रेस में नहीं। अपने पहले ही सीजन में प्लेऑफ्स में क्वालिफाई किया और अब तो लखनऊ वापस जा रहा है। ये कारवां तो हमा मियां भौकाल मचेगा। हेलो टू गौतम गंभीर, स्माइलिंग फेस। इशारा कर दिया मेंटोर साहब ने कि पावर प्ले की बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट डिलीवरीज है, टाइम मत वेस्ट कर, सेट द बॉल रोलिंग। So without wasting any further time, I'd request all of you to join me with a nice, warm, resounding applause as I invite on stage the man who's one of the most fundamental forces, the driving forces behind the Lucknow Super Giants. He's put together this team, he's got his vision. We know he's an industry tycoon, but we also know his heart remains with cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, the proud owner of the Lucknow Super Giants.
Thank you. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you. It's a special day, very special. Made so by the presence of a very, very special individual, Mr. Jaysha. If I may share, he's one person for whom with each interaction, my respect for him goes up and up and up. He's revolutionized BCCI by thought and by action. The first time they broke the broadcast into actual and digital, and it went for a staggering amount. Introduction of 2 new franchises. Introduction of the Women's Premier League. I'm told the minutest detail, for example, engaging the Dabbawalas to promote the Women's Premier League in Bombay was his idea. I thought it was some marketing guru who had done this. Then I was told it is him. He's an example. He's an example of what one can do to an institution with application of mind, thought, and passion. Thank you, Jai Bhai, for being here. It's a great, great, great honor. Ladies and gentlemen, each one of you, thank you for being here. It's a special moment for us. It's an emotional moment for us. Wish us well. All the Indian players of our team are here. Please support them and support us when we go out to play. Ab apni bari hai. Thank you.
Unity in diversity. एंड यही एक टीम की स्ट्रेंथ बन जाती है और लखनऊ सुपर जायंट्स इसका सम्मान करती है और इसी को अपना स्वाभिमान बनाना चाहती है एक नए रंग और रूप के साथ, और उसको एक नई पहचान दी है one of our most famous designers of this current era, Kunal Rawal. You know, someone who's made a name for himself in the fashion industry, redefined the way that men dress. There are some bold statements. There is an amalgamation of personalities, of colors. So before we get to the main jersey launch event, it's only fair that we see a little example of all of this that I encapsulated. और इसमें शायद आपको ऐसे जाने पहचाने चेहरे मिलेंगे जिनको देख के थोड़ा शोर मचाना तो बनता ही है. So please sit back, relax as we continue our build up. It's over to the magic of Kunal Rawal. Now we've come to that point where we're going to unveil something which they love more than anything else. What we've all gathered here for. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the ultimate main course. We're all set to launch the brand new jersey of the Lucknow Super Giants. So can we have some music? And I'd request all our special guests to join me here on the stage, starting with Honorary Secretary of the BCCI, Mr. Jesha, Dr. Sanjeev Goenka, owner of the Lucknow Super Giants. Jesha, you're there. And then, with a big broad smile, as he's promised me, Gautam Gambhir, mentor and captain of the Lucknow Super Giants, KL Rahul. Rahul, where are you? Making its way onto the stage. The moment that Lucknow Super Giants, I'm pretty sure, will be very, very excited. We've seen them in their clothes so far. They look very, very fashionable, but it will come down to the jersey. Right, here we go. Dr. Goenka, Mr. Jesha. Lucknow Super Giants will be donning this sticky-looking blue jersey on the field and hoping to finish the season with a big smile on their face and hoping for a trophy too. Can you all get together now? This is the photo op that you've been waiting for with the jersey. The Lucknow Super Giants ready to rock and roll.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The United Kingdom is allowing terrorist groups to target India to run full corporate type offices on British soil. This is payback time. Last week in the UK there were celebrations when it was reported that the economy might grow by 0.4%. If we give the British access to the Indian market by signing the free trade agreement with them, then their GDP will go up by 0.25% additionally. This is huge. Britain cannot be allowed to lecture us on fake liberalism and continue to justify terrorism as dissent. I say I disagree with the way in which Britain is continuing to hurt India's national interest repeatedly. This is the time that we finally and completely realign the relationship to let the British know where the power balance will rest. the United Kingdom is officially telling the people of India and the government of India that it couldn't care less. The United Kingdom is telling the government of India that it wants to do business with India, but it will do nothing to defend Indian interests. The London Metropolitan Police says it is continuing with inquiries. On the ground, the reality is the Khalistanis have a free rein. Today, Rishi Sunak and his cabinet must decide and pick a side. They cannot appease Khalistanis on their soil and hope to forge ties with India. They cannot act on every other separatist movement and in fact do everything possible to make sure that the United Kingdom is the center of anti-India activity.
आपने
witnessing sportsmanship, glory and grandeur. RP Sanjeev Goenka Group owned LSG unveiled the new jersey and the team will be seen donning new colours for the upcoming edition. Sanjeev Goenka with ace cricketers Gautam Gambhir and KL Rahul discussed about the relentless spirit of the game of cricket. He will play a key role in producing a result in the team's favour.
First impressions, proud of the team of course, but how excited are you for this new beginning?
I really loved it. When Kunal shared it with me a few days ago, I sort of fell in love with it completely.
You know, everyone must be wondering, it's the second season, so the whole idea behind going for a slightly new look, what does the jersey stand for? What are the most important principles, you know, by design that you've tried to capture in the jersey?
So we took a little bit of cue from Vastu, and there is LSG inscribed all over it. So what you see here, this is actually LSG all over. So it's not only just the logo, but it's LSG written all over it. And these are colors which symbolize power, achievement. So hopefully, we are going to try for the cup this time.
I'm sure you'll try for the cup, but you must be mighty proud of the achievement. You know, first time team comes together, gets into the playoffs. So just your reactions on that. I'm just giving KL a little more time because, you know, boy, he'll get into the intricate details of fashion and maybe colors and all a little bit maybe. So
yes, we were happy with the performance, but I think it's wonderful that Gujarat for the first time participated and went on to win the trophy. So it's a real tribute to the ownership and the team management, and heartiest congratulations to them. And we just hope we can emulate them this year.
Fabulous. KL, your first reactions?
Yeah, I think for me it's always how good it looks. The style quotient is very important for me, and I've been trying to chew Sanjeev sir's ear off for the last year or so to make something that, you know, we all as players feel really comfortable and we feel like we look good in it. And it's obviously something that we wear with a lot of pride, and we represent the franchise with a lot of passion, and we want to wear something that also shows and represents that. So my first initial reaction is obviously, you know, it's a very stylish looking jersey, and can't wait to wear it on the first and have a great season this year.
Gautam, colors that are much closer to you?
Yeah, absolutely. I've always bled blue, so what better than this? And it's blue, but I've always believed one thing: the best jersey, the jersey that wins.
Oh, there you go. He's already started. Gautam Gambhir in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely love it.
Mentor is already, you know, he's giving us the pep talks already. Yeah.
I'd actually saved this question for much later, but now that you brought it up, before I go to the mentor, let me ask you, are there moments, because we, you know, when we're on commentary, we're looking and we're just saying, okay, which over do you think Gautam is going to finally go in the middle? Because he looks, you know, he's sitting in front of a laptop.
No, I have to counter that question because you guys hero worship someone a lot, so that's one of the reasons.
Oh, GG.
Yeah, we should worship Indian cricket, not hero worship people.
Oh, we do. We love you, and we're always, you know, the intensity. We try to
not
decode the
some
team
other
talk.
People.
Oh, not my decision to take, Gautam, but We love it. You know, we love when you're sitting in front of data, because then I can ask you, Gautam, can I lead you to maybe a question which surrounds data a bit? But it's a season where one of the greatest things is that IPL is going back, right? You're going home and away. You'd be playing in Lucknow. You'll have your fans behind you, and that is such a major thing. You felt it, you know, throughout the career that you were playing. How big an advantage is? What has been the talk around the IPL and Lucknow going home?
We can't wait for it, and it's always great fun playing in front of a home crowd, and we want to make that a fortress. We want our fans to be pretty loyal. I've been around. I've played for KKR for a very long time, and they were one of the most loyal supporters of KKR, and that is exactly what we want to emulate in Lucknow as well. When they come back, when they come to the stadium, they should enjoy the way cricket is played in Lucknow, how we play in Lucknow, and that is what we want. And when they go back home, they should cherish our performances as well. All we can do is, see, results sometimes cannot be the way you want it to be, but we can still enjoy the way we play on the cricket field, and at the same time, give that much of enjoyment to the crowd as well.
You've played at the ground, KL. You'll be taking your troops there. You know, half the matches, that's always spoken about very strategically. You turn your own home ground into your den of sorts. What are some of the areas, you know, without revealing too much, that you're already having a chat with the boys whenever you get an opportunity?
I think a few of us have played there already, and there have been a few matches that have been that have happened in Ekana Stadium, and something that's very obvious is it's a big ground. You know, the dimension of the ground is bigger, and I think that's something that we will try to use to our advantage. And I don't want to give away too much about what kind of pitch we want to play on. It's something that you know, we've had a couple of chats about, and yeah, we'll see what works best for our team and try and use a little bit of home advantage. But I think overall we'll just try and create a good wicket, a good atmosphere. Like Gigi Bhai said, you know, we want the crowds to come in and enjoy the cricket, and we want the teams that come in as well to, you know, we want to compete and have a good game, and you know, whatever works best for us, we'll try and do that also, and also try to play great cricket for people around the country to enjoy, and you know, just play some aggressive and fearless cricket.
Dr. Goenka, when you look at a team, and you know, when you're setting it up, the first thing that I'm sure as a team owner that you want to inculcate is a culture, that the team is then, you know, remembered wherever you go, you know, an identity of sorts. So what are some of the things that are, you know, non-negotiable for you, what you want the Lucknow Super Giants to stand for?
Competitive, fierce desire to win, and fair.
Enough, impactful, to the point. Gautam, as a mentor, what are the challenges that you look up to? You know, if you could just sort of simplify the role that you perform, what are the things, you know, that can get tricky? How do you approach them?
This season could be tricky. I'm not saying, because previous season, obviously, we played in certain conditions, and the conditions were pretty similar. But this season, when you go to Chennai, which is completely different to what you get in Delhi, to when you go to Jaipur, so you will have to be consistent, and more importantly, adaptability. Adaptability is very important, because you'll be on a road for a pretty long period of time. And I've always been a believer that 2 months is a very long time, and the tournament lasts for 2 months. So it's not important. It is important to start off well and play consistently, but there'll be hiccups on the way. So I think the team that stays mentally tough, and more importantly in T20 cricket, if you have the courage is one word which is very, very important. When you're in doubt, be positive and be courageous when those important moments come in. And that is what T20 cricket is all about. If we can be courageous enough and we can express ourselves and be positive and fearless, I think we'll be fine.
There's a little clip that was shared recently, which is incredible. You were talking about everyone and, you know, harping on the importance that there are no hierarchies when you're wearing this jersey. And you've always said this thing that resonates with everyone, that it's not about the name at the back, it's the name at the front. You're playing for a team. Just talk us through the little conversations you've had with the younger lot so far. And
I remember going to the Indian dressing room for the first time, and I always thought that, why is there so much of hierarchy? I think when you're playing for the country, everyone is absolutely equal. When you're playing for the same franchise, everyone is absolutely equul. From international to domestic, from first-class cricketers who've played 100 first-class matches to someone who's just making his debut. Because when your mission is the same, there can't be any hierarchy, because everyone sitting in that dressing room has only one objective. Whether it's the players or the support staff, is to probably win the tournament. And when you've got that same vision, I've never believed in hierarchy.
You must really benefit from all of this, right, KL? Because there are lots of youngsters, there are lots of senior pros. So when at least everyone is walking in the same direction, you've, you know, just thrown down the gauntlet. Makes life easy. How's the relationship? You know, the captain, mentor thing, things that you talk about, things that are on your roster?
Yeah, I think, I mean, having having great support staff and the support team around makes my life as a captain or just generally the team's atmosphere really good, and something that we've tried to create is like he said, we want guys to compete and be courageous and all of that, but there's also been a lot of clarity. There's also been a lot of respect for each other, and for whoever walks into that team feels like they're part of something bigger, part of a Lucknow Super Giants family, and that's something that we've tried to create. I know it's only been 1 year, but I think we did really well in creating that sort of culture in one season that we've played, and we'll try and build on it and get better with that. And I think when you create something like that, then the boys and just the team, everyone looks forward to turning up in March and April and wanting to really compete together, work together, and try and win as many games as we can, compete to play in the finals. The dreams, and like Gigi Bhai says, everyone walks in the same direction. So that's something that is important that we try to create as a new franchise, and we've done that, but we obviously need to build on it and get better. And in terms of the players that we have, they've we've all played together quite a lot. A lot of guys that are on the team are people who have played with in different franchisees, but we've all come together beautifully, and we're all in that age group where we've played enough cricket, but we haven't played too much cricket. So there's excitement, but there's a little bit of experience as well. So I think that's a sweet spot of our team, where guys have enough experience and they're raring to go and very excited about playing in the next 2 months in the IPL.
Dr. Goenka, where is this, the excitement that KL's talking about? We hear it from obviously all the cricketers and all, but from your personal point of view, we've seen your involvement, we've seen your excitement, we've seen your commitment. Where does this all stem from, and what excites you the most about being a team owner of this franchise?
Frankly, I was a pathetic cricketer when I was a kid. So I've always had this thing in my mind. But jokes aside, I think it's about seeing this energy, seeing this, the pulse, seeing people resonate with your cause. I think that's the biggest motivator.
It's there to see. Got one final question from the last year. Obviously conditions and a lot of, in terms of strategies, things will be different as the conditions change. What are some of the learnings that you'd like to incorporate and take forward heading into this season?
There'll always be learnings. It's not that there won't be learnings. Obviously, it's important to play the important moments really well, and that's the reason why I use that word courage. That there'll be times in that competition where we'll be pushed to the corner. How we react to that is very, very important, and that will decide how far do we go in this competition, because there'll be teams that will push us, and there'll be times we might not be playing good cricket. There'll be times there'll be ups and downs as well, but how we react to those moments will be equally important, and we did that really well in the previous season. And I know that the first aim is to probably reach the playoffs, and after that it's all based on the day, how well you play. But again, for me, I think being courageous and being fearless is something which probably is the definition going into this season.
And do you think you're also sitting at a very nice spot? We're seeing some teams having to go through transition, which is a very obvious thing that will happen in a long league. But when you look at the bunch of players that you have, when you look at the experience that they bring, you look at the age group, you could actually build onto a solid legacy that could carry on for a few years with this bunch that you have.
It starts with the captain. I think captain is the flag bearer of the team, and it is the captain's team. All of us in the dressing room are there to support him, and there'll be times no support staff can be under the amount of pressure a captain is under in a tournament like the IPL. So the kind of support we can give to the captain, and it's the captain that leads the side, and it's the body language of the captain that will decide how we play on the cricket field. And we were very fortunate that we have someone like KL Rahul, who's got a very, very stable head and a very balanced head as well, because I wish I had that when I was captain, to be honest. I didn't have that. I was probably very extreme, and it did work for me, but for a franchise like Lucknow, it is important to have someone like KL at the helms of it, and I feel that I think going forward, I think this is going to be a massive positive for us.
Big thank you to everyone for joining us here and making this jersey launch even more special for Lucknow Super Giants.
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस।
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massive, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massive.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए।
सर आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन। हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से सर एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is that?
आपने कर्नल जमाल कौन कौन से माउंटेन्स क्लाइम करे ये बताइए। एवरेस्ट आप 3 बार चढ़ चुके हैं?
यस सर.
अब आप मुझे कॉन्टिनेंट वाइज बताइए कौन से कॉन्टिनेंट की टॉलेस्ट पीक थी जो आपने चढ़ी?
Climbed sir Kilimanjaro, that is Africa's highest mountain. That was my first mountain. Then obviously sir I went to Elbrus, that was Russia sir. That is highest mountain of Europe sir. That is Mount Elbrus. So then I went to Aconcagua, that is the highest mountain of South American continent. Then I went to Carsten's Pyramid, that is Australasian continental shelf. So we went and climbed that. It is supposed to be the Australian highest mountain. And उसके पहले एवरेस्ट तो मैं चढ़ ही चुका था. Then I went and climbed the highest mountain of North American continent, that is Alaska. That name is Mount Denali. So then last was Vinson Massive, that was in Antarctica. Antarctica's highest mountain, because it's the 7th continent. So the highest mountain is Vinson Massive.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
Protested against Rahul Gandhi's conviction in the defamation case and his subsequent disqualification as an MP that continued for the third day. Congress party held a day-long Sankalp Satyagraha at the Rajghat in the national capital today to register its protest against the same. Party president Mallikarjun Kharge along with senior leaders including Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and other leaders staged protest against Rahul's defamation.
पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके साथ खड़ी हुई है और इसमें डरने का सवाल नहीं. चाहे वो जेल में डालने दो, जेल भरो कार्यक्रम भी करेंगे हम. हर चीज जनता के हिफाजत के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के लिए, उनके हकूक़ के हिफाजत के लिए हम ज़रूर लड़ते रहेंगे। राहुल जी भी लड़ते हैं।
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has now insulted Lord Ram, saying that BJP talks about Parivarwad, then they must answer on Lord Ram and even the Pandavas.
आप परिवारवादी कहते हैं, तो भगवान राम कौन थे? भगवान राम को वनवास में भेजा गया। उन्होंने अपने परिवार, अपनी धरती के प्रति अपना धर्म निभाया। क्या भगवान राम परिवारवादी थे? क्या पांडव परिवारवादी थे कि वो अपने परिवार की संस्कारों के लिए लड़े?
Right-handed Jagdish Tytler also joined the Satyagraha at the Rajghat, to which BJP responded sharply. RP Singh said that it is clear what kind of Satyagraha the Congress is doing.
ये कांग्रेस का सत्याग्रह नहीं, बल्कि ये ओबीसी समाज के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, ये कोर्ट के खिलाफ दुराग्रह है, और अब तो कांग्रेस का सिख समुदाय के खिलाफ भी किस प्रकार का दुराग्रह है वो आज दिखाई दे रहा है कि इस तथाकथित सत्याग्रह पर जगदीश टाइटलर को बुलाया गया है।
Meanwhile, UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took a sharp jibe at the Congress Satyagraha, saying that one who walks on the path of untruth cannot talk about Satyagraha, also adding that even those who divide the country on the lines of religion cannot do Satyagraha.
जवानों के प्रति जिनके मन में श्रद्धा और सम्मान का भाव नहीं, जो विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी भारत की सीमाओं की रक्षा कर रहे हैं, उन जवानों के प्रति भी सम्मान का भाव जिस नागरिक के मन में नहीं, और सत्याग्रह की अगर बात करे तो ये अपने आप में इससे बड़ी विडंबना और क्या हो सकती है।
Congress versus Congress over disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. Section in the Congress seems to be happy after Rahul has been disqualified as an MP, with Pramod Tiwari now saying that Rahul should be punished but shouldn't be for 22 years.
इस तरह से ये किया गया है, सिर्फ रूल रेगुलेशन सबको अपलोड करते हैं। मुझे बता दिए 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं सिर्फ इसलिए कि डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन। एक डरी हुई भाजपा सरकार, डरा हुआ मोदी, वो ये कर रहा है।
Meanwhile, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi on Sunday updated his Twitter bio to disqualified MP after he was disqualified as Member of Parliament following the Surat court order convicting him in a criminal defamation case over his Modi surname remark. The Ministry of External Affairs has summoned the High Commission of Canada after the security breach at the Indian Embassy in Canada. The statement by the MEA said that the Government of India sought an explanation on how such elements were allowed in the presence of police to breach the security of India's diplomatic missions and consulates. Washington DC-based Indian journalist was physically attacked and verbally abused by pro-Khalistani supporters while he was covering the pro-Khalistan protest outside the Indian embassy on Saturday afternoon. The journalist said that he was hit on his left ear with 2 sticks by pro-Khalistani supporters, also sharing a video of the Khalistani supporters on his Twitter handle. After a Washington DC-based Indian journalist was attacked by Khalistani supporters, the Indian Embassy in the United States has condemned the incident in a statement. The Indian Embassy in their statement also thanked the law enforcement agencies for their prompt response in this matter. Meanwhile, pro-Khalistani supporters in the US threatened the Indian Embassy and Indian ambassador to the US, Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, during their protest on Saturday. They issued threats and made announcements that the hypocrisy will come to an end and the people at the embassy would have nowhere to run to. The protesters even made vague claims that the Indian government is killing citizens from all communities all over the country. And in the latest development in the Amritpal case, a Patiala woman was arrested for harboring Amritpal Singh. The female has been identified as Balbir Kaur and is a resident of Punjab district. The Punjab, meanwhile, Amritpal, we understand, stayed at Balbir Kaur's home for a couple of hours till the evening on 19th of March. As Khalistani fugitive Amritpal continues to be on the run, Republic has learned that Amritpal's aide, Papal Preet, spoke to Sarabjit Kaur, who was detained from Jammu over 15 times post 18th of March. Reportedly, Amritpal's wife and Amriq Singh asked Palpat Preet to come over to Jammu to escape from the cops along with Amritpal Singh. As a crackdown against Amritpal Singh continues, the posters bearing his face and details have been put in Punjab and other border areas as well. This comes after police also put up his posters at the Indo-Nepal border. This after there were speculations of Amritpal having crossed over to Nepal. The Ajnala court in Punjab meanwhile sent 10 associates of Waris Punjab Day chief headed by fugitive pro-Khalistani leader Amritpal Singh to judicial custody till 6th of April in connection with an FIR that's been registered at the Ajnala police station after Amritpal Singh along with his supporters clashed at the Ajnala police station and even stormed the police station. And it's a fresh LG versus the AAP government face-off in the national capital as LG office sources now alleged that after having been caught red-handed in the act of benefiting and providing undue financial favours to private discoms in the name of poor people, the Aam Aadmi government and its functionaries are making baseless and hollow statements. The source further said that Chief Secretaries also submitted a report to the Chief Minister as well as Delhi LG, pointing out that the Power Department is not following the statutory advice of the Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission on subsidies being paid to the discoms. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed his 99th edition of Mann Ki Baat today. Prime Minister spoke about Nari Shakti and cautioned people amid the rising COVID cases in the country. Meanwhile, calling on the citizens to come ahead for organ donation, Prime Minister Modi in his monthly radio program Mann Ki Baat said that the government has relaxed several rules to encourage people in giving new lives to others.
अब देश के किसी भी राज्य में जाकर मरीज ऑर्गन प्राप्त करने के लिए रजिस्टर करवा पाएगा। सरकार ने ऑर्गन डोनेशन के लिए 65 वर्ष से कम आयु की आयु सीमा को भी खत्म करने का फैसला लिया है। इन प्रयासों के बीच मेरा देशवासियों से आग्रह है कि ऑर्गन डोनर ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में आगे आएं।
Meanwhile, Union Home Minister Amit Shah hoisted a 103 feet national flag and even inaugurated the Gurata Shaheed Smarak and Memorial of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel in the Bidar district of Karnataka. Speaking at the inauguration of a memorial, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah took a hit at Congress over appeasement politics. In his speech, Amit Shah stated that the Congress party provided reservation to the minority and that is not as per the constitution. BJP National President JP Nadda and Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan performed Bhumi Pujan of the new state BJP office in MP's Bhopal. Meanwhile, the Indian Space Research Organisation said that LVM-3 OneWeb India 2 mission was accomplished with all 336 satellites deployed into the orbits. The mission launch took place from Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. Bihar court has acquitted Union Minister Giriraj Singh and 22 others in a 9-year-old case after they staged a rail blockade in protest against the denial of special category status to Bihar by the Congress-led UPA government in 2024. As Umesh Pal murder case probe intensifies, the UP STF reached the Sabarmati jail to take Atiq Ahmed back to Uttar Pradesh. Meanwhile, Atiq Ahmed refused to leave from the Sabarmati jail and has once again made a verbal appeal to the officers for not taking him to UP. Meanwhile, father of late Punjabi rapper Sidhu Moosewala has alleged that he was threatened once again in an email stating that he would be killed very soon. Previously also, Sidhu Moosewala's father had alleged that he was being threatened and even said that he would be killed before 25th of April. Meanwhile, Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav inspected the Chenab Bridge in JNK, the first trial run on the Chenab Bridge on Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla rail link would be conducted in Riyasi of J&K. Meanwhile, delegates from G20 member countries, guest countries and international organizations have arrived in Arunachal Pradesh to participate in the G20 meeting at Itanagar. Upon their arrival, the delegates were accorded a warm and traditional welcome by the cultural groups and senior Arunachal Pradesh government officials. The Indian Navy on Sunday flagged a 7,000-kilometer maritime awareness expedition at Netaji Subhash National Stadium Institute of Sports under Eastern Naval Command. The aim is to spread awareness about the maritime aspects of our country and also to promote the Prime Minister's vision of Nari Shakti. The ALH Dhruv Mark III helicopter of the Indian Coast Guard crashed in Kochi while the pilots of the force were testing the chopper. One person was injured in the chopper crash. The chopper was at 25 feet height when it had to make a forced landing. Meanwhile, 27 passengers were injured in a collision between a South Bengal State Transport Corporation bus and an oil tanker at a state highway in Purva Medinapur location. The injured have now been shifted to the hospital. A high-level Indian delegation called on Sri Lankan President on Sunday and briefed him on the developments in the jointly identified priority areas for collaboration in the energy sector. Meanwhile, the Sri Lankan President provided his insights on the early implementation of these initiatives. The Bangladesh Deputy High Commissioner on Saturday said that Bangladesh has been demanding the United Nations to declare 25th of March as World Genocide Day. International Forum for Secular Bangladesh Switzerland chapter on Saturday held demonstrations at the Broken Chair Square in front of the UN building in Geneva, demanding recognition of the Bangladesh genocide perpetrated by the Pakistan Army in 1971.
The cement work, the garbage, which are all kind of people don't like this kind of the smell, and that can pollute the environment and harmful to our health, not only for this generation, but the future generations. We all concerned about our health.
Now, China and Honduras on Sunday signed a joint memorandum on the establishment of diplomatic ties in Beijing. Honduras had cut diplomatic ties with Taiwan. The Latin American country announced on Saturday saying it recognizes only one China in the world. Honduras is the 9th diplomatic ally that Tepi has lost to Beijing since pro-independence president took office in May 2016. Meanwhile, Taiwan's president has announced on Sunday that Taiwan was serving diplomatic ties with Honduras. It comes after the country formed diplomatic ties with China, leaving Taiwan recognized by only 13 sovereign states, including Vatican City. The new ties come amid rising tensions between Beijing and the United States, including over China's increasing assertiveness towards self-ruled Taiwan. Meanwhile, Hong Kong police allowed a small protest to go ahead on Sunday for the first time since COVID protocols were eased. Around 60 people took part in a peaceful march to highlight their concerns about a government plan to reclaim sea and redevelop areas near their homes. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, who's facing a potential indictment, held the first rally of his 2024 US presidential campaign on Saturday in Texas. Trump opened his rally by playing a song that featured a choir of men imprisoned for their role in 6th Jan 2021 riots.
Our opponents have done everything they can to crush our spirit and to break our will, but they've failed. They've only made us stronger. And 2024 is the final battle. That's going to be the big one. You put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again.
Meanwhile, North Korea recently claimed to have tested an underwater drone capable of carrying a nuclear warhead that could create a radioactive tsunami. However, analysts have urged skepticism, noting a lack of proof. A report from the state-run media said that the drone, called the Unmanned Underwater Nuclear Attack Craft, was tested from 21st of March till the 23rd. And in news from across the globe, Israel's defense minister became the first ally in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition to break ranks on Saturday as he called for an immediate halt to the far-right government's contentious plan to overhaul the country's judiciary. Meanwhile, the Israeli police clashed with protesters near a highway in Tel Aviv on Saturday as officers on horseback patrolled the road. The demonstrators had previously blocked the highway while voicing their opposition to the government's judicial overhaul. Meanwhile, the Israeli police used water cannons on protesters opposing the government's judicial overhaul who were blocking a main highway in Tel Aviv on Saturday. The government's plan to increase its control over its judiciary has triggered a national crisis and even sparked largest protest movement in Israel's history. Meanwhile, Thai Prime Minister has accepted his party's nomination and will stand for re-election on 14th of May. A former general, meanwhile, has pledged to create a new political environment that ends decades of turmoil. And in news from the world of sports, Delhi Capitals are all set to take on the Mumbai Indians in the final of the Women's Premier League at the Mumbai Stadium today. Delhi Capitals will square off against Mumbai Indians in the inaugural Women's Premier League final at the Mumbai Stadium with less than 24 hours left to the game. Delhi Capitals skipper believes that her team is ready to face an irrepressible Mumbai team.
Yeah, I think that the WBBL has played a massive role in the development of cricket in Australia and around the world as well. It provides great opportunities for young players and also exposes everybody to pressure situations and big games, where you need to perform when it really matters. So I think that's certainly played a really big role in the success that we've had as an Australian team, and being part of the WPL here, I think it's exactly the same thing. It's been so good to get to know some of the local Indian players.
Now, Royal Challengers Bangalore batter Rajat Patidar is likely to miss the first half of the Indian Premier League of this year due to his heel injury. The batter is currently undergoing rehab at the National Cricket Academy in Bengaluru. Meanwhile, two-time champions Kolkata Knight Riders revealed their jersey for the upcoming season of the Indian Premier League on Sunday. The official Twitter handle of the franchisee took to social media to reveal the new jersey. Half centuries from Wesley and Gary Belanque, top spells from the all-rounder Sikandar Raza and Sian Williams helped Zimbabwe clinched a 2-1 series win against the Netherlands following a 7-wicket win in the third and final ODI on Saturday. In stark contrast to the rest of the series, the final ODI between Zimbabwe and Netherlands turned out to be a one-sided affair. The top India men's doubles badminton pair of Chirag Shetty and Satvik Sairaj Ranki Reddy advanced to the final of the ongoing Swiss Open 2023 being held on Saturday. Chirag and Satvik Sairaj downed the Malaysian pair and won the match. Former Brazilian and Barcelona star Ronaldinho has said that he wishes that Messi finishes his career at Barcelona. Lionel Messi, meanwhile, was forever immortalized when Argentina Football Association president announced on Saturday that Argentina training camp will be named after the superstar. World number 7 Elena rallied from a set down to defeat former number 2 Paula Badosa in the third round of the Miami Open. The victory extended Rabaikina's current win streak to 10 matches and kept the Indian Wells champions' hopes alive of sweeping the Sunshine Double in the match.
मजदूरों की खास तौर पे हालत इसलिए खराब है कि यहाँ जो बजट है उसमें किसे खेती का हिस्सा, उसमें मजदूरों का हिस्सा, किसानों का हिस्सा उसमें बिल्कुल नाम मात्र है, बहुत कम है। केंद्र के बजट में जब देश आजाद हुआ पहली पंचवर्षीय योजना में 14% बजट खर्च था खेती के ऊपर। आज केंद्र सरकार 1% बजट भी खेती पे खर्च नहीं कर रही है। इसलिए खेती महंगी हुई। और आपकी अगर फसलों की तुलना करें तो फसलों की तुलना आपकी बाजार के भाव से मेल नहीं खाती। बाजार के भाव ज्यादा है, जो आप खरीदते हो वो महंगा है, जो आप बेचते हो वो सस्ता है। लेकिन इसी देश के अंदर तेलंगाना प्रदेश ऐसा है जहां पे एक भी किसान ने सुसाइड नहीं किया जिस दिन से माननीय केसीआर जी की सरकार आई है। एक भी किसान ने सुसाइड नहीं किया। तेलंगाना के अंदर 10,000 रुपए पर एकड़ किसान को दिया जाता है, तो महाराष्ट्र में 10,000 दिया जा सकता। जब तेलंगाना में जा सकता है, जरूर दिया जा सकता है, लेकिन हेलो जरूरत है सर्व अच्छा राज्य स्थापित करने।
खाली बसून गया
तो सर्व केसीआर साहब आगे हैं। आप सबका जो है बहुत धन्यवाद। इतनी संख्या में सबका धन्यवाद।
थँक यू। सर्व शेतकरी भावांना कळवण्यात येते की सर्वांनी अगोदर खाली बसून घ्या। भावांनो, टाळ्याच्या गडगडामध्ये आपण आदरणीय केसीआर साहेब यांचं आपल्याला स्वागत करायचं आहे आणि आता आपल्याला घोषणा द्यायच्या आहेत।
जय महाराष्ट्र
आपकी बार देश का नेता कैसा है?
All right, so the visuals are coming in right now of Chief Minister KCR, who's there in Maharashtra's Nanded. We'll try and get more details of Chief Minister KCR's itinerary in the state of Maharashtra for the day, but the visuals there coming in right now of KCR attending a public meeting in Maharashtra's Nanded. So, Chief Minister KCR, who would be attending a public meeting in Maharashtra's Nanded today. Remember, the meeting assumes significance as the elections for several municipal corporations are slated to be held in the state of Maharashtra, which includes in Nanded as well. They would be held in the coming months, and BRS, we understand, is currently focused on making inroads in the state of Maharashtra as well. So let's go across to Alisha as well for more details. Alisha, help us understand the significance of Chief Minister KCR's visit to Maharashtra today. Alright, I'm not sure if we have that connection with Alisha, but those are the visuals right now coming in of Chief Minister KCR, who's there in Maharashtra's Nanded. He would be holding a public meeting. And this comes months ahead of several municipal corporations in the state of Maharashtra. So remember, BRS is hoping to make inroads in the state of Maharashtra. Chief Minister KCR there, who's there in Maharashtra's Nanded, attending a public meeting in Nanded as we speak. This comes just months ahead of several municipal corporations that are slated to be held in the state of Maharashtra, which also includes in Maharashtra's Nanded. And BR is there looking to make inroads in the state of Maharashtra. All right, Alisha is back with us. Alisha, if you can explain to us the significance of Chief Minister's KCR's public meeting in Nanded.
Yes, Amisha, it's the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is in Maharashtra's Nanded, where he is having a public meeting at Kallan Loha. Well, the meeting assumes the significance as the election for several municipal corporations in the state, including Nanded, are to be held in the coming months. So now we can see that the BRS is currently focused on making inroads into Maharashtra. And meanwhile, we have even been seeing that in many of these other states.
All right, Alisha, stay with us. Let's take a word from Aneri also. Aneri, if you can also help us understand this better, Chief Minister KCR in Nanded. We understand BRS is trying to make inroads in the state of Maharashtra. All right, we'll try and connect with Aneri as well again. The visuals there on your screens right now coming in of Chief Minister and BRS President KCR, who's there in Maharashtra's Nanded. Aneri is back with us. Aneri, help us understand how significant is this public meeting when we talk about the political dominance of the BRS party in the state of Maharashtra?
Well, definitely very important public meeting, and this is the second public meeting of the BRS party which is being held in the state of Maharashtra. Earlier it was in Nanded, and now we see that second public meeting of Telangana and BRS party chief which is being held in the state of Maharashtra. Well, as BRS plans to expand its footprint across the country, and now starting from Maharashtra, because sources also tell us that BRS party plans to contest in the municipal polls in Maharashtra, and that is also one of the reasons why Telangana Chief Minister Kejriwal Rao is very keen on having public meetings in Maharashtra and also.
So, tracking closely Chief Minister KCR's visit to the state of Maharashtra, a very significant public meeting, as Aneri and Alisha were telling us. This, of course, is the second such public meeting to have happened in recent times.
Let us show you what exactly are the preparations that are being made and then put this into context as to why Atiq Ahmed is in fact had been making those statements as well. But the preparation in place by the UP police is what we are showing you right outside of the Sabarmati jail, where two security vans in fact have been placed and there are security personnel also inside, the UP police personnel that are already inside, the two-tier level of security that we have seen with the higher up authorities of the UP police and the STF having gone inside and carrying out the procedure. And those are the ones we in fact tried to speak to and try to get some information from about Atiq Ahmed getting transferred today. Of course, they're not really divulging too much information, but they have said there is some confirmation that we have gotten that Atiq Ahmed will be transported from Sabarmati jail to Prayagraj today itself. There are two routes now, of course, that are being thought about by the UP police to take him via, and these cars in fact have come by road as well. These vans had also come by road along with the authorities, along with the officials, the senior level officials of the UP police and the STF as well.
Alright, we slip into a very short break for now, but coming up on the other side, the latest on Congress Satyagraha pan-India. Also coming up on the other side, the latest from poll-bound state Karnataka, where quota politics surfaces again.
एक बात बताइए ना, इतने माउंटेन्स आपने चढ़े, इतने कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे इंक्लूडिंग एवरेस्ट, सबसे मुश्किल कौन सा था ये बताइए?
सर, आई वुड से एवरेस्ट इज ऑलवेज द डिफिकल्ट वन. हालांकि लॉट ऑफ पीपल से एवरेस्ट में आजकल हर कोई चढ़ रहा है, बट लेट मी टेल यू सर, एवरेस्ट रिमेन्स एवरेस्ट. Everest is the highest mountain in the world and it will remain so. And I have find Everest to be the most difficult.
Most difficult.
Most difficult sir. Ultimately crevasses उस खुम्बू ग्लेशियर में आपको क्रॉस करने हैं. Ultimately वो लोत्से फेस में जो 70 डिग्री की वॉल है वो आपको चढ़नी है.
डर लगा कभी?
सर, आई थिंक डरना भी जरूरी है सर, बिकॉज डर जब आपको लगता है आप सतर्क रहते हैं.
I wrote Adi Shankaracharya, Hinduism's greatest thinker, and I will take off from what Vivek said. कि देखिए, जो ये विराट विरासत है उसको समझने के लिए जो ऊपरी तय है उसके नीचे जाना बड़ा जरूरी है.
What is there to say about the Puranas? Oh, we know about the Puranas because we watched Purana stories on television. We have read, no, you don't read it anymore, but once upon a time we have read Amar Chitra Katha. All of that is Puranas for dummies.
There is this 26/11 incident, terror attack on Mumbai, and both nations suffered together. Do you think in that backdrop, post that, there is coming together of the two governments and the people to make sure that incidents like that do not happen again?
No doubt. I think that challenges, fears of people are pushing them to work.
कर्नल जमाल एक बात बताइए ना, आप वहाँ पे गए थे एवरेस्ट चढ़ने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर।
आपका मिशन था एवरेस्ट चढ़ना।
बिल्कुल सर।
लेकिन बीच में अर्थक्वेक आ गया, तो आप लोगों ने अपना मिशन चेंज कर दिया। आपने बोला कि एवरेस्ट तो ठीक है, बाद में चढ़ लेंगे। सबसे पहले लोगों की जान बचाओ।
2015 में when we went, earthquake happened. Then we changed our things to the rescue team, and we were there in Everest base camp for around 15 days. हम लोग 45 दिन का हम लोग पूरा सामान लाए थे, राशन लेके गए थे, मेडिसिन लेके गए थे, इक्विपमेंट लेके गए थे। हमने फिर वो सारी चीजें, पूरी जनता जो वहाँ पे थी, पूरे क्लाइंबर्स जो वहाँ पे थे, उनके लिए खोल दिया। क्लाइंबिंग से ज्यादा नाम हमें जब हमने रेस्क्यू किया है उससे मिला, और वो एक शायद हमारा टाइम था जब हमने एवरेस्ट को या एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप में हमने वो वापस दिया है पहाड़ को।
ये 50 साल में किसी को 2 साल की सजा मिली, इसमें दे रहे हैं।
In complete denial, Vadra Congress stages Satyagraha in fighting within party over Rahul's disqualification.
और जगदीश टाइटलर वो प्रथम पंक्ति में बैठे हैं। ये दिखाता है कि किस प्रकार से सिख समुदाय के घावों पर भी किस प्रकार से नमक और एसिड रगड़ने का काम बार बार किया जा रहा है।
Political storm as riots tainted Tytler attends Vadra Congress Satyagraha, BJP hits out.
यानी आचरण और व्यवहार, आचार और विचार, कथनी और करनी दोनों के भेद को बहुत स्पष्ट कर देता है कि व्यक्ति बोलता कुछ और है, करता कुछ और है। कोई इस पर विश्वास नहीं करता।
Yogi takes on Vadra Congress in an unrelenting attack, says Congress cannot take moral high ground.
दो प्रतिशत वोकल का और 2% हमने वीर शैव और लिंगायत को देने का काम ये भारतीय जनता
Mumbai government scraps 4% Muslim quota. Amit Shah lauds the move, slams Congress for appeasement politics. Yogi versus Mafia Raj, Uttar Pradesh STF lands in Ahmedabad to take Atiq Ahmed's custody. Days after London provocation, Khalistanis go on a rampage again, attack journalists in Washington. Thanks for staying tuned to Republic. This Sunday afternoon, we start with the news break from Karnataka, where ahead of crucial Karnataka Assembly polls, Basavaraj Bommai-led government has made some notable changes to the state's reservation quota, removing the 4% allocation for the Muslims. Now, while the Congress has called the move unconstitutional, Home Minister Amit Shah, who's in the poll-bound state of Karnataka, has once again lauded the move and launched a scathing attack on the Congress, calling it appeasement politics. So that's the latest move by the Bommai government, where they have done away with the 4% allocation for the minority group. The Karnataka government, meanwhile, has also increased the reservation quota from 50% earlier to 56% now. Meanwhile, DK Shivkumar has come down heavily on the Karnataka government for doing away with the quota for the minority community.
The reservation in Karnataka is a mockery. It is an unconstitution. It is an unconstitution. They think that reservation can be distributed like their property. It is not their property. It is a right. The minorities of this soil are living and they have their own rights. We don't want their 4% to be scrapped and given to any of the major communities. The major communities, the Vakkaliga, Lingais, are the people who have been, they are called the Annadatas. They plow the land, they give food, they grow, they are the tillers and the landowners. We don't want any of the minorities because they are our brothers and family members. This is a country with all community. Our country is very rich in our culture. All of them are helping us equally. So they have taken their 4% and distributed 2% to Lingais, 2% to Vakaligas. The entire Vakaliga and Veerashaiva Lingais are rejecting this offer. We don't want. I am confident the Congress party will come to power after the next 45 days. We will scrap all this reservation. Within 90 days, they can't change 3 times. There is no base. There is no any report. No proper inquiry has been done.
All right, so there you heard DK Shivakumar coming down heavily on the ruling dispensation in the state of Karnataka. Let's go across to Salim Ahmed, who's Karnataka Congress working president. Mr. Ahmed, what exactly is the issue being raised by the Congress here? Because from what we understand that Chief Minister Bommai, even though they've done away with this quota for the Muslims, we understand it's been brought under the 10% pool of the economically weaker section group without any change of the condition earlier.
Is the most unconstitutional. Chief Minister, Mr. Baswaraj, is doing adventure. He is doing a circus. From last 6 months, every day he makes a statement, and finally he comes with a formula which is not accepted, which is not practical. Suddenly they say we are giving 2% to Lingayas, 2% to Vakaligas, removing 4% minorities. From last 22, 24 years, we had our report on reservation. And suddenly they are only politically motivated. Definitely we are going to have a political discussion on that one. We are also going on a legal affair also. And there is nothing but a foolish decision of Mr. Bommai. Even the people can understand the government is just next 15 days. And after 15 days, the government is going to change. And because he just want to fool the people, fool the communities, and make fight against Lingayats, Vakaligas and Muslims. This is the intention to try to win the election, because they have come to a conclusion, they got a report, they are not winning more than 60 seats. So just to make them happy, they are trying to take this kind of decision.
But Mr. Ahmed, we understand it's been brought under the 10% pool for the economically weaker section group, which is precisely in line with the EWS quota that's given by the central government as well, which is 10% in this case. Does this not mean that there would be more representation given to the EWS section?
So why should he do that? Has got his report? Because the commission report should be submitted. To removing, they have to go on a report by the commission. Blatantly, suddenly calls cabinet meeting. 3 times he had called a meeting. In the assembly session in Belgaum also, he said they rejected. And every month, they are having a different kind of a discussion for this reservation. Finally, when they came to a conclusion, elections have been announced within 2-3 days. This kind of announcement, nobody believes this. And this government is totally unbelievable. This government is only a commission government, it's a 40% commission government. This got nothing but think on only this, to only garner the votes, to try to fool the people, section of people, if they are trying to give a given reservation. But at this juncture, nobody will believe, because everybody comes to know that it's only in 2-3 days election is going to be announced. All this program, it has been announced.
Mr. Ahmed, yes, we'll have to leave it at that. But the argument there being made by the central government is also that there is minority appeasement on part of the Congress as well when we talk about the quota for the Muslims.
इस सभा में आने वाले लोगों को रोकने के लिए गांव में दावतें दिए जा रहे हैं, बकरे भी कट रहे हैं। ये बात मेरे से ज्यादा आप अच्छा जानते हैं। और अभी मुझे खबर मिला है कि नांदेड़ चौराहे के पास लोगों को यहां नहीं आने देने के लिए डाइवर्ट करके बाजू किए जा रहा है। ऐसे काम बहुत देखने को मिलते हैं। लेकिन एक बड़ी किसानों की तूफान अगर आ जाए, ये सारे चीज हमको नहीं रोक पाएंगे। पीछे जब मैं नांदेड़ में आया था, यहां के उप मुख्यमंत्री, माननीय भूतपूर्व मुख्यमंत्री भी रहे हो, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी मेरे बारे में कुछ कह रहे थे कि चंद्रशेखर जी आपका काम तेलंगाना में है, तेलंगाना को देख लो, यहां क्या काम है। मैं भारत का नागरिक हूं, भारत के हर एक राज्य में मेरा काम है। दूसरा बात यह है, मैं साफ बताए देता हूं कि तेलंगाना का जो मॉडल है, किसानों को निवेश के लिए हर एकड़ में 10,000 रुपए देना चाहिए। नंबर 2, किसानों को 24 घंटा उच्च गुणवत्ता वाला मुफ्त में बिजली देना चाहिए। तीसरा, किसानों को जो प्रकल्प से यानी प्रोजेक्ट से पानी दिया जाता है, जिस प्रकार से तेलंगाना में फ्री में देते हैं मुफ्त में, प्रकल्प का पानी भी फ्री देना चाहिए। तीसरा, चौथा, किसान का जिस किसी तरह भी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण अगर देहांत हो जाए तो 5 लाख रुपए का बीमा दिलवाना चाहिए। पांचवा, किसानों का जो पैदावारी है, सारा का सारा पैदावारी जिस प्रकार से तेलंगाना राज्य में 7,000 केंद्र खोल के, खरीदारी केंद्र खोल के सरकार ही एक एक दाना खरीदता है, उस प्रकार से महाराष्ट्र में भी किसानों का पूरा पैदावारी खरीदना चाहिए। देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, आप ये काम कर दो, इसका आश्वासन दे दो, मैं महाराष्ट्र में आऊंगा, आना बंद कर दूंगा। मुझे अगर रोकना है महाराष्ट्र में आने से तो इसका अमल करो, मेरा काम खत्म हो गया। अगर जब तक नहीं करोगे तब तक जबरदस्त आता रहूंगा। आप ये वादा पूरा करो, मैं नहीं आऊंगा। जब तक ये नहीं करूंगे, नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम जरूर आते रहेंगे और लोगों के साथ मिलके, किसानों के साथ मिलके, किसानों के हक के लिए जरूर लड़ाई जारी रखेंगे। इसके साथ एक और बात भी है, हमारे दलित वर्ग, हमारे आदिवासी वर्ग भी सदियों से परेशान है, ये हम सारे जानते हैं। उनको कैसे उनके हालात पे छोड़ेंगे, कब तक छोड़ेंगे, कितने और सदी उनको पीड़ा उठाना पड़े, ये देश के लिए, नागरिक समाज में अच्छी बात नहीं है। इसी को सोच के हमने तेलंगाना राज्य में एक बहुत जबरदस्त स्कीम, दलित बंधु नाम का स्कीम लाए हैं। हर घर को, हर दलित परिवार को 10 लाख रुपए देते हैं, जो वापस नहीं देने होते हैं, और उनका इच्छा पूर्वक जो काम वो कर सकते करें। इसका कोई बैंक लिंकेज भी नहीं है। देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, ये अंबेडकर, भारत रत्न अंबेडकर जैसा एक डायमंड पैदा हुआ भूमि है महाराष्ट्र। अगर यहां दलित बंधु आप लागू करो, मेरे अपना महाराष्ट्र का दौरा बंद करूंगा, और जब तक नहीं करोगे तब तक बिल्कुल आऊंगा और लड़ते रहूंगा। बस ये शब्द मैं यही खत्म करता हूं, और ये देवेंद्र फडणवीस के ऊपर छोड़ देता हूं, उनके विज्ञता पे छोड़ देता हूं। वो क्या करने वाले हैं, क्या नहीं करने वाले, आगे चल के हम देखते हैं। भाइयों, यहां समझने की बात है, कोई लंबा चौड़ा भाषण भी मैं नहीं बोलूंगा। धूप भी कड़ी है, बहुत देर से मेरे इंतजार कर रहे हैं, मैं जानता हूं। लोग बाहर भी बहुत है, अभी गांव में, शहर में भी। मैं सिर्फ 2-4 बातें आपको समझाने आया हूं। 75 साल हो गए देश को आजाद हुए, भाषण बहुत सुने, पार्टियां बहुत बने, मुख्यमंत्री कहीं बने, प्रधानमंत्री भी कहीं बने, आमदार खासदार तो कितने हम बनाए, बेहिसाब बनाए। चुनाव आया, अब वाला जीत गया, कोई नया जीत गया, अब वाला हार गया, तो चेहरा बदलता है। पार्टियां बदलते हैं, लेकिन हमारा हालत नहीं बदलता। मेरा आपसे प्रार्थना है, पिछली बार भी मैंने कहा था नांदेड़ में, मेरे बात यहीं सुन के यहीं छोड़ के मत जाइए। खास तौर पर जो बुद्धिजीवी है, जो पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, जो मेरे युवा भाई है, जो मेरे युवा बहनें हैं, माएँ हैं, मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूं, मेरे बातों को जरूर याद रखें और अपने गांव या बस्ती में जाने के बाद अपने साथियों के साथ, अपने गांव वालों के साथ जरूर चर्चा करें कि सच कितना है, झूठ कितना है। चर्चा करके आप खुद फैसला ले ले। देखिए, इस देश में 75 साल का आजादी के समय में देश के किसकी हुकूमत चलाया? किसका हुकूमत चला? सिर्फ 2 पार्टियां देश पर राज करें। 75 साल में 5 साल के लिए 2-4 प्रधानमंत्री बने, वो वीपी सिंह है, चरण सिंह है, मोरारजी देसाई थे, इधर से देवेगौड़ा जी थे, बस यही लोग थे। बाकी 70 साल, गौर करें इस बात पे, 70 साल किसी ने हुकूमत किया हिंदुस्तान पे तो सिर्फ 2 ही पार्टियां हैं। 56 साल कांग्रेस पार्टी और 54 साल कांग्रेस पार्टी, 54 इयर्स, और 16 साल लगातार भाजपा। कांग्रेस ने रूल किया और बाद में अब भाजपा रूल कर रही है। कुछ फर्क देखा है आपने? कुछ फर्क देखने को मिला? कुछ महसूस हुआ फर्क? क्या फर्क पड़ा? उन पार्टियों के लिए फर्क पड़ा होगा, पार्टियों के नेता के लिए फर्क पड़ा होगा, किसी के कांग्रेस का मंत्री पद जाके इनको भाजपा वाला को मंत्री मिला होगा, लेकिन जनता को क्या मिला? किसान को क्या मिला? किसान का हालत क्यों नहीं बदला? दया करके सोचिए। मैं राजनीति नहीं बोल रहा हूं, ये राजनीति आखिरी में बोलूंगा, लेकिन अब जो बात मैं कह रहा हूं कि ये सच है झूठ है, दिल पे हाथ रख के सोचिए। दोनों पार्टियों में कोई फर्क दिखा? कोई अंतर दिखा? कोई फर्क नहीं है। फिर इसको हराओ, उसको जिताओ, इसको जिताओ, उसको हराओ, इसमें क्या मजा है? पहचानने की बात क्या है? चाबी किधर है? चाबी कहां है? हमारे हाथ में। देखते हैं कितना ताकत है। तो भाइयों, कुछ भी फर्क नहीं है। 2 चीज और बताता हूं। भूमि तो हमारे पास बहुत है। ए बाबू, तोंदर दिया ना फोटो, फोटो कहीं और से निकालो भाई। अमेरिका से, चाइना से, पूरी दुनिया में किसी अन्य देश से कृषि योग्य भूमि भारत में ही ज्यादा है। भारत का पूरी जमीन को अगर नाप ले, हमारा भूमि है 83 करोड़ एकड़, जिसमें सीधे ही 41 करोड़ एकड़ कृषि योग्य भूमि है। भारत का किस्मत अच्छा है, यहां सूरज अच्छा खिलता है, अच्छी बारिश होती है, क्लाइमेट अच्छा होता है, यहां आम भी उगता है, एप्पल भी उगता है। ऐसे हमारा देश है। ये सब कुछ रखते हुए सबसे बड़ा संसाधन जो मानव संपत्ति है, 140 करोड़ आबादी है हमारे देश का। ये सब कुछ हमारे पास है, लेकिन हमारे बच्चे हमारे देखते देखते मैकडोनाल्ड का पिज्जा खा रहे, फॉरेन कंपनीज के दुकानों में जाके डबल रोटी खरीद रहे। क्या ये हमारा किस्मत है? क्यों ये स्थिति है? दूसरी बात है, मैं कुछ समय के लिए एरोप्लेन में आ रहा था हैदराबाद से, उसके बाद नांदेड़ में उतरने के बाद हेलीकॉप्टर से आ रहा था, जमीन पूरा सूखा सूखा दिखता है। क्यों? पानी नहीं है। पानी, ये बात जरूर मन में रखे और जानकारी ले लें हर भाई, हर किसान नेता। हिंदुस्तान के 41 करोड़ एकड़ जमीन को सिंचन के लिए भरपूर पानी देने के लिए जरूरत से ज्यादा पानी की उपलब्धि इस देश में है। देश के नदियों में 75,000 टीएमसी पानी बहता है, जिसमें से सिर्फ 19,000 टीएमसी उठाया गया। बाकी 50,000 टीएमसी हर साल हमारे आंखों के सामने, सारे भारत के जनता के सामने, प्रधानमंत्री, कई मुख्यमंत्री, आमदार, खासदारों के सामने, हमारे आंखों के सामने से गुजरते हुए बंगाल के खाड़ी में जा रहा है। गोदावरी निकलता है महाराष्ट्र से, कृष्णा निकलता है महाराष्ट्र से। महाराष्ट्र में कोने कोने में, चप्पा चप्पे में पीने के पानी नहीं मिलता, सिंचन के लिए पानी नहीं मिलता, फिर क्या मिलेगा भैया? पानी के लिए अमेरिका को सलाम करने की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई रशिया से मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है, कोई चाइना देश के पेट में मुंडी डालने की जरूरत नहीं है या किसी को भीख मांगने की जरूरत नहीं है। हमारा अपना भगवान का दिया हुआ, प्रकृति का दिया हुआ, हमारे जनता का, हमारा देश का अपना संपत्ति है। जरूरत से ज्यादा पानी रखते हुए देश के किसान पानी से क्यों वंचित है? इस एक बात पे सोचिए, बस बात पूरा समझ में आ जाएगा। पानी नहीं है, किसी को भीख मांग रहे, बात अलग है, लेकिन पानी है।